You're the king of getting on fucking guys' jokes. Get off
man.
joking guys, bro.
Dude, I have my thing, you have your thing, dude.
Dude, you're joking, bro. If you jock fucking...
Hi. Gio, my friend.
I just saw myself on fucking talking, Kosho.
Oh, my bad. Were you talking? Were you in the middle of conversation?
Oh, I meant to say, Kosho is also joking Gio.
Well,
What you got?
Gio, I have a question for you. Gio, I have
I'm his
question.
manager. I'm his manager. What's the question?
Gio.
I'm his legal counsel. I'll handle all his questions.
Gio.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to show you my globe. I mean, my flat Earth model. Can I show you in live stream text?
Is it fucking from Transylvania?
No.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, it doesn't let me post. How do I post?
Who we got talking? An actual flat earther or a whole globe?
Gio, can you let me post real quick? Or do I create a thread? I don't know how this works.
Rio.
$10. $10 says it's a Velociraptor.
I promise you it's not.
Brum.
Gio, did you hear me? Gio, did
It's
you hear me?
T-Rex.
Gio, did you hear me? Oh my gosh, is this guy
You
dead?
can,
1 plus 1. What?
You could send it to a mod, and then we could take a look at it and post it. But I don't think you
Yeah,
have.
DM it to me. DM it
I
to me.
have my DMs off.
Who gave Jeremy
Well,
mods? Fuck.
Figure out how DMs work and then DM it to me or Gio.
No, thank you. Goodbye.
Exactly.
Penis.
He came in last night. He's been trying to troll. I think he's
Wait,
trying to.
hold on. I heard somebody say the magic word.
He's trying to porn bomb the chat or something.
Oh, because it's on YouTube. All right.
Well, it's like a fake accent, and like Bandsaw was like saying he was suspect last night, but
That doesn't sound fake to me, man. It sounds real. But
No,
you remember
he's
on
totally fucking...
you remember on Brandon's server where those kids came in and porn bobbed it, and you were just laughing, Gio? You were like, "Oh man, look at these kids! Like they're fucking showing like hardcore porn."
Dude, I spent like an hour dealing with that.
dude, I was deleting them, but yeah, I was doing what I could.
You were
Gio,
giggling,
you
man.
know what, man? Gio,
No, because all I
that
could do
makes
was
me-
kick them because on Brandon's server I couldn't do anything other than kick them, and so all I was just doing that. But then they just kept coming back, so yeah, it was kind of funny.
Gio, is it okay?
Potato.
No, Gio. I have to ask this, bro. Is it okay if I post pictures of very nice looking women safe for work in the chat room?
It's usually safe for work. They got nice asses, but
Because I don't get it. I haven't done it in this room.
My pop
with
would.
respect to you, Gio.
The thing is, I have to warn you about this. This is actually a true warning. When he does that, that means he's jerking off.
Pretty
And you
much.
can tell
No,
because he's
Seems
posting.
funny.
He's
No, it's
posting.
not.
He posted. They get hotter and hotter. Then it's like get more
No.
sexual. Like, what?
Oh
They
my
disappeared
god,
for a second.
Kosho, think about this shit, bro. Why would I be online talking to you cunts?
Because you get off to it, dude. You just get out. You're like, oh man, you're like posting him. You're like posting us the shit that you're getting off to, and you gotta get off to it.
If anything,
Like-
Kosho, that gives us an insight into your fucking sadistic mind.
Yeah,
Come
dude.
on.
You're like an Indian Kaiser.
Kosho, like I said, if anything, that shows us how fucked up in the head you are. Not me.
You know how many people got caught jerking off in Gem's server? At least 2. The one guy that got caught wanking it the day before he got caught taking a shower and he accidentally turned his camera on.
Kosho, that's not what I was asking Gio. What I was asking Gio was, is it okay to post pictures of beautiful women in the room?
Not really, dude. It's pretty off topic.
Okay. So it's not, I haven't done it.
Yeah, it's kind of your like sexual issue thing. Like you get drunk, you start doing it, and you start posting the stuff. It's pretty random, dude. It's not really related to
But do you
anything.
mind if I do that though? Like, do you mind if I like? I'm not like bad looking pictures of women, but like not sexually explicit women's pictures. But can I
It is
post?
artistic. It is artistically, you know,
Well, I'll tell you
classy.
why. I'll tell you why, Gio. The reason why I do it is this, yeah. If I'm in a room and the conversation's getting boring, then like what else should I do? And like I can listen to the boring conversation, or I can just like look for gifts to post of.
Usually, if you mute for 5 minutes, it usually gets fixed.
What I'm
I'm
saying,
sorry.
Gio, is if I post pictures that are safe for work of beautiful women, would you get mad? Sounds to me like I get super pissed.
So what's the topic? We got a topic to talk about?
Cherry.
Other than Branch just planning his next troll moves?
Why do you guys always think I'm trolling? Always. Like Gio, you don't think that fucking I got some real shit to talk about?
Everyone left. Kosho and Ruhif were about to prove the globe, but you distracted them.
I think they both fucking left.
Dude, Ruhif, I'm convinced Ruhif doesn't even know what he's doing at this point. These guys have backed themselves into so many weird corners now. They got to say like insanely ridiculous shit, like an average is a measurement, or just crazy shit.
I mean, I wish
Ruhif does seem to be kind of freewheeling it lately.
dude, I find it
They're
so
backed
fucking
it. Yep.
funny. You know what I find fucking hilarious is like Ruhif has done that. And Kosho's ass is like, let me jump on this bitch. Let's see how much fucking money I can fucking pull out of this cunt if I can possibly pull something out. The same way he does that shit with fucking other rich people, yeah. I just find it hilarious how it's only the Globers that try to get on rich people's asses to see if they can get something out of them.
I'm telling you, Ruhif needs to give me like 50 G's. I'll be straight. I'll buy mad phones. I'd get like 100 phones right off the rip with that. That's like 5
Yeah,
G's.
bro. But here's the thing, bro. I'll tell you this. Yeah, let's say Ruhev just like gave you, let's say 12. No, not 12. Let's say he gave you like what 1.2 mil, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you'd be happier?
Oh, hell yeah. Way happier. I'd be good with a nice little $50,000 jump start here. Like I'd buy, first thing I would do is buy like probably like 100 phones, and I'd buy a crypto miner that made like 20-30 bucks a day. I'd probably invest some of it in more crypto investments that were passive, make another 20 bucks a day or something.
Telling you,
That's
bro.
the best way to do it. Get multiple streams of income ticking in.
Jeremy, man, there's part of me that's realized that fucking happiness ain't about that shit, my man.
It would give me the time to spend with my family that I want. That would make me happy. So it is about that shit
No,
for me.
no. You was all fucking excited about how many more dollars you're making on a second.
Yeah,
As
because
a,
that's more time I get to spend with my family.
yeah.
Yeah, that
I
makes me
mean,
happy.
Jeremy, think about what I just said, brother. This motherfucker just gave you 1.2 million. You don't need to be worrying about that shit no more. But you're only worrying about that shit because that's what you find is the most important thing right now in your mind. If you have 1.2 million bankroll, honestly, you shouldn't be even thinking about this fucking 20-cent shit you're talking about, bro.
I mean, I'd put some in the stock market. I would just get money ticking in all over the place, and then I'd be straight. I'd like to see me and the kids' financial future straight. So,
What's the discussion here, if you don't mind me asking?
whatever you want. What do you got?
It was about like
Are you a
fucking
glober or a
vaginas.
flat earther?
Like, okay,
Come on, Brent.
what's about any or out?
There you go. Thank you. What's up? Are you a glober or a flat earther?
Well, you guys seem to be talking about crypto, so I don't see why that's relevant right now.
It's not. We can talk about anything you want.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you guys were talking about because I had a hard time understanding. Does he want you to invest in crypto or?
Don't worry about that guy wants.
No, okay. I
worry
personally do
about that
invest in Bitcoin and Gitcoin and Ethereum for the most part.
We got a little bit of crypto here. We're some crypto holders, some of us.
Mm-mm. The times are a changing. But if you want to talk about Earth, I do accept the reality that I've been presented by the scientific community, if that's the way we
No
should
doubt.
phrase it.
Yeah,
I
no
wouldn't
doubt.
want to phrase it that way, though. I don't see it as a community necessarily, but
What do you think
Yeah.
your best piece of evidence is?
videos from space, for example.
Well, you said from the scientific community. That's people
I
that do
wouldn't call it a
science.
community, though. I wouldn't
Yeah, but
call
those
it a
are the
community.
scientists, right? People that are actually doing the science,
Sure.
like following the scientific method and shit, or
Sorry, what?
like they're following the scientific method.
Are you saying follow it or found?
They're doing the scientific method, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's have a piece of globe science.
All right.
Yeah, globe science. Break me off with something.
Well,
Severe.
we can address what I just said about taking pictures and videos from space, for example.
Yeah, that's we can't really go verify that now, can we?
Well, we can. We can send up a satellite and take pictures.
Yeah, very few select groups of people. I mean, if you want to trust them, if you want to base your worldview on trusting those people, I found them to be very deceitful and actually not showing us an accurate representation of what space looks like.
The shape of the Earth has nothing to do with my life view, per se.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Elon Musk? I'm assuming you are.
Yes, I've heard of him.
He has SpaceX. He makes rockets. Well, first of all, I gotta know what you believe, so I know what to debate. But I'm playing a game, so I probably won't stay for too long.
I mean, my beliefs are.
Do you accept that he's going out to space, or?
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay. Do you accept that he's building rockets?
It definitely appears that he's building rockets. Yes, I can accept that.
Okay,
Where they go after they leave, and honestly,
it
looks to me like they're not going to space, because if you've ever seen a long exposure shot of a rocket launch, they definitely appear to be curving. They definitely appear to be curving back down to Earth.
Most definitely not. I wouldn't say that, no.
Have you ever seen a long exposure of a rocket trajectory
Well,
takeoff?
he has made spaceships that can go back to Earth, which is phenomenal.
know.
If you compare them to
I know.
a
Have
lot
you
of-
ever seen a rocket take off in a long exposure shot?
Yes, I watched pretty much all of them. I watched the whole.
No,
6
not
hour
watch them.
thing.
Have you ever seen it? Watch them. Have you ever seen the photograph of a long exposure photograph of a rocket takeoff?
Yes.
And you don't think that looks like it's coming back down to Earth?
No, I don't think so.
It's clearly looks like it's curving back down to Earth. If I've seen them all, and they all look like they're coming back down to Earth.
I would disagree with that.
Well,
I
I
do
mean, we
appreciate
could
the
bring
way
one
you're
up right
arguing.
now. We could bring one up right now. Bring one up.
I'm sorry, I'm just started a game, so I'm about to go in right now.
All
It
right.
would probably be hard to have a discussion whilst playing.
It's okay.
So
I'm gonna bring
I'll
one up
probably
for the
come back.
audience. Okay, I'll have one by the time you get back.
All right, nice. Appreciate talking to you, man. Have a good one.
Wow. You're still meeting new guys, Jeremy. That's cool, man. That's
Oh,
what's
I
up,
got
boy.
some good ones right here. Clearly coming back down to Earth.
That's what's up, man. I'm glad to see that you're still playing the field, man.
The parabolic arc.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at. Oh, I got a good one. Real
What are you
fucking
talking
good.
about,
There's.
dude?
Look at this one. Look at the live stream text one.
I'm
Let me put it in
driving,
there.
dude. What are you doing?
Oh, well, then don't look at that then.
Yeah, dude. So, dude. You know I got
Look at
FOMO.
this one. Tell me this shit, not you, Coach. Everyone else that's being
What?
responsible. This is
Dude, you're such
definitely.
a
If this
jerk,
don't
man.
look like it's coming back down to Earth, I don't know what in your brain. Right? Look at that.
Let me take a look at what you got going on, dude.
No,
Just,
don't look at it. You're driving. Ban him.
Dude, hold on, man. I'm not
Yeah, no.
driving anymore. Hold up, dude.
You're still.
Stop driving for a second.
Yeah, I know. Lies.
Where do I go to look?
Globe lies. Live stream text one.
Yeah, I'm there. Okay.
Yeah, look at
Now what?
the picture I posted. There's a picture I posted.
Oh,
Why are you
what
acting
the
like you
fuck?
don't know how chat works?
Because I thought you were live streaming like a fucking civilized person, but
You
you're
don't
just showing
live
pictures.
stream
Yeah, cool,
shit.
dude. All right.
Dude, you don't
Oh,
live stream and
you
live
did-
stream text one.
You did that?
What?
You did that? That
That
picture?
picture?
Yeah.
Dude, hell no, I didn't do that. You know who I
Was that a
am?
field goal?
What?
Was that a field goal?
You think so, right? You want to see
Yeah.
what mission it's from? See what
I
takeoff it
picked a
was.
field goal. It looks like SpaceX.
That was from Rockwell Space Shuttle.
Okay.
That was NASA.
Okay.
Kennedy Space Center off Airport, Florida, USA, November 30th, 2000.
Wow, that's
Launched
what's
a
up, man.
Space Shuttle Endeavour from pad 39B on mission STS-97.
That's what's
5-minute
up, dude.
exposure taken from the causeway, 7 miles from the pad.
That's what's
Nikon
up,
map
dude. You're a
camera,
Glober now, or
24
what?
millimeter lens. Why are you rumpusing me while I'm giving you the details of this?
Go ahead, man.
Asking me these questions later, and I'm going to be like,
I'm
bitch,
rubbising you. You're rubbising me.
I was the
This is
whole
what
time
rubbis would be
giving you a
doing.
breakdown of this.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Don't you dare compare me to Rumpus. He's spastic.
I
Kodak
thought
Royal
you're
Gold
beefing
100.
me, bro.
Oh my God. Fine. You know all the info now. You know where to find it. It's fine. Clearly
I thought you...
coming back down to Earth. Look at that shit.
Oh, that's
Hey,
what you're
dude.
trying. I thought you were like a Glober now or something. My bad, dude.
Showing you how they're lying to us and they're just flying these shits back down to Earth.
I don't know about that, man.
That's a no-brainer. That's a field goal right there. You're right. That's 3 points for me.
Yeah, 3 points for you.
3 points for
And I
me
got a
right
touchdown,
there.
buddy. Yeah, so...
Where's your touchdown?
Yeah.
You got to have
Well,
something to
I
have a
gotta...
touchdown.
Hold on, man. I got a gift in my thumb drive. I'm on the highway. Okay, I'm not gonna pull it out right now. I got a gift. It's I call it what do I call it? Anyways, it's one of those. It's where the rocket is going. It looks like it's going back down to Earth, just like you guys always say. It's going back down to Earth. The only problem is you can see the exhaust the entire time. And that's the issue. It's because you can see the exhaust the entire time. It looks like it's going back down to earth. It's curving just like that, but the exhaust is dissipating more and more, even as it's curving back down, which tells you something. Something's not right with our assumption that it's going back down.
Dude, all you gotta
So
do
let
is
me pull
look
it
at
up.
these long exposure shots. Don't pull it out, bro. Look at these long exposure shots we got.
All right,
It's a
hold on.
no-brainer. These shits is coming back down, bro.
Well, I think that's the problem, man. You need a brainer because
No, this is
you're
a
gonna be
no-brainer. They got like 3 feet of air that time. Look at them. The one Geo I mean, mine's better, but the one Geo posted is good too.
one of you guys should have the one that it's like an old famous GIF, man, and I have it in there. It's like, you guys always used to post it, and I used to love it because that one is the best one for.
Don't worry about the one. Look at the GIF, the long exposure shot I posted. It's from STS 97, 2000, Endeavor.
Okay,
What did I say? STS 97. Was that the mission?
they're great shots, but I like the one
It
that has
doesn't matter.
the exhaust.
Why? Look at the
Actually,
one
this
that's
one's
coming
kind of
back
good.
down to earth.
You can see the exhaust in this one too.
Yeah, look at the one that's coming back down to earth. Well, I like the exhaust on that one.
All right, yeah. Well, why would the exhaust be dissipating as it was coming back down to earth? Does it make sense?
Not using as much fuel burning as much fuel anymore, so because they're coming back down. You don't need to burn fuel coming down. Look, they're gonna land in the ocean somewhere. One Geo posted
okay.
right in the Bermuda Triangle. That's why they cleared that area out. They've scrubbed the launch for fish boats before, because they don't want nobody seeing them fucking landing in the ocean. All right, they made this Bermuda Triangle bullshit up to keep people out of there, because that's where they're sinking all the fucking rockets, probably right up in that area, general vicinity, right there. Look at it. Look how the one point starts right near fucking the NASA launch pad too. That's weird.
Well, let me ask you a question, man. I got this bald asshole dude messaging me saying, "Confirm that you're picking me up, asshole." He looks like a bald idiot. But anyways, not that I have anything against bald people, but let me ask you a question, dude. What is it? When you said, I asked you, why is it dissipating as it's coming back down? You said because it doesn't have to use any more fuel. What does that have to do with the exhaust dissipating? The exhaust.
What do you mean, dude? Dude, there's
When I
going to be
say
less
dissipate,
exhaust. They're burning. There's going to be less exhaust. It's coming back down. They're not burning as much fuel.
sure,
Right?
sure, but that's not my
Right.
statement, dude. The exhaust is dissipating, as in the exhaust is spreading out.
Bro,
That's
it
bizarre,
looks
man.
like there's less in all the long exposure ones. There's less fuel burning as much fuel because now they're on the way down.
I gotta pick this asshole up in 6 minutes,
To me.
dude. I'm gonna pull out my thumb drive and I'm gonna fucking show this to you, dude.
Don't pull it out.
Yeah, dude, I almost just crashed, man.
You should probably not
Too
be
much
on
I care.
Discord right now. What are you doing, Lyft?
Yes, I am. Probably not for too much longer, though. I think I'm gonna get fired.
From Lyft? That's hard to do. What happened? You stop being a creeper on the chicks.
A creeper?
Whatever you're
Dude,
doing, I don't know what you do.
Exactly, you don't know
You're
what I
creeping
do.
on chicks.
I'm a creeper, dude. Anyways, pulling out my thumb drive. I literally have 50. I have 50 thumb drives, dude. I gotta find the right one.
In your pocket right now? Can
No,
connect it on
shit.
your phone?
No, damn it. No, I got cases, dude. Hold on. God damn it. I gotta drive with my knees on this windy road just to
All
pull
right,
out
listen, I
this
got stuff
gift.
to do. We've seen the evidence that the rockets are obviously coming back down to Earth. I mean,
I'm risking my life.
This
dude.
is a layup, dude. This is a layup for us. Oh.
I like the idea that Kosho's just sitting in like a CIA office somewhere, just with a bunch of like sound effects, like that he's on the road.
I'm like the fucking guy from Police Academy, just making like all the sound effects. All right, let's see what we got here. GIF. Where are we? Oh, come on, is this the wrong? Oh, no, it's not the wrong one. Good.
How
Let
what
me
are you gonna
post
do
one
with
up.
thumb drives? What you plug a? How are you plugging a thumb drive into your phone? What do you got? A whole computer there?
Oh yeah, I got all my shit. Yeah. I gotta make sure it's on here though. That's the problem. I don't know if it's on this thumb drive or where it is. I gotta take a left.
Have you seen those
Jeremy can
TikToks?
use.
Have you seen
Yeah,
those
go ahead.
TikToks of that guy who puts a green screen like in his car behind him, and he's like driving around, but he's like pretending like he's like in an office meeting, and like the green screen makes it look like he's in his office. He does
That
one.
sounds funny though.
He does one where he's on a boat. He's like out on the ocean, like going 50 miles an hour in a boat. He's got a green screen. It looks like he's sitting in the office for his job.
God damn it! I pressed the wrong fucking button. All right, hold on. I'm almost there, and I'm sure I'm gonna pull it up. So hold on. I'm gonna be so happy if it's here. I'm gonna be so happy if I can just post it. It's here. Hold on. Come on, damn it. What was it called? I named it something. What did I name it? I named it
This is why your Lyft rider
Rocket.
is asking if you're coming, because he's wondering if this guy's trying to debunk flat earthers on the
Hey
internet.
man. Hold on. Rockets. That's what I think it's
You
called.
should write him
Rocket. Here we
back
go.
and just be like, "Yo, I gotta pwn some NASA deniers real quick. I'll be a little late."
Oh man. God damn it. I can't find it. I'm just gonna post something else. I don't have time to keep searching, dude.
What is this you're trying to show us? Is a rocket actually going to space?
Yeah, hold on. Fucking hell. God damn it. Hold on, I might have to pick this guy up now. Wait, no, I think okay, cool. I thought I missed a turn. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Come on, man. I think it might not be in this thumb drive. I gotta pull a different one out, but it's fine. Fucking hell, dude, it is in a different one, man. Just forget about it for now. Let's just forget about it. God damn it. Wait, I think. Oh, man. Oh, he said sweet. I think he's being a nice guy now, that bald guy. Okay, I think I got a minute then.
The fallen rocket triangle of lies. Bermuda Triangle.
Fucking hell, dude. It's starting to piss me off, man.
Dude, that shit's a layup for us right there, Gio. This rocket's coming back
No,
down.
it's
Just
not.
look at it. Just look at it, dude.
That's what it was called. Rockets go back down. That's what I named it. Okay. Yes. Okay. Hold on. I gotta pick this guy up, dude. I got time. God damn it. I'll have it soon.
Yeah, they make that parabolic arc right back down.
I gotta go. I gotta pick this guy up, man.
For real though, Coach, do you even have any explanation as to why they're making a parabolic arc right now back to Earth?
Yes, I do. I do have an explanation, and you would know that if I.
It's the easy W for us all day right there. Like, I don't care what there's nothing you could say to me or show me after seeing that to make me think those rockets aren't coming right back down.
Yeah. What do you think, Howard?
And oh, hold on. Not to mention the huge coincidence that the Bermuda Triangle just lines right up with the fucking area they're shooting the rockets into. That's another one of these crazy coincidences.
I'm just stressing over Kosho trying to post the GIF and pick the guy up and missing the turn. And yeah.
I picture him. He's got the laptop in the passenger seat. He's got one hand on the trackpad trying to find it. He's missing turns.
He's fumbling, driving with his knee.
I'm wondering over the years how many car accidents Discord and Kosho have caused. Probably 3 at least. 3 fender benders. Look at what he posted. He's got a pseudosphere next to fucking Feynman, Tesla. Faraday, get the fuck out of here.
That's pretty funny.
That's a pseudosphere right there. That shape. That's how you get the 5-sided square. Because there's negative Gaussian curvature everywhere, I think. Like a sphere will have Gaussian curvature everywhere. But that one has like negative. That's very telling that you picked a pseudosphere, Kojo. That's hyperbolic geometry. You don't even use that for anything real. That's totally made up. There ain't nobody using hyperbolic geometry for anything useful anywhere ever. Name one time somebody used hyperbolic geometry for anything that had anything to do with anything in reality. They got nothing.
Hyperbolic geometry.
Yeah, nobody uses that shit. Unless you're going to make a pseudosphere. Other than that, like, what the fuck?
Pseudospherical surfaces.
I wonder how many dimensions. Is that still a 2D surface? A pseudosphere, is that still a 2D surface? Gotta be. For them. For me, I'm not so sure. I know something that has constant Gaussian curvature everywhere can't be 2D. Because then you just have points. There's only a point that you could put on a 2D plane with a constant Gaussian curvature. You can only put a point. Like, you'd have to chop it up in infinite pieces to be able to put it on a 2D plane. You could never do it. You can't do it. It's not the surface of a sphere can't be 2D, but they say it is though. So I'm wondering how many dimensions they say this pseudosphere is, and if negative Gaussian curvature can be laid on a 2D surface. I'm guessing it can't. That's just a guess though. Yo, Hez could say what they want about Bev, But Bev put me on a bunch of geometrical arguments that absolutely kill these guys every time. I've been telling everyone for a while, yo, you guys need to go fuck with Bev and get, hang out for a little bit. Get your geometry on.
Yeah, like when you look at the the details of the rocket launch, it's just continuously rising in altitude and ever increasing its speed until it reaches like 17,000 miles an hour, or I think it actually is supposed to get to like 25,000 miles an hour to escape velocity. And to make an arc like that, you wouldn't be able to be increasing it. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It's like you can't compare it to an airplane in the distance with perspective when it's 30,000 feet, but it still looks like it's at your eye level. It's not the same case because rockets go straight up.
They do take an arc. They don't go straight up. They do take an arc, but they are supposed to be going up all the time.
Yeah, even if they took an arc,
like there's not a part
like that, right?
Yeah, there's not a part where it's like going straight out. I mean, maybe at its peak, but that right there at that got posted, Geo posted in between Napoleon Dynamite and the Bermuda Triangle, like that peak would have had to have happened. Like, that's not that far out. I don't think they're in space right there. Like they're not curving down with the globe already right there. There's no fucking way. And look how hard of a curve that is. If that's curving with the globe right there, we should be able to see Earth curve standing on the ground. What the fuck? There's no way There's no way.
Right, yeah, it's not the curve of the globe. That's not going around the side of the ball there. That's like right in your visual. Yeah, if that was the case, the globe would have like a 50-mile radius.
You would see planes doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? You would see the contrails or chemtrails or whatever you want to call them. You would see them arcing like that, and you just don't see that. Them chemtrail, contrails, whatever you think they are, they're straight. I've seen them shits from all different angles. I live near 2 airports. Them shits are never curved. They used to do the Blue Angels near me. It was awesome. You had to walk for miles just to get to it. Yeah, that shit's a slam dunk right there, bro. Them shits are not going to space. I mean, you want to come in and talk about don't you believe NASA and they're going to space or whatever. But if you start with that, like, oh, you think they're going to space? Like he used that on me. I was like, okay, perfect. No, I don't. Maybe they're going to space. It doesn't really look like it though. When you start analyzing it. Not to mention, we already know they're not giving us an accurate representation of what space is like. I mean, anyone can see it just from the camera shit they've pulled. We got them on tape faking them putting Earth cut out in front of one of the windows of the fucking thing they were in. trying to fake fucking Earth. You remember that on the? I think it was funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They were trying to put like this little cutout that made it look like Earth. You know, the porthole window or whatever. The window was like circular, so they were like putting Earth in it and trying to get the right angle and shit to make it look like the Earth was in the frame.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what would that
no.
have been? That would have been like a high altitude plane that they were just doing that out of? Because I mean, if they're not in
I-
space
I-
at all, because that story was that like, oh, they were only in low Earth orbit. I've heard Jaronism has talked about. He thinks that whole thing was kind of a psyop, that they kind of like sent that footage to Bart Sibrel purposely, knowing that he was probably going to do something on it, and that it would like reinforce the idea that they are in space. You know, because they, you know, the whole story is, oh, they're in space, they're in low Earth orbit.
Exactly, dude. They don't just let that shit slide out like that, man. That would have been, they would have destroyed that or something. You know what I'm saying? That's not even some shit they would have had, bro.
Right, and they
So
sent it.
for them
The
to send,
story is,
especially for them to send it out accidentally. Okay, maybe they do have copies of it, but they ain't gonna be sending that shit out on the accident like that. Like, there's no way they put that shit out there to make heads think. Yes, look, we're in orbit.
right.
I'd go with that Jaren story. Absolutely. That reinforces the orbit thing, and that they are in space. Absolutely, no question, bro. You don't just fuck up and send something like that out, especially on something that big. Like if those tapes or whatever are even were still around, they would have been under lock and key so tight. That's not something some random person, data entry person is going to get a hold of. You know what I'm saying? Some guy's checking on FOIA requests or something. Ain't just going to like come across that. That's not in like all the rest mixed in with all the rest of the files and shit. What the fuck? Absolutely. Jaren called that right on. He hit the hammer right on the head with that. He hit the nail on the head. Yeah, like once you start looking into everything, you could tear every little thing apart piece by piece, and you know, maybe this, maybe that. When you start putting all the pieces together, though, it's like, come on, how can you not see what's going on?
Yeah, and all the lack of the direct, like continuous footage, you know, from the ground to space, like that is just lacking. I mean, if it were real, I think about in today's world, you know, all these people like fucking paragliding and skydiving and all this stuff. We have 1080p footage, high definition 4K of just everything in this world. You know, from every angle and every, you know, form and every file format. I mean, it's everywhere. If space was real, we would have thousands upon thousands of, you know, very authentic video and photos from all around the earth at every angle, you know, seeing satellites all floating around and, you know, shots of the North Pole and eclipse shots and stuff. But instead, we get this very like hacked up, you know, every time they send a rocket to space, it cuts to CGI. Yeah, there are some things that like show, you know, the Earth spinning in outer space, but they're all very like fabricated looking and very limited, and they all look different, you know, like different colors, and it's just so funky. Like it's just,
Yeah, as it is now, everything gets recorded. If some lady makes a fancy cupcake in her kitchen, it's getting recorded in 4K from multiple angles. So, you know what I'm saying? We literally record everything. Some people just wear camcorders walking down the street, like just everything. There's cars driving around with a specific job to record stuff. Like, we literally record we make so much data now that we surpass every year that's come before it by like tenfold every year. It's like all the data of all of history that we've ever made, we're gonna make like times that this year, just because everything's getting recorded. Anyways, yeah, there would be more footage, way more footage of everything, and there should have been this whole time. I mean, even back then, even back with the moon landings and shit, you would have wanted every single thing being recorded and shit. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't have just sent one camera up to the moon. What? That's fucking crazy. You don't. They always had backups for everything, but they didn't put a backup for the live stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have had so many cameras up there. The first thing they would have done was went and set up like 5 cameras all around our whole shit and sent it back to Earth. You know what I'm saying?
definitely.
Even back then, and now with the cameras that we got now, everybody's got a fucking camera. There's more cameras than ever. There should be a camera everywhere on ISS live streaming right now. What the fuck? Cameras on the moon, everywhere we've been, there should be we should have left a camera. Like, there's no reason we wouldn't have, unless you're faking it.
Yeah, it's like very controlled what we get. It's very like specific. I know like B-Ball gets all excited and he posts these things that NASA puts out as if they're like absolute verification of a globe. But I mean, yeah, they're pumping some stuff out. And I guess maybe to some people it's convincing. But I mean, obviously it is to some people. But I was thinking about this too. When they launch like a something out into space, how do they not hit all the 25,000 satellites that are around the Earth? How do they not hit those?
The amount of meteorites that hit Earth every year, it's in the like quadrillions or something, or trillions. It's up there, bro. It's like a massive amount of weight. Let me see if I can find it. I come across every once in a while. It's like you're not even gonna believe how many it is. How many meteorites hit Earth each year? This one says 500 meteorites here each year. That ain't right. Yeah, some of the people got it real low, but there's stuff floating in space that doesn't hit Earth, like that goes between us. Hold on. 5,000 tons of space dust fall to Earth each year. It's only dust, though. Here we go. Meteoroids, Wikipedia. An estimated 25 million meteoroids, micrometeoroids, and other space debris enter Earth's atmosphere each day. 25 million meteoroids and micrometeoroids a day. But that means anything going into space, anything that goes into space, like whether that was going to reach, like a lot of that stuff wouldn't have reached the ground. However, if you're going into space, that stuff's there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're above where it starts to burn up, you're going to get hit by that stuff. 25 million a day. Like, it's a shooting range up there. And we've been, the ISS got hit once. That shit should be getting ripped to shreds on a daily basis. Everything should be. It's a straight shooting gallery up there.
Yeah, so with that and all the satellites that are supposed to be up there, how would you ever be able to shoot something out into space and just fly out there through that war zone of shit? Yeah,
The Glober's comeback will be like, well, that stuff's not reaching the ground. However, it doesn't have to
Hello. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
How are you, man?
Doing all right. How about you? How about yourself?
Same.
So you've been questioning the globe Earth?
No, not strongly. No,
No, what?
not really. No. What's electromagnetic cosmology?
The idea that the universe and the Earth is electromagnetic, electrostatic in nature. Electric universe, sometimes people call
What
it.
is electrostatic?
Well, you know the
If you
difference.
know.
Yeah, the difference between magnetic and static.
Yeah,
You know,
I think you said electrostatic. I don't know. Yeah, no, fuck it. Uh, um, well, you know what electromagnetism, I guess, is. I don't see how what that has to do with cosmology, but I'm curious.
well, are you familiar with electric universe?
No, never heard those two words be put together.
Okay. Well, I mean, without going too detailed, I would say in general, it's the concept that all of the functioning of the world we live in is controlled and rooted in electrodynamic forces, electrodynamic fields.
Okay.
So the relationship between the sun and the moon, the tides, the movement of the stars, connected to plasma fields and electric fields, even down to the concept that actually physical matter is made of electromagnetic and static frequencies.
So would you say that gravity is electromagnetism or magnetic forces pulling the things together?
I would refer to it a bit more on a static field more than magnetic. I think it's more electrostatic in nature, like the way that things cling. Like if you take one of those old tube televisions, and there's a lot of
Sure.
dust in the air, you'll see the dust kind of clinging to the tubes. So
Okay.
I think gravity is connected more to an electrostatic force.
Would you mind if I quickly I clicked on the link or like a link when I typed in electromagnetic cosmology. I just want to read the conclusions. That's there. If you don't mind, would you mind going through that with me?
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
do really quick, I guess. It's not too long. It just says the above presented wave model is able to combine mode energy conservation with the empirical fact of cosmological photon redshift by delivering the following results. It solves the always as mystic in quotation considered problem as to where the energy of redshifted photons has gone, namely nowhere. But this energy is still and always there. The whole energy is just redistributed along an increasingly elongated wave mode. It is conciliatory. Sorry, my English is not my first language, so you'll have to excuse that. The generally accepted assumption that the wavelengths of freely propagating photons is an expanding universe increase with cosmic expansion scale as shown in section 3. It is fuck, that's the new word for me. Conciliatory with the general expectation that the energy the density of C and B photon scales with 1 divided by s times 4 or to the power of 4, since this is what in fact the observer with a present day spectrometer sees. It also confirms now regarding wave modes from a photon view the recently published idea of 12 that photons in their peculiar photon rest frame do not suffer from the expansion of the universe, and it supports the idea in the above mentioned paper that their total electromagnetic energy density at present times, which is roughly by a factor of said equals 1100, higher than in the standard model S-3 instead of S-4, or to the power of -4, is comparable with the energy density of matter and can therefore explain a certain amount of dark matter. There's some final words here, but so far I'm confused. Someone who who understands math better than I do would probably know if there's any validity to this theory than I can. That's for sure. Would you happen to be either a mathematician or like a physicist or anything? You?
Well, I've studied. Sorry, I'm doing something. Physics and mathematics, but my actual degree is in cosmology and philosophy.
Okay. So you're more of a philosopher?
I guess in some ways, but not in all ways. But yeah, perhaps.
All right. That's cool. How does a philosophist make a living? I've never actually known that. You get paid to like ponder and what's the word? Think about different topics. Or are you not employed as a philosopher at this moment?
Well, I was just describing that I did a master's degree program that was involved cosmology, philosophy.
Both at the same time, or like two separate things?
Well, the program is called Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness. So essentially, it's all three of those, kind of a triple degree program.
That's pretty cool. I hope you don't mind. Do you mind if I ask what college that is?
It's called California Institute of Integral Studies. It's in San Francisco.
California. Yeah.
Yeah.
California's a sunny, beachy place, isn't it?
Southern California more than northern, but yeah, there's still nice beaches up in northern. But yeah, I think the classic kind of,
stereotypical.
Yeah, that's more down in like San Diego and Los Angeles. But
Right.
San Francisco's a little more.
Would you say you have a homeless problem where you live, or?
Well, I don't live in San Francisco, but I think San Francisco has had a big homelessness problem. Yeah, but I think it's been changed a bit. I mean, the tech industry kind of took over San Francisco, so they've changed it up a lot.
Right. Yeah, homelessness is a issue we can all probably agree is terrible, and if we can fix that, that would be great.
Yeah, maybe we should ask Jeff Bezos to give a few dollars to solve it tomorrow.
The problem is he actually could. He could probably find a way to make cheap houses that he could sell for a cheap ass price. but there's no money in it. You know what I mean? So it would have to come from his generosity, and as we all know, Jeff Bezos isn't particularly how do you say giving.
Yeah.
And I think the whole, I guess, American mindset doesn't really, how do you say, make for good. Like they have no incentive to make cheap housing, because just buying a bunch of houses and holding them will make them go up in value over time. That alone. So the more houses you build, the less they're worth. You know what I mean? And as we all know, America loves to get rich, so that's a problem. And inflation as well, that drives the prices up.
Yeah, maybe we should just have a rule. Nobody can be a billionaire until there's no homeless people. How about that?
I would
Make
like
it
to
a-
see that.
Yeah,
I
just
wonder
make,
what would happen.
make it a law.
Yeah.
You'll be taxed millions of dollars if you're a billionaire until the homeless people are completely.
Try fucking telling that to the lobby politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the billionaires making the laws in the first place, so we're kind of the system's pretty rigged.
I would, for most part, agree with that. It gets once in a while. You get the like some presidents have a tendency to kind of give with one hand and take with the other, so they might like I can't come up with any good example right now, but they might give you some health benefits, but at the same time, fucking let the companies raise their insurance prices, so like it'll become free, but it's like there's hidden fees and whatever. Like I can't get an example, but they're good at passing off as being generous at the same time taking away some bullshit. So yeah, but we can probably all agree that American politicians aren't great in all respects. They gotta make a living, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of corruption for sure. So what have you been researching in terms of like kind of what generally brought you to the server? Like what are your interested in? What kind of information or research are you looking into doing?
Excuse my coughing. Well, I thought it would be interesting to see if I could debate people who have this mindset and see if I could change their opinions. So far, I found it difficult because in a lot of servers I do get muted quite often, and some people also have the tendency to call me stupid and ignorant and a bitch, and like I could go off on the words I've been called. But so I've found so far that the discussion hasn't been very fruitful. But like some people are like you, very very pleasant to talk to. So that's good. I would say that I work in the healthcare system, and I have myself had what some people would probably refer to you guys as. I am not, but having illusions or delusions or like paranoia and a twisted mindset. So I do believe that there is a couple of people in here who do have that problem, though not everybody. Some people are just, it could be religious reasons, it could be so many different reasons for why they come to these conclusions. And I'm just curious if I can help them, or not necessarily help, but like see if I can change their mind. Yeah. But as I know from my own experience, when you're convinced of something, it can be difficult to change it. Have you ever had sorry, what?
No, I said I got you. So are you talking about the shape of the Earth in particular, or just
Yeah,
other
anything. Like I've talked to some people on this server who believe that there are lizard people who like are controlling everything. So you never really know what you're debating until you ask people. So, but yeah, for the most part, I thought it was just going in for the flat Earth, but I found it to be so much more to talk about. And that does make it harder because, like, if I can have one person, then it would be easier. But because then I can find debating points against it. But when it can be so many, and some people have like would disagree with so what someone else in the chat would say, it becomes very difficult to actually find good ways of trying to debate the topic. But then again, I'm not a good debater anyway, so.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, I mean, on this server, we really work a lot to not have all the insults and all the personal attacks happening, and then also to really let everybody speak and finish what they're saying, and even if people disagree, to allow each side to say their point and everything. So yeah, we work hard to try to make it as fair and possible so we can have good discussions. And because I agree with you, there's in some environments it can be pretty difficult to have a conversation without a lot of those things being affected.
As I said to another guy who I was talking to, I don't know I think it was probably a different channel. I'm not sure, but like if you want to change my opinion, you can't do that by like attacking me personally. Like that wouldn't help me change my opinion, right? That would just make me unwilling to have a discussion. So I appreciate the position you're taking on the whole courtesy issue, because I feel like I've been courteous as courteous as I can be, but of course I understand people getting frustrated. I do too. So
yeah, it happens, but when that's the baseline though, then it tends to. It's kind of like you can be having a decent conversation, and then at some point it just like goes off the rails, and then when it goes into that territory, then it can be hard to kind of maintain on whatever the ideas that actually were happening, that were being discussed. But
I guess that's normal with passionate people. If you're passionate about something, you might get emotional about it. Like I know I do. So I completely understand it.
Yeah.
Would you say you're a science nerd, or are you interested in what in different theories and say what are you interested in? I guess I would probably say would probably be easier. Cosmology is a big subject, the biggest, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I could talk about myself, or we could kind of get onto like a topic, like if there's a particular topic.
Whatever you want, man. That's all up to you.
But I mean, you were saying that your main, like you're kind of thinking, like hoping to see if you can change people's minds, like towards your perspective, or do you feel like you're open to having your mind changed, or I'm just kind of curious because you mentioned that.
I'm absolutely able to have my mind changed. I would say it's probably going to be extremely difficult, but I've had some people arguing with me who have made me stop for a second, and I had to think about it. But later, when I I can give an example. He was saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson had said that you can't see Earth from this perspective, and at first I was a little bit perplexed because I did believe that was not the case. So, and I didn't first understand why he said it, but later when I remember what interview he was actually taking it from, it was like Neil deGrasse Tyson was dissing Jeff Bezos or the either Jeff Bezos, the one who has Virgin Galactic, I think. Because he was not going very high up, like all the other private space companies go much higher than he does, and he jokingly said, "Well, you can't even see Earth from that, like you can't even see the curvature from that distance." And of course, I also took it to be literally in the way it was presented. So sometimes I've had to think about it, but so far I haven't been convinced, and I would say it's probably equally as hard to change my opinion as it probably is to change some of the people in here. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, I think at the end of the day, each person really comes to their own conclusions. There's a lot of information presented to us. And it's interesting to think about, for me, like the difference between, firsthand information versus secondhand versus tertiary, which would be kind of, third-hand information. Yeah. So do you feel like you have any like firsthand verification that the Earth is a globe, or would you say most of it would be secondhand or third?
Yes, I have, and I've been told that I'm not able to see the light refraction, or I didn't understand what he was trying to say, but I've been on a boat, for example, here in Norway. We live the whole country is a coastline. We've all been on boats, and I myself have seen boats disappearing in the horizon where you can only see the top and the bottom is gone, unless you look through, unless you go higher up on the boat. I mean, then it starts to become easier to see the rest of the ship. So to me, that seems like not enough. It's enough for me. But they would say, for example, it's a wavy ocean, and I would say no, it's flat, like no waves. Then they would say it's like I'm not sure what the words they were using, but like yeah, it sounded like disingenuous explanations for why I couldn't see the bottom of the ship. And yeah, they're saying like the further you go away, the less you can see of the. Like if you stand on a flat plane and you see a person walk along far away, you can't see them. But I would say yeah, but that's because the person is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Because it's further away, but the boat is not getting smaller. It's just the bottom is disappearing before the top, which I would say is a different thing.
This is why I say it all comes back to sailboats every time.
Well, he asked me, drinker of Kool-Aid, if you want to stop interrupting people, please. He asked me what was stop. I'm fucking talking, drink, please. He asked me a question.
Calm down.
What is my personal experiences? And I answered it.
I know, and I was making a joke.
I could go to, for example, being on planes and slightly seeing the curvature there, but then you'll probably say, oh yeah, it comes back to the planes.
Yo, you don't know me. My name is Drink of the Kool-Aid.
I didn't say I know you. I just know you interrupted me.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
No, I don't need to hold on because you're not holding on.
All I talk about.
Geo.
Right. I was making a joke on myself because all I talked about is boats.
You were making a joke on me.
Yes.
You were interrupting me.
No, it was about me. It was about me, dude. Calm down. Nobody's attacking you. I was making fun of myself. Because the only thing I talk about is sailboats.
What kind of boat do you have, man?
I'm sorry, say that. What was the question?
What kind of boat do you have?
Oh, I've got a little stinker of a boat, but I'm really into the Amoka 60 class ships. That's the. Yeah, they're the ones who like do the Vendée Globe, the Jules Verne, all those fun races. That's the type of ships I talk.
I've had a couple of boats, but not sailboats. They seem difficult to steer, man. Fuck. Like,
they can
impossible. Be. But yeah, sorry, Gio. My bad. I'm getting angry. I don't know why. I feel like almost on all of these channels, you get interrupted so often that I'm fucking livid every time I get interrupted, dude. Because it's almost every time.
Hey, if you're not getting angry, you're not doing something right, man.
You can't do something right without getting angry.
No, you can't, man.
What if you're a teacher? Should you get fucking angry at the children? If not, you know.
If they get bad, if they don't answer the questions right, then yeah, they understand.
Yeah.
To answer the questions.
You fucking
right,
child, get it right. Get it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn the fucking alphabet,
bitch.
So, Kosho, can you explain to him how boats cut off from the bottom up over a planar Earth?
Yeah, I can. I see. I know that Kool-Aid. He is fond of the boats. Although I prefer the ships because the ships, they don't have an excuse. Boats, there can be an excuse. There can be an excuse sometimes because they are, they're still kind of small. They can be, they're at that range where they can disappear due to angular resolution. But a ship.
Yeah, what's angular resolution? No
resolution. Angular resolution
right?
It's your ability to resolve something in a distance that's very small. So if it's if it becomes too small, you can't see it. Yeah.
I'm not talking about small boats. I'm talking about really fucking big ones.
Right. Yeah. Big ships. Exactly. Ships. Yeah. Big ships. You can't confuse those. You can't hide those. There's no angular resolution that will hide those.
So, Coach,
sorry.
so how are those cutting off from the bottom up over a planar surface?
Over a planar surface, well, it's a little thing I like to call magic.
Nice. That's convenient. God damn. I wish I had some of that.
I mean, it's
Hey, do you-
possible, you know. Yeah.
Does anybody here believe in magic? If you don't mind me asking.
I am a magician.
You are a magician? What kind of tricks can you do?
Card magic, yeah.
Sorry, your mic is a little bit.
So I'm driving. I said card magic. Card magic.
Card magic. Okay, nice.
Yes.
You can so you can make me disappear from this channel. I mean, give it a try. See if you can do it.
Well, give it time, sir. But to be honest, though, Geo did give a request, and the truth is, ships. So a ship could disappear in the off chance that you are very
Dude,
low.
It would be really funny if you said it was actually a submarine going down and you just didn't
Yeah.
realize it.
Actually, I have a picture of that. I don't know if you remember. There was that Italian ship. There was an Italian ship, and the what was it called? Oh man! But the captain he got off the ship. He was sinking, and the captain got off first.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had that picture, and so I was just showing people. I was like, "What's happening in this picture?" Because it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Do you believe in the whole thing that a captain should go down with the ship? Like if he's
not a
fucking
smart
sinking
captain.
it, he might as well fucking end it, right?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like a waste. It's like, why would you just die? Like you're gonna die.
Yeah,
But at the same time,
where's the bad captain? No, sorry, I'm kidding.
yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, a captain shouldn't he shouldn't sink a ship. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of, you know.
Wish they would have told that to the guy running the Titanic. He could have used that lesson.
Yeah, no, right. Well, they have some theories in here. You know, what was it? The Olympian, Geo, the Olympian.
Yeah, Olympic.
Right.
Got switched out with Titanic supposedly.
That's right. Yeah. For some reason.
I found that documentary and proposal more how do you say more believable than the Earth being flat.
Right. Well, what reason did they show this documentary? What was the main reason to switch the ships?
Insurance money.
Insurance money, yeah. Because I know that's the one main reason, but I know Geo, he has an interesting reason. Actually, it's actually not that far fetched to do with bankers and so that there's people they wanted to get rid of basically. And they also want to get rid of the ship.
I can summarize it if you want. Like the idea was that Olympic got hit by it collided with another boat and and a big hole was in the on the bottom of the ship, and like the one propeller got destroyed. And I do believe there was also a coal fire started somehow. I don't know if that was initially or if that was later. And supposedly they just finished Titanic at the same time, so they thought, we can't get any insurance money for that ship. That would be actually it makes no kind of sense because if you have already insured it, So supposedly they just switched out everything on the Titanic to the Olympic to look like Titanic, and they switched Titanic to Olympic. Oh fuck! It's a long time since I've seen this. I don't remember it too quite.
Well, they would have got more. They would have got more insurance for the Titanic, though, right?
Yeah, if it sunk, because it was supposedly working fine. But I think a good argument would probably be that I'm assuming that in this theory that previously they hadn't insured it yet.
Okay.
So actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I can't speak out of it. It's been too long. But I was really into it for a while. But I know like some divers had went down to check like if the serial number on the Titanic's propeller had the markings of the Olympic, and supposedly it did not. Of course, they could have faked those documents to make it seem like the other one was actually with the, you know, there's some clever stuff you can do, but then again, I don't think they in the past thought that anybody in the future would go down to the ship and check the propeller serial number. But of course, they could have on the new ship, so still could have a reason to switch them out. But I don't know.
People go all out sometimes. They do.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Well, I just got to Target, man. Target is my favorite store.
Hey, did you hit it?
You said what?
Did you hit it?
The Target. Oh yeah, that's why I see what you did there. Okay. No, I like Target though. I really do because lots of women.
Oh, nice.
Lots of women. Yes.
Isn't that a clothing
Target. And that's like Walmart. It's like a Walmart, but for attractive women. It's like
okay.
Really, it's really crazy. I don't know why. I really don't know why it's not. It's a bigger deal. It seems like.
Bro, on your budget, you need to be looking for the chicks in Walmart.
On my fucking budget, huh? Fucking.
You know that's true, bro. Come on.
Yeah, dude. Never mind, dude. I'll tell you what, dude.
Hey, Gio? Oh, sorry, I'm cutting you off.
Go ahead, man. I'm about to make fun of this fucking guy. Just go ahead, man.
What is Central Magnetic Mountain? I see like the rolls.
That would be the idea that there's a magnetic mountain at the North Pole. In the ancient Vedics, they called it Mount Meru, which was known as being a massive mountain at the North Pole, which is why our compasses all point to the north.
All right. Okay. I don't believe North Pole has any mountains per se, though. I could be wrong, of course, but.
So you go with the pretty much the kind of mainstream globe Earth, ideas.
Probably. Just see North Pole Mountain. Like I live quite close to North Pole. I mean, if you consider how far you guys live away, I guess. Not that I'm that interested in North Pole, but I never heard about a mountain there. But it probably could be a small mountain. But yeah, I do believe we have good explanations for why there's like a magnetic pull towards either side. Of course, that question is whether you believe in gravity or not.
You already know they're playing games with the North Pole, because when I was a kid, they used to have it always be this ice cap covered thing. Now it's just water, before it could have been a Mount Meru. Who knows, man? I mean, has anyone even been to the North Pole?
Yeah.
You guys,
people go to the North Pole all the time, dude.
I'm pretty
sure. It could be buried. You know what? Mount Meru could be buried underwater from rising sea levels.
Then it's not a mountain, and it's an underwater mountain.
Well, it was a mountain, though.
I don't know what you called it.
Could have been a mountain.
I do want to say, though, I do
could have
believe
been a
Norway,
low mountain.
I do believe Norway, our country, was the first to get to the North Pole center. We beat you Americans, man. We beat you because you fucking went with the dogs or whatever. Yeah.
Travis, were you going to say something? Your mic was a little delayed.
I was just going to ask if you guys have been keeping up with flat Earth philosophy. He talks a lot about the flat Earth model that he's constructed for magnetism. With the
I never heard of him. Who is he?
I just put the link in the chat right now.
Did you see he was on Glowbusters today, Travis?
Yeah, I was just watching it. My mind started to melt, so I jumped over here to see what you guys were doing. I'm probably about an hour and a half into it. It's stuff that he's said before. It's just really, really interesting, and it's completely out of the box, but it happens to go in line with in terms of understanding the magnetic field lines, the rotation of the stars, and it's really interesting. Absolutely interesting. Especially when he describes what he thinks the black hole is. There's a vortex up in the north. There's a vortex that vortex is just pure energy. And the Milky Way is a cluster. When the sun is going through our sky, we can't see the Milky Way. And then at night, the place where you can see the Milky Way, the sun's on the other side of it. So that what they, as far as I know,
the sun's on the other side of what?
the Milky Way.
The sun's behind the Milky Way.
The sun is, when the sun is, when you can see the sun in the sky, it's the Milky Way is behind it, so to speak. And then if you're in a place, because from what I understood, not every place on, I think that the Milky Way is farther to the south. But anyway, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it as much justice as he does in his explanation. But I would really, if anybody's interested in it, it's really interesting to listen to.
Milky Way surrounds us, though. Like we're in it.
You're gonna have to. I get what you're saying. So any model that challenges the heliocentric model is gonna run into, well, that's not our model, or that's not. So I understand what you're saying. So if the link that I put in, he does. This is a part 1 and a part 2, but they're pretty short videos. And you can go back through any of his other catalog where he might spend a little bit more time on one topic in particular, but this one he touches on a few of them. So
this one is for you, Copernicus. I'm wondering because so far everybody I've asked this to, I've never gotten an answer. I feel like because I've seen some models showing how the sun spins around on a disk, right? And the moon seems to be on the opposite side of that, and that is why moon and the sun is never in the sky at the same time. Would you agree with that?
so what was that very last part? You said the sun and the moon are never in the sky at the same time.
Yeah, like I've seen, at least the models I've seen of a flat Earth, the sun and the moon is usually, as far as I know, never in the same spot, right?
You mean they don't have conjunction?
Sure, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means, but
well, I mean, the only time the sun and the moon line up is in a solar eclipse, right? Yeah. So that's what you mean. Outside of solar eclipses, the sun and the moon never line up.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I think I think he might be referring to one of those animations that shows like basically the sun and the moon 180 degrees from each other, and they're rotating around like an AE map.
Yeah.
Well, that's just like a model, like a freeze frame version of it. I mean, essentially the sun and the moon would be making like kind of like the hour hand and the minute hand on a clock. You know, you've got so when they're what's called a conjunction, when they're right on top of each other, that would be a new moon. So they'd be in virtually the same part of the sky. And then, you know, when the moon is like a quarter phase, you know, like the waning and waxing phases. So like when it's waning, like it's quarter phase, that would be like, let's say 12:15 on a clock. So it'd be 90 degrees. And then, you know, the 12:30 position would be like 180 degrees. And then, you know, 12:45 or whatever would be that, you know, the closing square. And then back to the, so I mean, above the Earth, like let's say the Earth being a flat planar surface, you would still have the sun and the moon going through their cycles. And the idea of an hour hand and a minute hand is just, you know, correlative to how they're moving through the phases and their how the moon is moving through its phases in correlation to its position to the sun.
So sorry to say, but I wasn't completely finished with my setup here. It's a bit of a difficult question because you have to imagine 3 dimensions to understand this. But like here in Norway, we don't see the sun the same way you guys do, right? It's not straight above us or like or a little bit to the side or whatever. It's like, and it doesn't go in a nice fucking pattern like straight across our sky. It goes a little bit wobbly. And the reason for this is if you picture a ball and the Earth is a little bit tilted towards the sun, we are on the top of that ball. So when it's spinning like a little, like it barely, like half of the year, it barely comes up at all. Like here in the winter time, it's almost dark the whole fucking time. But in the summer, it's almost light all the fucking time. And some places, if you go more north, it's completely sun half the year and completely dark half the year. How do you explain that on the model?
Well, are you familiar with the way the tropics and the equator are laid out over like a Gleason's map?
What's a Gleason's map?
I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
So that's just a basic. I mean, it's often referred to as the azimuthal equidistant map, AE map, but that's particular Alexander Gleason. So perhaps not everybody who thinks the Earth is a stationary plane necessarily agrees with this map, but a lot do, or at least a lot think that it could be at least close or similar. The concept of the continents all coming out sort of like spokes of a wheel from the center, and then you'd have Polaris at the center, and then the sun, moon, and stars are all making circles around that, just like the face of a clock.
Yeah, but still here, from this picture, at least I'm assuming the sun for the most part goes around this, right? Around the ball?
Yeah, so I just posted that one, which shows just like a very basic little animation. So that the
is there
red,
animation?
This one's not animated. That's just a freeze frame picture. But you've got the equator, which would be the red line in the middle. Then you've got the Tropic of Cancer, which is the inner circle. Then the Tropic of Capricorn. So in this structure, essentially the sun is rotating around once a day, but throughout the year, kind of like a record player, where it makes slightly larger circles, slightly smaller circles. So essentially it's expanding and contracting throughout the year. So in the north, the way you described, like you would get that 24-hour sun because the sun is in that inner ring, and so the declination would be higher in your sky, and you're going to get that 24-hour sun. Whereas when it's all the way out in your wintertime, when it's all the way out on the outer rim of the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going to be very low in your sky. The declination will be very low, and then you're going to get a totally different amount of heat and light from it. It's going to be a lot less.
Yeah, I do feel like from this presentation, though, the sun would be coming from the east to the west, pretty much. That's not what we see here in Norway. It goes in a how would I explain this? Like you can picture, try and picture a ball, and it's tilted a little bit, and you have sun on one end, and let's say the ball is spinning and the sun is spinning. Not really spinning, but the ball is spinning. So the sun seems to come up at an arc, almost like a rainbow. Do you know what I mean? It goes like that way. Does that make sense? Hope I explained that correctly.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, that's why I was saying declination, because I don't know if you know what that term means, but essentially it's if you were in the winter time, you're going to be pointing, if you were on a point at the south at noon, you're going to be pointing down closer to your horizon, looking south, because it's sort of like it's making a frowning face, if you want to call it that. It sort of rises in the east and sets in the west, but it's very far away, so it's going to be making that shape. Whereas in the summertime, you're going to be pointing much higher to the sky. The sun will be coming. The declination is going to be much higher, and it's going to be making a different arc through the sky. I don't know if that answered what you were referring to, but
yeah, but still, it doesn't fit the way I see the sun from here in Norway. Because it would have to come from. Because I can look at my window every day and I see the sun coming from pretty much behind me, and it's almost doing like a little rainbow, but a little bit larger than like a rainbow is traditionally not that huge, I guess. But it's flatter than a traditional rainbow. It's like arcing a little bit.
The apparent position of the sun appears to be arcing.
Yeah.
So not actual position, apparent position.
What are you asking me now? I don't understand.
I'm just saying I'm not asking you anything. I'm just making sure we're clear. You're talking about the apparent position of the sun that you see in the sky.
Yeah. It doesn't come from west or east and then goes out west or east ever.
That's fine. The not actual position of the sun never goes west to east. You're saying?
Yeah, it comes more like a. Let me think. England is this way. It comes more like almost like from south, and then it arches a little bit up to southwest, and then goes down a little bit like west north.
Okay.
Yeah, that's because it's really far away, and north is like we were tilted a little bit. North is tilted a little bit towards the sun. Funny enough, I'm sure that's why South Pole is seems to be bigger, but I could be wrong, of course. But I do believe it is. Of course, that changes from time to time. Sorry, what?
You said you do believe it is. I said indubitably. Indubitably it is. Fucked up with the word.
Indubitably. So the apparent movement of the not actual position of the sun is a problem for you?
I don't understand what you're saying. Apparent non-movable. Say that one more time. I could be hearing you incorrectly.
The apparent motion of the not actual position of the sun is a problem for you somehow?
Not actual sun.
The not actual position of the sun.
It's the actual sun.
No, it's not. It's the apparent sun.
It's the apparent position, not actual.
What do you mean by that?
When you
that
see
the sun isn't where I see it. Is that what you're saying?
That's the mainstream.
The moon isn't even where you see it.
That's according to your model.
Well, the moon is where we see it, and the sun is where we see it.
He's telling you what you don't know about your own model that you're trying to tell us why you're on a spinning tilted ball as you talk over me the first time I talked.
To the side, and
is my mic bad?
Not doing a.
No, your mic's fine. Please don't talk over each other.
You just talked all over me for the first.
Go ahead,
I opened my mic for the first time, and you talked all over me, brother.
His mic is off.
Can you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I don't think we can.
Is that a yes or a no? Or?
Yo, can you unmute Rakia if you have him muted?
Some random guy has me muted. But anyway. Yeah, so he's trying to tell us that he doesn't know his own model because it's just an apparent position of the sun.
I still feel like I didn't understand.
I still feel like he's over talking
position.
Me.
So,
how did you explain the sun?
Hold on. Glow, is that your name? Glow?
It's Y-O.
Yo.
Okay. Yo. There's another panel member.
Go ahead, Travis.
Travis, now you're cutting out. Yo, were you able to hear Rakia Life when he was just speaking?
Mute, so I've been put on mute, so I couldn't answer that.
Okay, I know, but all right, hold on. Were you able to hear Rakia Life? He was speaking. It seems like
No. I couldn't hear him. He was muted for me, at least.
Can you unmute him?
Can you hear me now?
Sure. I hope I'm not gonna get yelled at or something.
Oh my god. You don't mind unmuting me, huh?
Did you have him locally? Did you have him locally muted for some reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like getting his feelings hurt and getting yelled at. So I'll talk really low just for you, Snowflake. So your own model.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you again.
Yeah, your own model.
He's gonna sit there and call me Snowflake and get.
Yeah, you just said I was gonna yell at you.
Did you see why I muted him?
Yeah, I wasn't yelling, brother.
What kind of attitude, dude?
I wasn't yelling.
Attitude.
Yeah, listen to you. I wasn't the one muting people saying they're going to yell at me when I haven't raised my voice.
Listen, yo, if you don't want to talk to him, don't mute him. Turn him down so you see when his name lights up when he's talking, and that way you're not over talking him.
Yeah, he doesn't seem smart enough to figure that out either. Obviously, even if he has me muted, sees my name lighting up. So obviously he's doing that on purpose, over talking. But anyway, we'll move forward. I think y'all heard what I said. He doesn't understand his own model, and he's here trying to tell us how his son would appear in his position in Norway on his tilting, spinning, wobbling model.
and he doesn't even know it's not even in that actual position. That's an apparent position due to refraction. Anyway, sorry for yelling at you, brother.
Yo, have you unmuted him?
Yeah.
So you are aware that the sun has an apparent position. When you see it, that's not where it actually is. And the moon is not where you see it. That's not where it actually is. That's your model.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I don't know if you understand it correctly, but yeah, it's probably true that it shifts a little bit depending on if the atmosphere has any effect on it. But I'm still saying that the sun doesn't appear the same way it does in America. Or
Why
more
would
so
you
in
expect
Europe
it
or
Why
to?
would it? Yeah,
why would you expect it to? Sorry,
Yeah, no, exactly.
sorry
What
for
would it?
yelling. Why would you expect it to?
Well, at least my point still stands. Like all the models I've seen, this also as well as the ones you showed me,
It was a
doesn't
direct
accurately
question to
explain
you,
the way
Yo.
I view the sun from here.
Why would you expect it to, as you made the statement that it doesn't look the same as it does in America? Direct question. Why would you expect it to? You're further north.
Yeah, it would have to go almost
Oh my god.
like quite a long way away from where it does appear.
Yeah, quite a long way. That's pretty accurate. So is there sun higher in your sky in your wintertime or in your summertime?
Hey, yo, can you hear him asking you a question?
No, I can't hear him.
Okay, you need to turn him up or you need to leave the server.
You just
Okay.
previously told me to turn down his volume if I didn't want to chat with him. You
Listen.
can't tell me.
People are free to talk to who they want to talk to. He has,
Yes,
if he
exactly.
wants
I
to.
am free to talk
Yeah,
with who I
yo,
want to.
stop! I'm talking right now.
Now you're over
If he
talking him.
wants to, he can reduce anyone's volume as long as he's not over talking them. Except if it's like a mod or something like that, and the mod is trying to moderate. But if it's just in terms of engaging in regular participation, then I don't see the problem. It's a little hairy because Rakia is a mod, so he won't know whether or not Rakia is saying something like in terms of moderation or not. So I think we should defer to Geo on this one.
So he does need to turn the
okay.
volume up
Yeah,
a little
as I
bit where he
sent,
can hear me.
a message
Yeah, how
to
about
Geo,
just
right?
mods? Not how about mods just not yell and scream and be rude to people, and we'll be all good.
That would
Yeah,
be
I mean,
good.
can I get in? Can I get in, please? Yeah, percentage. I think in terms of like his right to do so, yeah, I agree, but I don't think it's practical. Like, if you're going to be in a server and you're in a group chat, you really need to have everyone up to full volume so you can at least hear them. Like, then you can just ignore people. You don't have to engage anyone, but you shouldn't just have people turned down because then it becomes impractical.
I do agree, but it's also idealistic to expect that everyone's going to get along to the point where they actually want to hear the person's voice and, like any maybe potentially rude things they're saying about that person or what have you,
And heard anyone yell at you? Not one person.
No, hold on. Can I respond to that? My argument wasn't based on idealism. It was actually quite the opposite. It was based on pragmatism. Like, it's going to be very difficult to have a conversation where some people have got other people turned down. If he doesn't want to be here and talk to specific people, then he is free to just not respond to them. But if he's triggered by someone's voice, then I don't really see how anyone can resolve that.
Please don't act like I'm triggered by his voice. You know very well that's not the case. He is being incredibly rude. He keeps acting like I'm getting my feelings hurt, even though I'm completely calm. He has also called me snowflake and other things. I can't remember what the past things he have called me, but I'm assuming by the fact that he started the conversation with calling me snowflake,
You mean months ago?
means that he said something worse.
Yeah, I called you snowflake after you said I might yell at you. That's what a snowflake is. So can we move on from that? Do you want to have a conversation? You want to talk about you not or you do? I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. It's on topic. I'm asking you direct questions, and I don't understand. You say I might yell at you. It's weird.
I don't think he turned. I don't think he turned you back out.
Yeah.
Maybe I did.
Great place we have here.
Okay, that's unnecessary.
Hey, Gio, do you want to have a private conversation? Because we started talking earlier, and one person started butting in, then another person started butting in, and then another person started in. So we are not actually able to have a conversation, Gio. I would love if you want to have a private conversation, because you were fun to talk to. If you don't, then I might just go play a game or something.
Well, I think we could have a conversation here. I mean, we're talking about the sun and the position of it. I think we could go forward.
Obviously, I cannot talk to 6-7 people at the same time. It's extremely difficult because when I'm answering, I get interrupted. If I say something people don't like, I get called names.
No, don't worry about that. You're fine. We'll keep it as fair as possible.
And so far, what I've asked have been mostly ignored. And you're saying the sun isn't where I actually see it.
Yes, in your model, it's not actually where you see it.
He can't hear you, Rakia. He's not listening to you.
that's
So yeah,
debatable.
we're not gonna.
Can I respond to that?
We're not gonna. Oh.
Yeah, just quick one. Yeah, I thought everyone knew that the sun had an apparent position. I thought that was
everyone but this guy. Everyone but the guy telling us where his sun is on a spinning, wobbling sphere.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is it doesn't actually have anything to do with the shape of the Earth at all.
Do you mind if I quickly say the sun's position? We see it where it was 8 seconds ago. It's not like it's on a different side of the sky, taking a completely different arc. You know what I mean?
No. So what you're saying is different to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's different because it moved in those 8 seconds.
It's also 8 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 8 minutes. Like
8
whatever.
minutes. That's what I said.
You said seconds.
Whatever.
All this is a distraction.
The point is, right? The point is that it has an apparent position based on optics, not based on movement.
So the way I see the sun is an optical illusion. Is that what you're saying?
No, I know. I would if I meant optical illusion, I would have said.
What I'm trying to say here is, on the model you have presented me, the sun would have to come from down west and do a arc towards the east, which is not what it does here in Norway. It goes from southwest to more up to north.
So why would you think why would you think that it should do something other than what you see it do?
I'm not saying it should do something different than what I seeing it does. That's what you guys are saying. You're claiming that it's not where I'm seeing it.
Okay, let me just try to clarify here. So the sun, it's not, you're seeing the apparent sun, right? Because the sun's light, the light that comes from the sun, is going through atmosphere. And as it goes through atmosphere of varying temperatures and pressures, it refracts. So the light that enters your eye is going to be an apparent image. It's not going to be where the sun actually is because we don't have a perfect vacuum. That's what they were saying. Now, you may have a point by saying, the way it would work on a flat Earth, the way that we can only imagine it on a flat Earth or whatever, the sun has to come from this position and this position, and even, withstanding refraction, it wouldn't be like, it's not actually where it is when we observe it. It wouldn't be where it is when we observe it. So that's a different thing altogether. But you have to understand that we don't actually see where the sun's location is, or if the sun is in the same location as where we see it, then we can't confirm that.
No, what I'm saying here is, on this model here, right, and from pretty much all the flat Earth models I've seen, the sun would have to come from more west-east, pretty much the same where it's coming up, but instead of going, actually, hang on, that's on a different time of the year. Yeah, actually coming more from southeast, and then it would have to fucking come back to more towards east on this model, but it doesn't. It does come from more east towards north.
Mm-hmm. It would help if you had like a visualization that we could look at, but does anyone want to respond to that? No.
Sorry, respond to what?
He's saying basically that if the sun was going around the, the North Pole, and it was a flat Earth, that what we observe, the actual zeniths that we observe the sun, sorry, not the zenith, the azimuths that we observe the sun coming from,
I can try
wouldn't match with this, with any kind of models, any kind of ideas of how it would work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, A, you don't know how the sky works, and B, you don't even have an actual position of the sun in your own model. So.
You're claiming you know the shape of the Earth here, but I don't know how the sky works.
Yeah, you're claiming you know how the sky works. You don't even have an actual position of the sun.
No, I'm not claiming I know how the sky works. I'm saying what I see in our sky is not accurate to the presentations I'm giving on a flat model.
Can you give one of these presentations so we have something to
if
look
you
at?
Assume, hold on. If you assume you know how,
I could film the sun for a year.
I understand that, but I'm saying if you know how this, if you think you know how the sky works, then sure, it matches your globe model. But if you come to the realization that you don't know how the sky works, and you don't have an actual position or actual location of where the sun even is, then you might start to think twice.
Yes, I have to come to the conclusion that what I see in the sky is not accurate.
No, what you see in the sky, the actual observations are absolutely accurate.
It's doing a completely different arc than what I'm seeing.
No, what you need to do, you're saying like all of the flat Earth representations, conceptions that you've come across, this doesn't work. Can you please just provide one of them so we can actually know what you're talking about?
Maybe you guys are not understanding me. Draw a circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take the middle, which is where we believe.
Hold
the
on,
north
just
is,
real quick. I'm sorry, hold on, just real quick.
Is circling around. No, I'm in the middle of talking, dude.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify. May I
didn't
clarify,
interrupt
please? I know. I'm not trying to be.
Let you clarify after I'm done talking, because you're
That's
trying
fair.
to understand. You draw a circle, right? And you're saying the south is around the border and north is in the middle.
Yes.
Norway is about in the I think second square down from the middle. Actually, you don't have to draw. You can just look at the animation here. If you're claiming that the sun is coming from which you would probably call west here to the east, that is not what we're seeing. We're seeing it come more from I have to look around the room just for a second. Just remember where is what.
May I say something now?
West, there is east. Yeah, it's coming more from south and goes up north. And that the reason for that is because we're tilted a little bit.
Okay. Go ahead, Travis. Hold up, Crypt. Let Travis get his clarification out.
Well, I suppose, are you satisfied with what he just explained to you? Okay, so what I was going to try and clarify was, as far as I understood what Percentage asked you, was for you to show us something, not give us an abstract description so we had to picture it in our heads, right? He asked you specifically, can you demonstrate what you're talking about so we would have a visualization and follow you specifically, and you didn't do that, and now we're asking you to do it again with a visual. So now you got to explain yourself all over again.
Hold up. On that note, Travis, I'd like, speak
I would
for
like
yourself.
to answer.
I'm absolutely fine.
First of all, I tried.
Let me just say this. Let me
to
just
find an animation.
I'm fine. Hold up, yo.
I couldn't find one.
Yo, 1 second, please. I'm fine with an abstract explanation or description as long as it's accurate and I can see it in my mind's eye. But if it's nonsensical, that doesn't help. So I'll just say that.
Yeah, I tried to find an animation or like an actual video of the Earth circling around our sun, but so far I don't know if anybody in Norway has taken the time to film the sun going up in the sky for a year.
That's not relevant.
Unfortunately.
We're fine with the observation.
He asked for an animation, but I could show you what we see on the globe here. and compare the two.
Again, what we want is your flat Earth conception of what you think is happening, or what you've been presented is happening. We're not. There's no issues with the actual observations, real world observations. No one's contending them.
Okay, that's good. Because so far, actually, some people have claimed that the sun isn't where I'm actually seeing it. So I would disagree with that fact. But we were having a discussion with 6 people here.
Lord have mercy.
Can I just clarify? Did you say that the sun rises in the south and sets in the north in Norway, according to your observations?
Not really.
No, that's not true.
It's not south. It's more like, it depends on the year too. Usually it's more like sometimes in the year it's more like south west. Sometimes it's a little bit more. No, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm.
And how do you know this? Hey,
please let me fucking finish, please, for fuck's sake.
We already let you.
No, you didn't let me finish. Jesus Christ! It's coming more east south towards north west.
What's your latitude?
It's not the same at all times of year, of course. That's why it's more.
Of course,
darker,
it's not.
Half of the year.
What's your latitude?
On the summer, it's almost sun at the same time.
Well, does the tilt change or something?
Quickly. I just wanted to clarify that because it sounded to me like you said it rose in the south and set in the north, and I really wanted to see.
I'm also trying to explain 2 different times a year, because in the winter we almost don't see the sun, and it barely comes up in the.
Can I finish?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were done.
I'm trying not to talk over you because I understand that you feel like you've been overtalked, and I apologize that you feel like that, and I'm trying not to do that. But I also would like that reciprocated. So yeah, I mean, if you're saying it rises in the southeast and sets in the northwest, and that's seasonal, obviously that's not what I think you said originally. So I'm glad I clarified.
No, it's exactly right. Because first I was talking about winter, which is now, and then I'm talking about summer. I don't know what's much more easier to understand, but
no, that's fine. I didn't want to misunderstand you and then like straw man you by accident later.
Sure. Can you ask him what season it rises in the south and sets in the north? Because he did say that. What season now?
I'm
in the
trying
summer
to visualize it. So I'm visualizing summer right now.
So in the summer it rises in the south and sets in the north, is what you're saying?
No, not south. It's more southeast.
Okay.
I'll put some diagrams.
And in the winter, what does it do?
I'm gonna have to think for a second.
Jesus, bro. How long have you been living there?
Yeah, Jesus Christ, eh?
Yeah, Jesus. How long have you been living there?
I have not taken the time to focus on it.
Are you kidding me? You see the sunrise.
It could be helpful. Before I realized it could be helpful to.
It's a very simple question.
Believe the Earth is
How
flat.
long have you lived in Norway?
It's not relevant, Rakia.
My whole life.
Yeah, you don't think he knows what direction? Okay, do you know what direction?
It's more difficult.
Where I live, like sunrises and stuff.
That's a joke, Persimmons. You keep defending that guy, right? You're joking, right?
No, it's the truth.
You think a kid knows what direction the sun rises and sets in his area?
Oh, thank you.
They don't know exactly how much it is south of.
I didn't ask him the exact compass. I asked him what direction. He said south to north.
Always the same place in America?
Nope.
That's convenient. Do you want to explain where the sun comes up?
I sure will. You ready? You ready?
Do it.
You think you can put yourself on mute? You think you can put yourself on mute?
Explain it.
So in the major differences, when it's the most closest to me, which is my summertime, it's in a tighter circuit around me. So it's going to rise more directly in the east and set more, in the northeast and set in my northwest. In my wintertime, when it's more further away from me, at the drastic furthest point away from me, which is usually in December or January, it rises more in the east and sets more in the west because it's in a more bigger circle around me. It's further away from me. So in the summertime, it's higher in my sky because it's closer to me. And in the winter, and my days are longer. And in the wintertime, it's further away from me, so it's lower in my sky. So the days are shorter and it's colder because the heat source is further away. Anything else you want to know?
Not particularly. From you, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I smell about it too.
How hard
Yeah,
is that?
yeah. I could feel that smile coming through the mic.
Yo, you don't have to be like that.
Yeah, come on.
He
Come
started
on,
it. He started it. Get
I
the fuck
started
out of
it.
here. He started it.
You started it with, I feel he's going
What's
to
your
yell
problem,
at
dude?
me.
The first thing you said to me when you entered this conversation is snowflake. Get
No,
the
that is
future.
not.
Move
You are
forward.
lying now. Yeah, he can't forget it because he is a snowflake. But the first thing that
Move
started
forward.
was,
Oh
Move
my
forward.
god, both of
I
you
have
guys.
him muted because he's going to yell at me. So I can move forward, but he keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, move
Okay,
forward.
guys, we're adults.
So I'll ask him again. In your summertime, when the sun is closest to you,
I've explained it 5 times.
yeah, you said it right. Yeah, let me
I had a
repeat it
problem when
before you
when I
overtalk
started
me.
to mixing up the winter and
Yeah,
and,
in
and
your
the summertime.
summertime, it rises in your
And then you all fucking jumped on it. I said,
Guys,
southeast.
yo, please don't
Just
overtalk.
So he said it in the summertime, it rises in the southeast and sets in his northwest. So I'd like to ask him in his summertime, what does it do? Or if that was his summer, in the wintertime, what does it do? Because he's not very clear.
I could clarify, but I've gotten erupted trying to do it a couple of times.
Jesus,
Well, to be
man.
fair, you said you didn't know, right? You said you'd have
No,
to
I didn't say that. You're
check or
wording
something
words
like that.
So maybe
When you were
go
asked-
ahead and clarify.
All right. You have
when
the
you were asked
floor.
about the winter, you said you'd have to think about it, right?
Yes, he did. And he also said it rises in the south and sets in the north in one of his seasons. I'd just like him to clarify which season that is.
That was summer, and he clarified it that it's south of east and
I can do it again if
north of
you want,
west.
Rack.
Okay, so in his wintertime, what does it do?
Then it comes more up from south and goes arches towards the north.
So in the wintertime, it's more of a diagonal, southeast to northwest.
To put it like this, in the summer, it's in the sun longer. It doesn't how do you say? It doesn't go perfectly. It doesn't do a perfect half circle either times of year. Maybe in like the east. I mean the what you call it? The fall and the spring. It does a little bit more of a nice arc. But it's definitely different. In the winter time, it basically does like a fucking donut in the sky. It's never perfectly at south, east, or north. It's like in between.
So Terry, you posted a couple of images, and
That's
one
good.
of the
Actually,
images.
that's a very good
Hold up,
explanation.
yo. So one of the images, it doesn't match what you're saying, yo. For
Yes, it does. It does.
no, because what you were saying was like a diagonal type
South,
of.
west, yeah.
So you said southeast to northwest.
I might be mixing. I
Hold
might
on.
be
Dude,
looking at
can
north,
you
north,
hear him
actually,
talking?
West.
Yeah, yo, you're clipping and cutting people off repeatedly. Can you tell you're doing that? Maybe you're just trying to jump in, but he was.
He's just being quick with the replies. But yeah, you said southeast northwest. You gave it like a diagonal type of path, whereas this one it's more just horizontal. So.
Do you mind if I look at this a little bit? Obviously, I'm not a human compass, so I hope you guys realize that.
Yeah,
well, I've been posting a few images to help you out, so that way it'll be visual representation of what you're trying to explain.
Mm. I don't know from where on the Earth this is though. It's obviously not perfectly where I am.
What you can match the top one is where Melbourne and Sydney is for the top image for the angles. And then the bottom one you can match it opposite.
Do you know from where this is supposed to be?
Melbourne, Sydney. That's in Australia for the top one, and then it's just opposite for the bottom one, where there's two of them mirrored image.
Well,
and then what you got the last one, it tells you it's 8 degrees towards the North Celestial Pole.
Mm.
So whatever 8 degrees.
We're on a complete different side of the Earth than Australia is, so you can understand why it's not perfectly matching my description, right?
Oh
if
my
it's from
goodness.
Melbourne, Terry, why did you say Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere?
That's why I posted the one in between, where it's got the little sun and the Earth, showing where the position of the person is on the Earth. So what's that, about 55 degrees? 50 degrees? Mirror image?
Just for clarification here, even on a flat Earth model, Australia is way fucking further away from North, so we wouldn't see the sun arching in the same way.
Well, I do because I live here.
Yeah, but you don't live here, so you don't see the sun the same way I do. It's not like I'm going to be at the same spot.
Are you talking about the same latitude?
Either. If you're in Australia, right, and someone is on the opposite side of where the sun supposedly passes through, we're not going to see the sun at the same place. Like, you might see it towards north, and I will see it towards south. Understand? On either model.
Well, that's what the bottom image is showing. The last one I posted. Not the last one, the second last one, sorry. It's showing opposite, mirror image.
You can imagine it being pretty much the same, but not at the same places. So it's on the winter.
Yeah, it's mirror image.
It's barely going to be in the sky, and in the summer it's going to be a long time in the sky, but it's going to be a lot more than that because it's tilted. But anyways, I gotta take a piss, folks. It's been great chatting with you all. You have a good one, yeah. It's like 2.
It was great chatting with Yo too.
Yo.
Be good.
I'd have a good one, man. All you.
Did I come a bit late into this conversation because I couldn't understand the premise or the...
You pretty much got the premise of what he was trying to say, which is not much. Yeah, no clue.
Well, it's terrible, but not being a fluffer or a globy. Just being unbiased. They're just images. I just got what shows in the southern and northern hemisphere in comparison.
Yeah, I've never ever heard anyone claim that the sun rises in the south and sets in the north.
He did it twice, and then
I'm going, what? Which direction does he think he is?
I'm just trying to clarify. So he said that it was in the summer that happened, and then in the winter it was like southeast to northwest.
Who knows? Because he never
Other way
clarified.
around. He said in the summer it's a little bit. Well, he didn't say a little bit, but he said it's south of east, and then it sets north of west.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, whatever.
I'll give you $100 for one thing he said that didn't make sense. Go ahead.
He said he had to go take a piss.
That kind of made a little bit of sense. Damn it, Jared.
No, that doesn't make sense because the whole time he was taking a piss.
Yeah, he was taking a piss from us. Yeah, he was pissing the whole time on us. As certain people.
It was rain. He said it was rain though.
Yeah. It's yellow rain because of refraction.
It was the pattern
Apparent
color.
Golden droplets of sun.
Yeah, it's winter up there now, isn't it? So don't eat yellow snow.
What were they arguing about earlier? The apparent color of the sun? That shit don't have nothing actual to it. You don't have an actual color, an actual fucking position, actual movement, nothing.
Exactly. When he said, this is the reason I know I'm on a spinning, it's because of the tilt and the sphericity and the spinning. I was like, he's just, I mean, I don't know if that's true. He's just indoctrinated, right? That's what he said.
Well, I don't know if you guys know, but England isn't geographically that far from Norway. So I was going to try and get into it with him with my my observations. I've never ever seen the sun rise in the south in England and set in the north. Like, never ever seen it.
Nor will you. Norway will you.
Right. Yeah, what's up with this 5-sided square I keep hearing all this talk about? You seen that one?
Say that again?
You seen that 5-sided square?
Yeah, we went through that about 6 months ago.
Oh, did you? Yeah, it's been out for a while,
Yeah, no, they got everything now.
That's right on a pseudosphere, too. So that's all you need to know. Ruhif the other day was trying to tell me he was doing spherical geometry. And I don't know what you call it. What do you call a straight line in Euclidean geometry? Like, would you call it like a Euclidean straight line? Or I have to differentiate it between their globe straight line that curves.
Well, I think
Well, I think you would just say straight line, and then for spherical geometry, you would say, you know,
It's
you
a
would say
level
straight
line.
line and spherical geometry, I guess.
I think they call it level.
Guy Ruhiff told me he was doing spherical geometry and then tried to use an actual straight line. And I was like, slow down, stop hold your horses. You know, you can't do that in spherical geometry. He was like, I don't give a fuck about definitions.
Do what?
The definitions are meaningless. I mean, that's totally reasonable.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in definitions.
Definitions are meaningless. That's the exact opposite of what a definition is, the meaning.
Well, my question goes back to in spherical geometry, when does the word level come into play when you're just dealing with a 2D surface? Like, is that even in the vocabulary? Like, if you're gonna you know, do geometry on a sphere in a classroom, when are you ever going to refer to the circumference as being level?
No, I don't get it. I've been asking Ruhiff to meet me on the 2D surface of Earth and tell me the meaning of meaningless if he doesn't use definitions.
You guys get my question, though?
Whole thing's What was your question?
Really?
My bad. Rocky he distracted us with his joke. It was pretty funny.
Anyway, if anybody heard my question, I'm just curious: does it make sense with my question? Like, I think that when you teach a student how to understand spherical geometry, can you please not burp into the mic?
Yeah, somebody's been doing that all night.
That's Yo. It's Yo.
Okay. Not here.
I'm home. My bad.
Well, then it was somebody else who had the mic on when Yo was on earlier. But anyway, so my question is, if you're going to do spherical geometry on the whiteboard with your class, and you draw the circumference, and you draw the radius, and you draw the diameter, or you show where the diameter is, and you show like where in your circumference, diameter, radius, tangent, sagitta, chord, where are you ever going to, hold on, let me finish. Where are you ever going to refer to any place on the circumference as level?
I don't know, but half that shit is not even in spherical geometry. Anything you said with a straight line, the tangent, the chord, the radius, none of that shit's in spherical geometry. You can't have no straight lines, bro.
Well, then how do you bisect a circle?
I don't know. There's no straight lines. If you're using a straight line, I'll tell you right now, you're not doing spherical geometry. There are none.
There's no tangible straight lines. You could have, you know, the idea of a straight line. There's
no Euclidean straight lines in spherical geometry. If there's a Euclidean straight line, you're not doing spherical geometry. Period.
Well, you mean like in surveying or what?
Anything. If there is a straight line,
real, yeah, of course.
Well, spherical geometry is dealing with like the surface, so I guess in that I guess you're kind of right, but I mean, I don't know. It really depends on how you define.
I'm not kind of right. I'm 100% right. What do you mean?
Don't fucking get on my ass about that. Or I'm just saying, kind of like, jeez Louise.
Hey, Arma, you're reasonable. How do you measure a curved line? What do you have to establish first? What's your baseline to know that something is arcing or curving?
You have to see it's deviating from a reference. Like you would
deviating
have to have
from what? What's the baseline?
From like an actual straight line. You need a reference point essentially. You need to know that it's not straight.
So you need a horizontal.
Yeah.
What's the horizontal baseline on your model?
Horizontal baseline?
Yeah, you have to have a baseline. You just agreed, a horizontal line to measure off of to see if something's deviating. What's your baseline that you're measuring to know it's curving?
I mean, I don't really know if that's like a practical thing, like on a ball Earth. I'm trying to think what we could use. Like if we had like a long enough, like solid structure, that doesn't bend over that long distance, and that would be, a good, thing to use. But I mean, I'm just that's not.
Mine's water. So I measure vertical change off of the horizontal baseline of water. and that's how my model that I call a model where I live works. I'm 66 feet above my baseline, which is water. The land that I'm living on right now and walking on where my house is, my local spot of land I live on is 66 feet above my baseline, which is mean sea level, about 120 miles from me. What's yours again?
I said if if we had like a really long structure, we could use that, but it's not really reasonable.
No, I'm asking you, what do you use? Yeah, I understand this. I agree that it's not reasonable.
I don't know. I haven't tested it.
You might want to look into that, brother.
Okay.
So just for all the flat earthers out there, if you ever catch them trying to use a straight line, not one of their bullshit curved straight lines, an actual straight line, and they say they're doing spherical geometry, you can call them out right off the rip. That's an easy W right there.
Yeah. Only straight line they have is the plumb line. Every other straight line's imaginary.
No, in spherical geometry, there's no plumb. There's nothing. There's no plumb line. Nothing. No straight line.
You could have a vertical.
No, you can't, bro.
Well, can I get context at least for this, Jeremy? Like, can you give me an example of where someone's potentially using a straight line and that's like a no-no? Like, can we get context to this?
I don't know. Ruhif tried to do it to me the other day. So he was drawing a line from the center of Earth or something to the surface. That's a straight line. He said he was doing spherical geometry.
Well, he probably misspoken then. He was just doing some kind of.
No, he went on to say definitions are meaningless when I gave him the definition of spherical geometry. So you think he misspoke, or was he doubling down on it?
Well, that's probably why he said it. I mean, like he's just. I mean, I get it. Like definition, words have meaning and all that. But I mean, at the end of the day, we should really be looking at, like the like not the math, but like the actual proof that's being brought forward, like or like the work that's being done. Like even if he's saying it's just spherical geometry and it
like
isn't,
what?
if it checks out, then just look at it and just be like, okay.
I hear that. I'm willing to look at it as long as we're honest about it. I'm willing to look at it.
I don't know, Copernicus. I'm just saying, man.
Real quick before we move on to that, Jeremy, if the Earth was curved and we're using spherical geometry, why couldn't you have a plumb line?
Bro, spherical geometry all happens on the surface, 2D surface, which I don't even believe. It's not even 2D, but this is what they say. Spherical geometry happens on the 2D surface of a sphere.
I wouldn't get hung up on that.
You're delving into the realm of planar geometry or Euclidean geometry, you're saying. But on a curved Earth, you can have a plumb line, just to clarify. Correct?
If we're on a globe, yes, there could be a plumb line. But if you're doing spherical geometry, there's no vertical plumb line, nothing.
Gotcha.
Because it all has to happen on the surface. They've locked themselves into this 2D surface bullshit. First of all, the whole thing's a farce because the sphere has Gaussian curvature everywhere. So you cannot put this on a 2D plane, which means it can not possibly be a 2D surface because you can't put it on a 2D plane.
Well,
if it comes up or off the plane, if something comes up or off of a 2D plane, it's no longer, and now it has the third dimension to it.
Okay, listen. All right. First off,
that's how 3D and 2D works, bro.
Okay, but listen. All right. If you think for something to be 2D, it has to be on a plane. That's technically not. That's not the full definition of 2D. 2D is 2 dimensions. All right. It doesn't matter how you get those dimensions. It's just 2 dimensions. All right, so you could have 2 dimensions on the surface of a sphere. All right, latitude, longitude, that checks out. All right, like if you're, that's 2 dimensions.
Did you hear what I said about the Gaussian
curvature? Has depth. You can't just pick 2 of the 3.
I know that. I get that.
2-dimensional, even though it's
I know
really
spheres are 3D, but we're talking about the surface. Like we're talking about the actual, the theory and the math behind. Like that's literally the definition, okay, of like a surface. 3D objects have surfaces. All right. I mean, whether you want to agree with that, whatever, but that's in the math. All right.
I know, but the shape matters. If this 2D surface is curving into a ball, now it has depth. The surface has a z-axis.
Okay, what about a cube? Does a cube not have a quote unquote 2D surface?
A cube is 3D as well. You can't just each side is 2D, but in totality,
a cube can be put on
3D.
A cube can be put on a 2D plane.
All right. Well, the point is,
you can chop it up.
Yeah, you can bend it. Exactly.
All right.
You
Okay,
don't have.
but
There's
point.
no bending. You could chop it up and put it on a 2D plane, all 6 sides.
Okay, well,
You can't do that with a sphere.
Okay.
A
I
sphere is a
meant like you could bend
non-developed.
the flaps like if it's as if it was a box, you could bend it upwards and have it all flat. You know,
A sphere is a non-developable surface.
Yeah, that's fine. I know
Because
it's
you
not.
can't do that.
Yeah,
with a
it's not
sphere.
developable. That's fine. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not
That-
2D though. It just means it's not. It's not. It doesn't work with, plane with a plane like a square or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work with that. Normal.
Because it's not
Euclidean
2D.
kind of shit. No, that's
By definition,
literally,
a
no.
sphere
Literally, look up the
surface-
definition of 2D. It's 2 dimensions. That it doesn't matter what what those dimensions are. It could literally be
No,
latitude,
that's an
longitude.
important caveat. The shape of it matters.
Okay, then why don't you show me where it says, sphere surface is not 2D, all right? I mean, if we're going to get hung up on definitions, all right, then really look it up. Where do we draw the line? Come on.
If you're talking about if you're talking about a physical sphere, that surface.
No, we're not. Well, I mean, we're just kind of talking about, I think in general, just the definition of surfaces and just geometry and shit, all right?
Okay, yeah, hold on. So it's a non sequitur, in my opinion, to say that a sphere doesn't have three-dimensional surface, because if you draw a circle on a piece of paper, that's only 2 dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
So when do you imagine a sphere that's drawn is ever going to have 3 dimensions, right? So that's why I said what I said about a physical sphere, because a physical sphere does have 3 dimensions.
Yes, I mean, we're all agreeing on that. That's what a sphere is. It's by definition a 3-dimensional object. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I'm just clarifying.
But so is a cube.
Who are you clarifying to?
So is a cube, though. A cube is also a 3-dimensional shape.
Based on what you said, Arma, I was trying to clarify. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, Travis, you could draw a sphere, on paper in 2D. It'll just be a circle, but from different angles. You could have 2 different drawings of the same sphere from 2 different angles, and it'll show that 3 dimensions are required. If it's a circle, yeah, only 2 dimensions are required. But if it's a sphere, and it's you're only thinking about the surface, and again, you could even in like AutoCAD or something like that, you can map it out where you only have the surface. Obviously, it's not going to be perfectly 2D because the surface has a little bit of depth. But pretend that they're just infinitely small lines. It's still going to be 3-dimensional because of the shape of the entire sphere.
Because it has Gaussian curvature everywhere.
Yeah.
You can't. It's a non-developable surface. You can't put it down on a 2D plane. Therefore, it's always going to be off the plane and have 3 dimensions to it.
Exactly. A cube
don't
in and of itself is also 3D, but you could open it up and make it into a 2D surface. Because it's made of 2D surfaces.
It's such a limited, yeah, if you're gonna just go by traditional, I guess it would be called Euclidean 2D, I guess, Euclidean 2D, then, then sure, but I don't know, man. Whatever.
A pyramid, you could open up the thing and lay it down perfectly flat.
I know.
Even a cylinder, you could do that. Well, maybe, I don't know if you can. You can unwrap it. Yeah.
A cylinder is a developable surface. You can take the tops off, lay them flat, and you can unroll the surface without the circle part without having to distort it like you would have to distort a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still the same shape. When you distort the sphere, it's not the same shape anymore because you've all distorted the shit out of it now. So it's not even the surface of a sphere anymore because it's all distorted.
And that's why we have projections.
That's why it can't be a 2D. That's why it can't be put on a 2D plane. Therefore, it's not 2D because it always have that 3-dimensionality to it.
All right. Well, I'm never conceding to this, so we can change the topic.
That's true Glover style right there, bro.
I'll concede to a lot of things, but this is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. It's in the definition, like 2 dimensions. But if you don't want to, listen to that definition,
it's just the surface.
So we're not gonna
That's
continue
just the surface. You've already agreed that a sphere is 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
What's reality? What do we live in?
Yeah, but we weren't arguing that, man.
All right.
Anyway,
we're talking even mathematically or hypothetically. It's in terms of the metaphysical idea.
We're not arguing reality here.
Reality, but if you're taking
reality, we're just talking, math, just make believe math stuff. Nothing to do with reality.
Theoretical
I
nonsense.
think that was a good reason to interrupt me.
It's always in theory, right? Concept, math. It's never, I can walk outside and measure that curved water for some reason.
Oh.
Gaussian curvature. I like that, Jeremy.
What's up?
Gaussian curvature.
Yeah, you can't put it. You would have to slice in order to put this on a 2D plane, which is what you need to do for something to be two-dimensional, right? It has to be flat on this 2D plane. It can't come up or off the plane or below the plane because that's the third dimension. So if you have the surface of a sphere, you need to chop it up into infinitely small parts to put it on a plane. So you can never do that, obviously. So you can never put it on a 2D plane. It's not 2D. Other shapes you can easy.
All right. Well, I mean,
How do we even get on the subject?
That's what I'm saying. What is the point of arguing this? Like, no one ever agrees on this topic, so I might as well literally just throw it out. Like, no one's ever gonna agree to that. Well, I mean, like on ball versus flat. Like, we clearly have two different views on it. And,
No, but how do we get on it? We were talking about spherical geometry. Were you trying to say that spherical geometry is basically Euclidean because it has two dimensions on the surface?
No, I'm saying this.
No, I'm talking to Arma.
Rakia originally asked him how he measures an angle. I think.
Yeah, that
okay.
is what he asked him.
Yeah, Rakia. I'm just trying to take back to what Percentage was asking. This all started when Rakia was asking what Arma's reference point is for measuring an angle on a
Yeah, the
surface.
baseline part. But
Right.
I don't
Yeah,
see
the
where
baseline.
we got to the surface.
Well, because I think Jeremy brought up shit about the surface or something, and then I think I asked for context.
Do you mind me repeating your answer, Arma? I'll repeat your answer to my. What do you measure? What's your baseline? It was something like, Arma, I don't know. I don't really know, man.
That's exactly what he sounded like.
Well, yeah, but my answer, was though, I guess a long structure, something that was rigid and that would be.
That's true. He did answer.
Yeah, but that's not something that
Something that
exists.
doesn't exist.
All right, well, there you go. Then I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Either it doesn't exist or you're talking about my
You
dick.
don't have to tell me shit. Okay?
Who the fuck said that? Who actually said that? Who's got the smart mouth in this fucking call?
I think he's just joking with you, brother, because you're good natured. Like he knows you can take it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, it was a little
I know
funny.
you can't take it. You can't take it.
Maybe he wasn't. I don't know.
I'll give him the pass because he's a Glober, so he gets a pass.
I'm not the Globerotter.
Why the hell does it say Earth is a globe then on your thing? What the
Because
heck?
I'm a Glober.
Okay, you're a troll, man. Anyway,
the thing is, if you fill a globe up with soil or dirt halfway up, it is level. Right?
What?
Answer me. If you have a sphere and you fill it up, yes, exactly. I am a glober.
Okay. Well,
wouldn't that mean you're a semi-glober?
No, there's a container, nigga.
Yeah, but is your sphere half full or half empty?
yeah, I was gonna make that joke, but I just didn't.
He's a dirty Glober.
That was a good question.
Add water, and he's a muddy Glober.
Why is he breathing like that? No one hear that? He's like, okay. Anyway, I don't know, man. I just kind of came here to looking for some debate.
Seems to me if we can.
Does anybody want to debate right now?
Yeah, I'll debate you. I'll debate the way you've measured curved water.
Water doesn't curve, nigga.
There you go. Whatever he said, I agree with him. It doesn't curve, right?
Oh my god, this is stupid.
Yo, don't say that.
Yeah,
Arma,
isn't this being live streamed? Like, I mean, I feel like we forget that sometimes.
Hilarious. Don't say that.
I don't give a fuck if I'm being live streamed on Pornhub, okay? The thing is, you have to realize that water doesn't curve, and on your ball Earth, it curves. So let's see the answer.
Yeah, Rookie, and now you know why I said let him debate Arma.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no,
Is that-
I agree with him. It doesn't curve.
All right.
Where? Just tell me, Arma. Where on your ball Earth does it ever curve? Can you tell me where does?
It's supposed to curve everywhere, man.
So it curves everywhere now. Wow,
Yeah.
it curves. Where is
Yeah.
the curve?
I don't think it's a big deal, honestly.
It is a big deal because you think that Australia is upside down.
Oh my god.
You think that
No,
people
yous are upside down.
That's right.
You think the people in Australia are upside down right now?
I really can't tell if you're like trying to like you're a glober pretending to be a flat earther or a flat earther pretending to be a glober pretending to be a
Either
flat
way,
earther.
he's whooping your ass right now.
I think it's a double like you know thing where I think he's a glober. No, hold on. I think he's a glober pretending to be a flat earther, pretending to be a glober because he really sounds like what he's saying. It just.
I am not held back by labels, okay? I do not being called flat earther because that is presumed that the earth is
like
super flat, which the earth is not super flat, okay? We can obviously see hills and mountains. It's not a flat earth, but
yes, look at this.
But when you get up from very high altitude, it becomes flat, and that is the truth.
He's definitely double trolling here. He's all right.
Well, you're just assuming I'm trolling because you don't understand me and because I'm smarter than you and more intelligent. You just assume me as a troll, and now you're laughing it off. Yes, take me as a joke. Yes.
Yo, he's got your number, Arma.
He's actually right. He's actually right though. What he's saying.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Anyway.
Do you have anything else to say except for laugh your ass off?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Are we gonna debate like a specific point, or are you just kind of ramble on about?
I
whatever
already asked you, man. I said, where does the Earth curve? I mean, the water on Earth.
Yeah, and I said it everywhere, man. That's what I said.
Where? How does it curve?
Well, that's the thing. It's not like it's trying to curve. It's just trying to go. Travel to the Earth.
That makes
so
zero sense, man. That.
Okay, well. What is that?
That makes no sense, bro. This man just said it curves, but it doesn't curve. Make
well,
up your mind.
What I'm saying is, it's not like it's trying to curve. It's just doing what it does. It's just
so the water
Earth.
is conscious now. It has its own mind. It doesn't curve when it doesn't want to.
What are you describing? Like virtual curve?
No.
Yeah, what do you mean?
The fuck's virtual curve? No. It's just falling like everything else to the Earth. And it happens to do that in a spherical shape because, what happens when you have everything pulled towards one center, you get a sphere, all right? It's just kind of how it works.
True. We're not pulled to the center. We are pulled down.
Yeah, down to the center. Anyway,
not the center. You cannot prove that we're being being pulled down to the center. You can only prove that you're pulled down.
Me personally, no, I cannot. I haven't researched this shit, so I personally can't prove it.
Well, I don't blame you. So, I mean, how do you even know there is a center of the Earth? How do you know?
Yeah, I don't know that. You're right.
Yeah. So it's just speculation, right? It's just speculation.
Shit, welcome to
I agree with you, man. I speculate on a lot of things.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I haven't proved it was flat either. What are you talking about, percentage?
That's because it isn't flat.
Oh, there you go. All right, welcome to Well Report. All right. What? What was that?
Welcome to the planar Earth. If you zoom out.
No. How about welcome to Earth? All right, which I'm assuming is ball.
Motherfucker.
What?
Independence Day. Welcome to Earth, motherfucker.
Oh, that's a reference. My bad. Okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, now I'm going to have to watch that now because I haven't watched that for a while.
Let me guess, Arma. You believe in gravity?
Yeah.
With a capital G.
Yes,
sure.
But which gravity do you believe in?
Oh, you don't know, man. Look, you got to be a troll. Like, I mean, you're literally like parroting like the most obvious shit. Like, it's not even funny. Like, come on.
Yo, he's whooping your ass in this debate, man.
I'm just asking you.
Shit.
Do you believe in Isaac Newton? What he said about gravity?
You know what? I guess if I'm gonna be honest, it's I kind of
Okay,
a mixture. I'm gonna be honest.
Explain the story of how he found gravity. Just tell me. What
I
the
don't
hell
know. Like, didn't an apple fall on his head?
No, that's not what that.
Maybe he got maybe that, like, you know, messed up his brain and shit. You know.
What a dumbass story.
Well, I mean, that's
just like propaganda. That's one of those like propaganda
Yeah, it's
pieces.
probably
That's
the-
so obvious.
Yeah, it's probably the propaganda story, whatever. But I'm just, you know, he asked for the story, so I'm giving him the story. I mean, what other story was there? I mean, besides the actual, you know, like, oh, you know, whatever. When did Isaac Newton? When was he a thing? Was that 18, 17? I don't know the year. But it'll be like, oh, back in this year, you know, Isaac Newton was working on this theory, and then he thought about gravity. Like, it's probably like the actual story, but I'm not pulling that shit up, you know.
It might have been a peach.
Maybe it was a peach, yeah. Maybe it was
The
a
thing
peach.
is, there is two different kinds of gravity.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not.
Do you want me just give you a simple explanation of how gravity isn't real, and can I just explain to you how what is the alternative to gravity?
I
don't. Here, let me give you a word. Try and guess what it is. It starts with a D.
Was it density? Is this density shit?
And one more.
No, all right. No, it's not just. It's not density. All right. You literally.
It's not just density. Yes, no, it's not. But one more. There's one more force into play. It starts with the B as well. B.
Buoyancy? Are you serious?
Yes, buoyancy. Good job.
Okay, but that's still. Come on, man. I've argued this already. You can't just say density, but you have to have a downward. You have to have some kind of. There's got to be a force involved. I've said this 1,000 times. Whether it's gravity or not, you do need some kind of.
May I address this one, guys?
Yeah.
No, I am in the middle of my fucking
I
argument.
just wonder. Right, I was just wondering if you could give me the formula for buoyancy.
Who?
You.
Why do you want me to give you
Can
a
you please-
mathematical formation? So this is called Stroman.
Can you
Okay,
please-
you're going to set me up
Can
for
you please
failure. I know
explain?
the equation. Yes, you're bringing up an equation, but I don't need the equation to explain what buoyancy is. I don't need a mathematical question. I don't need that. Okay, I can just tell you right
Is
now.
there a mathematical formula that explains buoyancy?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, there is. Do you know
Cool,
what
I don't care.
that formula is? More specifically, do you know what the G in that formula represents?
I know what the buoyant force mathematical equation. Yes.
So, what does the G in that formula represent?
Buoyancy. We can just take out the G and make it buoyancy constant. Gravitational
The letter
dynamics.
G.
Just because,
So when you say
look,
when you
that's
say
that's
buoyancy,
Stroman. Can anybody back me up?
no. When you
no,
say
let me finish.
buoyancy,
Let me
what
finish.
you're
man.
really saying is gravity.
No, let me finish. I know
When
what you're
you
doing. I
say
know what you're doing.
buoyancy,
You're trying to bring
saying
up a
the
formula
formula
that the pseudoscientist made.
involves gravity. When
You're
you say
bringing up a
buoyancy,
formula
mean
that the pseudoscientist made. Okay, I can just replace that G in the formula with a B, a buoyancy constant. Okay, so that is not. You're not proving nothing. Okay, let me tell you what buoyant force is. It's the density of particle minus density of fluid and times gravitational constant. Right? That is what you're trying to say. But
so
I
thank
can
you for
replace.
admitting gravity is real. Cool.
But I can replace that gravitational constant with buoyancy constant. So it does not matter. Just because it says gravity just because it says gravity in the formula does not mean gravity exists. I can say that your mom doesn't. I can say that your mom sucked my dick last night, but that does not mean it happened. Okay, that's the same thing. I'm using an example.
You can change the name. We can call it George if you like. However, whatever we call it is still the force that the world knows as gravity.
Cool. So the entire world knows us at gravity because they're all fooled. Okay. So I'm going to tell you right now, it's just buoyancy. You want me to explain you why?
So that darn engineering that works, fooled by those darn computers and cell phones that lets you spread your stupidity.
Of course, you were fooled by your parents as well. Guess what? You were fooled by your parents. They told you Santa was real, and then you found out he wasn't real. So good job. See?
Actually, that didn't happen to me. Thank you.
I don't care. So, anyways, the reason why
you just lied about me. You literally just lied.
I don't know you. I don't know who you are. So.
Right, but you just lied about me.
I didn't lie about
because
you. I just
you
made a funny joke,
yeah,
and then you just took it serious. So
you took
that's your fault. Okay?
you said my parents
I'm
lied to
just
me
saying.
about
I'm just saying. It dropping
something
an
that
object to
never
the floor,
happened.
dropping an object to the
You
floor. It proves the
lied
downward
to
acceleration
you
due to
lied
relative
because
density.
you
Search up
have nothing.
research.
You
Research.
have
I need you to research
nothing.
relative density. Research relative density. Research relative density.
Okay, hold on. Let me jump in, all right? Because this is just
It is
turning into
never.
a
It
yelling
is never
contest. All right,
mass attracting mass. It
so
never mass attracting mass.
1 plus 1, 1 plus 1, 1 plus 1. I'm gonna tell you why this shit ain't relative density. All right, so you can relative density could be a part of the equation. All right, and your little whatever, but you do need another force. All right, a downwards force at the very least in this equation, because I have said this thousands of times in plenty of servers. But the argument goes like so. All right, when you have water, okay, and you go, let's say for example a pool, you go to the bottom of the pool, the pressure builds up, or you have a water bottle, right? At the bottom of that water bottle, the pressure is greater, right? You can poke holes in it, and obviously the bottom hole is going to shoot out the most water, right? That's water pressure, right? That's because water is falling on top of water. If relative density was the cause for things going up and down, right, we wouldn't have water pressure, because water wouldn't be falling on top of water. All right, water is the same density as water. All right, so you can't just explain everything with relative density. You do need a force. All right,
What are you talking about? I can just.
I literally
break that
just
down,
said it.
okay? So listen, the reason why if you put a piece of wood in water, it's going to float because it's less dense than the water.
That's fine,
okay?
but you never.
Okay, but when you put a steel ball in there, it's going to be more dense than water. It's just a simple equation, right?
That's fine. Yes.
It is based on weight and the buoyant force working upon it.
Yes, that's
Yes.
fine.
Good
But
and
the thing,
that is the same. That is the same thing in air, though. Like in what we are right now, the difference is you replace the water with air. Okay,
Okay,
you are denser than air. That is why
Yes.
you fall down.
Yes,
Yes. And when
Alright.
you are less dense than air, you are going to float up like a helium balloon. It's
Yes,
the
yeah,
same
okay,
thing,
that's fine.
motherfucker.
That's fine. That's fine. But when it comes to the water, though, right? Relative density doesn't seem to explain water pressure. Okay, like why the bottom
Why?
of pools, the bottom of water bottles, the bottom of the fucking ocean, why water pressure seems to build up. All right, we have water falling on top of water. Okay, relative
How do
density.
you know that?
You can literally demonstrate it with a water bottle. Poke holes in it, top to bottom, and the bottom hole will shoot out the most water because it has the most pressure. All right, because the water on top of it is pushing down on it harder.
Well, obviously, because as pressure increases, the molecules of a substance come closer, resulting in higher density. Exactly. Good job. I know what you already see. Yeah, you already got debunked.
Can you say that again? I don't think I. Well, say
I'm
it
telling
again.
you, the pressure is the measure of force acting on the unit area, and density is the measure of how closely any given entity is packed. So the thing is the relation between pressure and density is direct. A change in pressure will be reflected in a change in density and vice
Okay.
versa. So you're not even proving nothing.
Well, no, because so there is a gradient. Okay, and this isn't just like a density tower thing. All right, I'm talking about just water, just plain old water. Okay, there is a gradient. Okay, of the farther you go down in that water, the greater the pressure increases. All right, this is just undeniable. Okay, and you need to explain to me why there is this gradient from top to bottom. All right, where the pressure is increasing. The lower, the farther you go down, with relative density. You need to explain that to me, how that's possible with relative density and water. All right, because in my model, all right,
You're talking about water pressure, right?
yeah, water pressure, yeah.
Yeah. So the effect of it is because the density increases when pressure increases and decreases. And when pressure
Density increases when
decreases.
pressure increases.
Yes,
Okay, but so why does the pressure increase then?
Because as pressure increases, the molecules of a substance come closer, resulting in higher density. And on
Yeah, but
the other hand, when the pressure decreases, the molecules become distant. So that's why. So, okay, this
no,
occurs
but I'm asking you why. Okay, I don't think maybe you
Yeah, but
answered it.
that's like
Maybe I'm
asking,
actually just talking.
asking why you think. That's like asking why do you think? Why do you have thoughts? That's like asking that. It just happened. It's a natural.
Well, then that's not explained with relative density. You need another explanation. I'm literally telling you this not just explained with relative density. Like, are you?
Yes, it does.
No pun intended. How fucking dense are you? Never mind. That was actually pun intended entirely.
Wow, that hurt my
That was on
feelings, bro.
purpose.
That hurt, bro. Why
I'm
would you
joking.
say
I'm
that?
joking. I'm joking. I wanted to make that joke, but just for real though, come on, man. Like, explain it. All right. You got that. That's not just explaining with this density. That was such a dad joke, but that you know, you got to explain it with besides density. You need another, you know, alternate explanation, man. That's not just
But are
density.
you talking about water pressure?
Yeah, water pressure. Yeah, that you need another explanation besides just relative density. I'm fine with, you know, having relative density in this model of yours, but you do need another piece. If you were to program this, right? If you were to program relative density in a program, you wouldn't get water pressure. You do need another piece of, you know, like information for it to work properly. All right, you understand that, right? That's what I'm kind of, you know, getting at. There is missing information. All right.
What missing information?
Like I just said, if you were to program relative density on your computer, all right, you would not get water pressure. Water pressure would not exist because water would not be falling on top of water. Okay, so there is missing information.
What do you mean water does not fall on top of water?
Yes, it does. That's why we have water pressure.
No.
I mean, I would say so. Yeah, it's falling on top of itself. That's one way to put it. I mean, I wouldn't really, you know, like it's. But it's definitely.
You can't even explain it yourself. So
yeah, I just did. All right, it's falling on top of itself. All right, don't get sassy with me, you 1+1 man. All right.
You're One Punch Man.
One Punch Man. One punch. No, but for real, listen, man. All right. You gotta understand that there's missing information. All right. There's no way to. There's no. I'm gonna say this one last time. All right. If you were to program relative density, all right,
okay,
on your computer, whatever, just do the math.
How do you program relative density on the computer?
Well, you would have things check the densities above it and below it. So you would have like a, you know, like whether it be water or stone or something, and it would check above it. You know, is there something more dense or less dense? And then, you know, below it, is there something more dense or less dense? And then obviously, you know, it would start to line itself up. You know, dense stuff on the bottom, light stuff on the top, right? But with that being said, if you were to program that, you would not get water pressure, all right? There is missing information, all right? How many times do I have to say it?
Excuse me?
There is missing information.
What, bro? You're confusing my head, man. You're like talking a lot of nonsense.
Dude, your name is 1+1, man. I mean, this should be
information.
Maybe that's why I called 1+1, because it's like, you know, it's simple. You know, you're simple. 1+1. I'm joking. I gotta stop. I'm not trying to name call. I'm trying to make jokes here, but it's coming off as insults. Anyway, look, the point is, you gotta understand that, okay? I'm gonna stop this argument here because I'm pretty sure everyone's tired of me, you know, saying the same fucking shit over and over again. So, all right, I'm gonna wrap this up. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, good day to you. I don't think you understand what I mean. So.
God damn it. Okay.
Yes, I think I won now.
You didn't win fucking shit, all right? I'm just muting right now because I want other people to talk, all right? That's it. I'm not.
I won.
Yeah.
1+1.
No, I just insult both.
What was that?
I mean, I just wanted to insult both.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Who is this British man talking?
I don't know. Why are you trying to put on an Arab accent when you're clearly American?
What did you say?
I'm saying, why are you trying to put on an Arab accent when you're clearly American?
Well, yes, I know I moved to America, so I guess I am American, basically. So, thank you.
No. I live in Saudi Arabia.
No, but I have a U.S. citizenship, so I'm basically American, yeah.
Okay, but I live in Saudi Arabia. Your Arab accent is atrocious.
This is not the Arab accent, you fuck.
Okay, where are you from?
You're being racist.
Okay.
If you even knew where I was from, you would know.
Wait, Eggshells, you're kind of low right now.
What's your native language then? 1+1.
I'm from Bangladesh, but I moved to the
From
America.
Bangladesh?
Yes, I moved to America when I was 10.
तो हिंदी बोल सकता है भाई? नहीं, झूठ बोलता है. He's full of shit. This is not how Bangladeshi speak. He can't speak Hindi. Not a fucking chance. Called
Hindi
on a
is
lie.
not Bangladeshi, you fucking what?
I know, but they don't sound Arabic, do they? They sound closer to Hindi, and all Bangladeshis can speak Hindi.
No,
so
we can't.
You're a liar.
Well, my mom can speak it, but I don't know how.
No, Bangladeshis don't sound like that. They sound Indian. I know this. I lived
You're
in India for 5 years. You're full of shit.
You're being racist right now.
You're being a liar. You just got called on it, man. Of all the countries you could have picked, you should pick somewhere in the Arab world. Bangladesh sounds
why
like.
would I
sounds
pick
like,
Arabic?
Because it would have been slightly more believable. Whereas you're speaking with a
I don't need to
fake
be
Arabic
believable. I'm
accent,
just
and then
speaking-
when
I'm being
asked where you're
real
coming
right now.
from,
You're being
you
mean to
say
me.
Bangladesh.
You're calling me out on some bullshit that you don't even know. You're judging me because of my voice.
Yeah, because you can't speak Hindi. All Bangladeshis can
Why do
speak
I have
Hindi.
to speak
Even though they
Hindi?
speak Bengali at
Why
home,
do I
they
have
can
to
all
speak
speak Hindi.
Why do I have to speak Hindi?
Because
Pencho.
all of their media is still in Hindi. They don't
You're
make
a
their own
pencho.
content, so every
You're a
movie they
pencho.
go to watch
Don't
is
talk
a,
to
is
me.
a Hindi
You're a
film.
pencho. Don't talk to me.
That
Yeah,
is
this
not
guy's
even how you
taking-
pronounce Benchod.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't
this guy's
speak Hindi,
taking
so I don't
the
care.
Oh, you've been called on it. He's a liar.
I don't speak
Yeah.
Hindi, so I don't care.
Easily caught.
Yeah. This is how Arabs say care.
I don't speak Hindi. I speak Bengali, you idiot. You're an idiot.
Yes, all Bengalis can speak Hindi.
No, that's just a stereotype, you fucking white boy.
What?
Benchod correctly.
Just call him a curry nigger. See how he comes.
What the fuck?
I already get bullied in real life. I don't want to get bullied online.
Bro,
Troll
you
called it.
you can't go around being racist to other people and not expect them to be racist back to you. Especially when you're faking an Arab accent and pretending it's Bengali. Come on, bro.
This is not the Arab accent.
Definitely not a Bengali accent, I'll tell you that much.
Bengali
Like
accent.
anybody
even
can
know
just
what the
Google
Bengali sound like.
Google
You just
Bengali
talk Hindu.
speaking
You
English
think
right now,
Indian-
and you'll just go, oh, it just sounds like an ordinary Indian.
You think Indians are a Bengali?
I didn't say that.
I'm not talking to you,
what I said.
crypto, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this
Right,
was
so
fun.
You've been rumbled. You've been rumbled. You might as well just admit it.
I've never been humbled in my life.
I never said humbled. I said rumbled.
I don't care. My stomach is not hungry.
Well, fair play. You are a committed troll. I'll give you that.
Yes, I'm not a troll.
His Bengali accent just sounds Indian.
Hey, that looks like my cousin.
All right, so let's talk about the elephant in the room. Where how did you know that riding like the eggshells?
I
How
was a
did you?
Bollywood actor for 5 years.
Oh, wow, that's fucking cool. Wow.
Wow, you believe everything you hear, don't you?
Well, you can check it. I've got a show reel online.
Really? What's
Being
your
in
name?
films is not something that's easy to fake, except by
What is
being
your
in
name?
films.
What is your name?
My name is Teddy Markichut.
What?
My name is Teddy Markichut. Or as they'd say in Hindi, your mum's private.
Yeah, I also don't think it's easy to fake like speaking the language either. 1+1. I mean, come on. I mean, he literally did it in front of us. I mean, that would, there's some skepticism you can have, but like with this, I mean, you can't. I mean,
well, anybody can learn a language.
Yeah, but
You didn't, did you? You can't speak Bengali, can you?
What did you say?
So hold on.
Go on.
Eggshells, are you
Tell us.
like Eggshells, are you Indian, like natively?
No, I'm a white guy. Hard to get work as an Indian in Bollywood films. Being a white guy, it's a shoe-in.
Fair enough. No, but what I'm saying is, like, you lived in India for a while, or what's the thing?
5 years in Mumbai.
Oh,
pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's funny then he pretended to be like from the area and doesn't know.
Like, of all the places in the world you could have done and not had somebody in the room who'd lived there.
Yeah, literally. And what's funny is, like, as I say, I lived in Saudi
It's
Arabia
too
for 2
bad
years.
that Indian and Bengali are not the same.
The Saudi Arabian accent is the accent you are currently trying to put on badly.
It does sound like it, doesn't it? Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
somebody attempting to.
Like, you're clearly either an American or an Australian or maybe like a Canadian doing a very bad impression of another accent.
And you sound like a Irish guy with a Scottish bagpipes.
Yeah, cool.
See,
So,
look how
yeah,
it feels. See, when you say it to me, it hurt. Okay, now you take it back.
I don't care. Look, we're all Brits, like English, Scottish, Irish. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
Regardless,
go drink your tea.
I love tea.
I know you do, but what am I?
So,
How did I know he was going to say that, even though it made no sense?
it's like, he's a committed troll.
Yeah. Oh man. What is he? What are you eating?
I'm eating my favorite food.
Humble pie.
Humble pie, yeah.
Rumble pie.
Fucking hell, you're getting fucking wrecked by all sides at the moment.
Poseidon.
Well, like, Eggshells is a globe guy, and I don't know what the other guy is, if he's globe or not, but
I think he's a glober pretending to be a flat earther, pretending to be a glober. I think that's the.
Are you?
No, I'm a glober.
No, the guy with the cartoon. Like, are you a globe guy?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm a glober. Yeah.
No, you're not
Okay.
a glober.
So currently we've got two globers and two glurfs and a fluff, and we're
No, Arma, you're different than
like
you're a
doubting.
globe earther. I'm a glober. You hear me? You're a globe. You're a globe earther. I am glober.
I really can't tell, like, because, I mean, I feel like, I don't know, man. You're a troll.
Call me troll all you want, man. I don't care.
He sounds like a love child of Billy Connolly and Borat.
And you sound like Coyote Peterson.
Yeah, which means absolutely nothing to me, but thank you.
I can't understand you, bro. You're speaking through a McDonald's drive-thru. Are you on a walkie-talkie right now?
No, it's called a Bluetooth. That's what it's called. You may have heard of it.
No, I think it's a red tooth.
Although maybe in Kazakhstan you haven't got Bluetooth yet. I don't know.
Bengal is where he's claiming to come from.
Pakistan.
Oh, Bengal. Oh, okay.
I'm not
Definitely
from
wouldn't have it then, yet, Eric.
Did you guys know that in English McDonald's we can get tea at the drive-thru?
Oh wow.
That's again.
Oh no, that was just a big fat lie. I was just wondering who would believe me.
Well, I fell for it. I feel stupid.
Oh my god, Arma, you fall for so many things. No wonder you fall for the globe earth.
Well, I mean, different places have different, things, So I thought, oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it didn't seem too unreasonable.
Now that I think about it, I think they do coffee, so they probably do tea, but I've never really looked.
Everywhere in McDonald's do coffee, idiot.
Yeah, I know. I was talking about tea though, wasn't I? Dick face.
Oh.
That hurt. I'm going to use that dick face.
I think my favorite insult is "dumb nuts."
No, my favorite insult is Nick.
I forgot who it was, but someone said "fuck Stan." That was a really good one.
I like cuntard. It's a pretty good one. Like cuntard. Fucktard's good as well. To be honest, most swear words, if If you just put Todd on the end, sound pretty offensive.
Can you say donut? Can you say you're a donut?
You donut.
Oh.
You sound like what's his name? Gordon
Ramsay? Yeah, you donut.
You know, he claims to be Scottish, but he's clearly not Scottish.
People tell me I sound like Mario.
Mario.
Let's go.
No, you just sound Arab. Well, fake Arab.
Fake Arab.
I'm not Arab. Stop calling me that.
Then why do you sound like an Arab?
I don't fucking know.
You sound Arab.
That is not my fault, is it?
Well, my name is Abdullah Muhammad Rahman.
I do like the Arabic language though.
This is why you are faking the accent.
No?
Beautiful.
Go and say something to us in Bangla.
What do you want me to say?
What about welcome to my house?
Say
again?
Hello?
Say it again?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Just sounded comically bad. Go again.
Tomorrow namki?
That's not how you say welcome to my house. You said two different things.
That's how I say it. How are you going to tell me in my own language? You don't even speak Bengali.
Very similar to Hindi.
No, you speak Hindi.
Yeah, and it's very similar.
Okay,
When he
then
asked you
what
to
did I
repeat,
say
you
just
said
now?
something totally different.
Buste parlamna. Motherfucker.
Keep saying different things each time. It's quite amusing.
Just making shit up. Oh, man.
Ano bro yan? Do you know the song Sanambre Sanambre Ni ay Sanambre? Do you know that song, Riding on the Eggshells? Yo, Crypto, I think you have a droid.
I am a droid.
This man riding on eggshells is using Google Translate.
Yep.
Yeah, guess what? It is not accurate.
Sure. Tell me what's wrong about it.
It's too formal.
Okay, well, look, I'll be. Hold on, real fast. I mean, that's kind of cheap. All right, like that's always the go-to. It's too formal. So, like, to be fair, all right, you're gonna have to be just a little bit more specific. Like I'm,
No, because no one speaks like that in our country.
Yeah, that's
unless you're talking to like a government official or something.
And that's a good. Technically, that's a good argument. But at the same time, I've heard that thousands of times. That it was too formal. So I feel like that's too easy.
Plus, it's not even that too formal. They will speak formally, right? It's not just to politicians. It would be to a elderly person. It would be to a pundit. If you had a priest come to your house to do a blessing before a wedding or something like that, you would regularly speak in the full.
So what song did he just sing?
He didn't. He didn't sing a real song. He doesn't know how to speak Bangla. He's lying.
We don't have priests in the
So he just made up those words.
Yeah, ask him to say.
I don't know what song he sang, but a snake came up out of a wicker basket on the seat next to me when he started singing.
But he's just lying. He can't speak Bangla. He can't even say the same sentence twice because he's making up sounds.
I was not singing a Bangladesh song. I was singing a Hindi song. Sanamre.
Okay, go and sing it again.
No, I don't know Hindi.
Of course. Why would you not know Hindi? Like everybody from Bangladesh can speak.
Because I'm not, dude. I told you I moved to America when I was 10. I did not get to learn Hindi. Bitch.
It's just not likely. Like, sure, maybe if you were from a tiny village, you would only speak Bangla, but everybody from
Well,
a
I wouldn't
city
say
who has a
tiny village, but
TV
it's
would
not a big
only be
village.
able to watch that TV in Hindi. You're just lying.
No,
But you can
I'm
speak
not
to me
lying.
in
You don't
Bangla
know
if
me,
you want.
brother. You don't know me, brother.
Yeah, I know that you're a liar.
Yes, and I know that you're a racist.
Oh, cool attempt.
Why is he a racist? Just because he doubts what you're telling him, that doesn't make
Dude,
him a
I'm not
racist.
going to
It might
listen
make
to
him-
you. I am
it
not
might
going
make
to
him
listen to you
incredulous,
until
but
you
it
get a
doesn't make
better
him a
mic.
racist. Stop
I'm
trying,
not
yeah,
going to
stop
listen
being
until you
so
get a
hard,
better
man.
mic.
Yeah,
He's a-
that's
he's a
right.
troll.
Everyone else can hear me but you.
He's a
Stop
troll.
playing the racist
Don't worry
card.
about it,
It's pathetic. And have an adult conversation, buddy.
Because it is
Only
racist.
attempt he can do
You're
to get out
assuming
of
and
being
judging me.
called for being a troll.
You're being judgmental.
That's not racist. They're two different things. Judgmental and racist different. Maybe
Yes,
get a
because it's
dictionary.
about my race, buddy.
He's doubting the authenticity of what you're saying. He's doubting your honesty. Nothing to do with your race. It's not a racist comment. He's doubting your honesty.
Okay. This guy calls himself the Bong guy, which is a sort of slang term for Bengalis. I'm going to put it in the chat so you can just click on it and listen to a couple of seconds and go, does that sound like an Arab or does that sound exactly what I said before, like just another Indian person? Does this guy sound at all like our friend 1+1? I put it to the court that no, it does not. He's a liar. He's here to troll.
Yeah, he's gone deafened now. He's run away.
I think he's probably just listening to it to figure out what his accent should sound like. Should have just not told him that I was speaking Hindi and told him that it was Bengali.
I don't doubt that he's
Maybe-
trolling or
maybe
whatever.
lying.
I'm just wondering how you know a 10-year-old guy from wherever is what he sounds like. Like,
Because I
whether
lived in
he's
India for
trolling.
5 years.
Yeah, but how many guys that grew up where you were that moved to America at 10 years old and then you talked to them when they were 30? I mean, I don't understand. He
Like
might
they're
be
either going to have an
trolling,
Indian accent or an American accent. Most Indian people develop
or something
like
in
a
between,
local
right?
accent. So yeah, they're not. He's not going to have a weird Arab accent.
Oh, okay. I'm just, I mean, maybe, yeah, you could be right. I'm just wondering how you know that. Like, what experience? You keep telling me you live there, but he said he was 10 when he moved to America. I'm not sure how you would know what his accent would be as a 10-year-old. I'm not sure how I would know, is why I'm questioning how you would know, even if I lived there all my life.
Most of the Indian people I've met very quickly develop the native accents of where they moved to. So they'll
Yeah.
either sound like Indian or they'll sound American or somewhere in between. They're not going to switch to like having an Arab accent. That just doesn't happen. Not in my experience of people.
Gotcha. That's what you're basing on. Awesome.
Well, that he can't speak Hindi, which all Bengalis can, and he can't speak Bengali either.
I know
asked him to
10-year-olds
say
that can't speak English.
Yeah.
That lived in America all their life. I don't get what you're. So just don't get your point, man. Maybe you're right, but
He's a troll. My point is simply that he's a troll. I think it could well be Dragon who's been banned and then come back under a sock.
I guess, yeah, you're right. He could be exactly what he says he is, but I'm assuming, Harry, tell me if I'm wrong, you're just, based on your experience, suggesting what you think is most likely.
Yeah, like I lived in Mumbai for 5 years. Then when I got to the UK, I was a wedding planner for another 2 years, but working mostly with Indian, Bengali, Pakistani weddings and stuff like that. Like I've got a long experience with knowing people from that, like Bengal, because Bengal and Pakistan are used to be basically the same country. They're East and West Pakistan, and they're all just Indian people. Like it was subdivided by the British, so they're all the same people, and none of them sound like him. I have met probably hundreds of thousands. None of them sound like him. And all of them could like really quickly say, "Oh, I don't actually speak Bengali anymore." But instead, he tried to speak Bengali and said like mumbled some weird, incomprehensible shit that was definitely not Bengali and couldn't repeat it when asked to. He was just clearly going blah 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 blah. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm just highly confident on this one.
What's happening today, everybody? Is everyone well?
Yeah, pretty all right.
Things are good. How about you?
Yeah, good. Finished up for the day, so I'm free to talk nonsense.
Then you've come to the wrong place.
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding. Arma's here.
Wait, hold on.
Excellent. Just need a rehit now.
I'm still lost. Like, it wasn't even a joke. I'm lost. What? What about me? Okay.
Arma.
Yeah, what's up?
How'd you come up with your name? What's it like mean?
It's Arma is short for Our Matter. And Our Matter is it's a mix of the word armada and matter. And
I see.
Yeah. So there you go.
And did you like come to that after like the globe Earth flat Earth debate or before
Oh
that?
no. It's how old is this name? It's decently old. Like it's been like, like my probably like older like accounts like, on whatever sites, it's pretty old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds cool as fuck though, right? Like that's the one thing. That's the one thing I like about my little online name, Our Matter. Like that shit. That's just cool. So yeah.
Speaking of names, why did you choose percentage as a name?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's actually that's even better question. Like talking about my name. I mean, I know you weren't being rude or anything. You were just genuinely curious. But like, you would think we would be even more curious about yours. Like, what's with like the bajillion percentages of your name?
Long story short, I played this video game, and whenever you killed someone, it showed up on like the console and like right in the middle of the screen. So I chose the most, like it only allowed for, alphanumeric and regular symbols. So I chose the most like, obtrusive character, so that because like I killed a lot of people, right? And I wanted to make them mad just so they tilt and play worse. So whenever it said like killed by and then the most all these percentage signs, it would be in big block letters and it would like take half the screen, so it like made them play worse. That's how it started.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that is fun.
Been a troll since time immemorial. That's what we're learning about percentage.
You gotta get every edge you can, right?
I do love that, making people like tilt a bit or using the cycle.
The game is sold at. If anyone is interested, it's still running on Steam.
Sold that.
Yeah, sold at Russian, like soldier in Russian and German and a bunch of different languages.
Oh yes, I've seen you play this one. It's a sort of platform 2D.
Yeah.
What is it, a side scroller?
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say, yeah.
Okay.
So no hot topics. Has everyone just jumped in, or has it just been ruckus for the last few hours?
Oh no, we were talking for a bit, but I interrupted to say that I think 1+1 is a troll. He's since gone on deafened.
Weren't we just talking about me? I call that a hot topic, you know what I'm saying? Tough crowd.
You being hot and all.
What's that, Juice? Deuce Bigelow.
I'll give you a topic to talk about if you guys are interested.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can something orbit nothing?
What is in Lagrange point?
No.
Was that a no?
Yes.
Depends. I mean, it depends what you mean by nothing. I mean, even if it was a Lagrange point or you had two things of equal mass that were sort of orbiting around one another, but at the center there was nothing. In those two cases, I'd say yes, but are they orbiting nothing, or are they still orbiting around a gravitational well or a center of mass or something?
Well, the way they explain the telescope that's up there orbiting a Lagrange point, they themselves say it's orbiting nothing.
Yeah, and you could say the same about a binary star system, right?
I would have no clue.
A binary star system, provided the stars are of similar mass, will have a center of mass, center of rotation of those orbits.
Yeah, but those are two bodies, right? Those are two somethings, right?
There'll be no matter there. So they're both describing a circular orbit around nothingness.
Yeah, but we're talking about a mythical object. Never mind leaving the surface, and we won't get into that, but let's just say it does that. Now, it travels 1 million miles and it orbits nothing.
Hold up. In binary star systems, are they constantly like spinning around each other?
Yeah. Isn't Polaris meant to be a binary star system?
Yeah, but this is not the same thing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about two objects.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification because I never heard that. I just thought they were two very close stars, not necessarily spinning around each other constantly.
Yeah, no, they're meant to be spinning around one another.
Yeah, they're meant to be spinning in the story, and they're meant sometimes one eats the other one, and
There's a whole bunch of fairy tales that I can tell you about him.
But in reality, no, something cannot orbit nothing. Nothing cannot orbit any. Oh, fuck, I don't know. No, it can't happen.
I would tend to agree with you on that.
Whatever I said.
Now, here's the next question. Can nothing orbit nothing?
That's just bad English.
Somebody's been drinking.
Yeah.
Do you have those two nothings in mind?
No, I have nothing in mind.
What speeds would that nothing travel to orbit? That's funny. Good luck. Good luck.
Nothing from nothing, leave nothing.
Can nothing orbit something?
If you want to be with me. And I haven't been drinking.
I know that.
It sounded like you were. With that song, Rakia.
I left my singing voice in the shower this morning.
So that's the latest fantasy they would have us believe.
What is it that's going around nothing?
The James Webb Telescope, I believe it's called.
Yeah, I didn't understand that something would orbit a Lagrange. I thought it would just have to be parked in that spot.
No, I think it still orbits. It still does a circle around that L2 or whatever Lagrange point. But it's my understanding is it's a kind of, if you add up the two wells of Earth and
How? Wouldn't it, if it falls
Sun
to any side, wouldn't it get sucked in by the gravitational pull of whatever mass is on that side?
Don't understand them. I do not understand them.
Unless it's like accelerating and fighting off the gravity in such a way.
It's just mathematics. That's all it is. A fantasy.
Yeah, it sounds like it wouldn't work.
Mathemagics, mate.
Let me find the answer to your question.
Mathemagics.
Left Lone. I've also posted a list from Wiki of things.
Unless
range points.
Unless the orbit was perpendicular to the alignment of the masses. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it can't happen. There's no way to precisely align it to either or. Like that's sheer fantasy. Yeah, assuming there is such a thing, right? Like imagine aligning it. Imagine having two rivers flowing and trying to align like right dead center all the time. It's like it's almost impossible.
Yeah, but you could argue that, you know, if you're not completely dead center, you could just, you know, thrust a little bit just to make up for the difference. But let's say you're aligning both of these masses, right? And then perpendicularly, like let's say they're horizontal now to each other. In the vertical, this thing could be spinning, it could be orbiting in a circle. So it stays the equal distance from both of them all the time and just going in a circle. So the gravitational pulls, like let's say you've got to the center point, the Lagrange point or whatever, where the gravitational pull is equal, and you're just going in a circle vertically.
I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of assumptions there. That's yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
and don't forget the key point is here that you're supposedly orbiting nothing.
The thing is, it would have to have its own thrust.
No, you can't. You can't
That's
accelerate
not
to something. You can't accelerate to something and be traveling very, very fast. As you can imagine, the speed this thing has to be going. Travel 1,000,000 miles and then slow down and then orbit something. You need the mass of that object. Now I'm using their fantasy, right? It doesn't mean I believe it. Just telling you.
Get out of Narnia.
Yeah, scratch what I said. It wouldn't be orbiting whatsoever because you'd have to constantly be You'd have to constantly be thrusting and also turning.
Yeah,
inwards.
exactly. Can't do it.
But then, can't you say that about all orbits?
No.
No. In the
think it's-
fantasy orbit,
come on.
it's orbiting an object. An object is orbiting an object, right? Here we're talking about something orbiting nothing. They sold you a story on this telescope. You got to accept it. I mean, it's if you believe
Hang on,
in physics.
Is nothing just anti something? So is it actually something, but it's anti something as opposed to nothing? Are we using the right word here?
That's a good question. You got me on that one. I think that goes to philosophy, maybe. I don't know.
I'm mixed.
Well, if it's
about
anti-matter,
this.
can there be anti-nothing?
Anti-nothing.
Anti-something.
Well, think about it like this. Let's say you have two magnets, one on each side, right? And in between, perfectly in between, you have like a little piece of metal, right? The magnetic pull on both of them is going to be absolutely equal. And this thing is going to be levitating in its spot, right? In order for it to actually move in a circle, I wouldn't call it an orbit. You would actually have to apply a force and be constantly readjusting the trajectory such that it's moving in a circle. It wouldn't have an orbit, it would just be stuck there otherwise if it's in equilibrium. The same thing you could apply to this fake gravity stuff with this Lagrange point. It would be stuck there unless you're actually purposefully thrusting it out of that center point.
It does say the points L1, L2, and L3 are positions of unstable equilibrium. Any object orbiting at L1, L2, or L3 will tend to fall out of orbit. It is therefore rare to find natural objects there.
You're coming in kind of low, riding.
And spacecraft inhabiting these areas must employ station keeping in order to maintain their position.
There you go.
Is that better?
Makes sense.
Yeah, I missed the first part though.
Okay, so they'll fall out of that orbit. At L1, L2, and L3, they will fall out of orbit.
I see.
And they need to employ station keeping, which I don't think they do it with thrusters though. I'm just Googling it, but I think they do it with reaction wheels.
Your gyros or something.
Oh no, it is thruster burns.
So basically I was right?
Things will eventually fall out of 3 of those Lagrange points. It seems two of them, which are the ones that are stable. L4 and L5. No, sorry. Yeah, L4 and L5 can reach stable equilibrium provided that the ratio of M1 over M2 is greater than 24.96, whatever the fuck that means.
That means
All I'm getting from
fairy
is that
tale.
I was absolutely correct.
That's where the fairy tale dust is. They sprinkle it and hope you believe it.
Lordy.
I see. It kind of makes sense though, doesn't it? If it's a stable orbit, then other things could get there, and that would make it worse for man-made objects. Then if you do it at a place you're not going to get any natural objects, it'll be unstable.
So you're actually giving this a possibility that this could be possible.
Yes. Yeah, your incredulity doesn't alter my confidence in it.
Confidence, you say. All right. Ha.
I've got confidence in it. Yeah, there's confidence that the technology that they can do these things.
Yeah, I've got good reason to think other satellites exist, so I think that gives credibility that some satellites are up there, and if some satellites are up there, then I think that gives space to go, well, if anybody's claiming something that could be challenged that is falsifiable, then I think it would be falsified. And if it isn't, it's probably the case.
No, all due respect to your opinions. This is why I brought it up, because to me it seems so fantastical, but I knew if I would have brought it up,
does to you.
Yeah, I knew if I would have brought it up, there would be some people that would actually believe this stuff. And I'm just interested how how your brain works, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's why we're all here.
Yeah, it's just not beyond the capabilities of technology.
But hang on,
Technology.
on that thought, you got all this technology. We can go and put these satellites in space and control them precisely and blah blah blah. But I mean, that's a massive feat of logistics, right? But the age-old fucking argument: why can't we get fucking food around this world properly? Why can't we just get some of the most basic logistics right here in front of us correct for humanity?
Because they're two different problems. You can feed all of humanity, but in my opinion, if you start feeding people, you ensure that they will starve.
Oh Jesus! So you don't do it for those reasons. Oh,
Was that
Well,
line
because
from
I
the
think
movie
I think it's. Say again. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of speaking for your interruption.
My bad. I apologize. I'll wait till you're finished. My bad.
Are you seriously going to go there when this conversation is going so smooth? You're a joke, man. Don't even start that crap. I'm talking about riding on eggshells. He's really going to go there?
That's not called for, man.
Y'all started talking at the same time if you want to know my honest opinion.
Well,
and if you
no,
think
your honest
SP is
opinion
going
of me, I don't care
yeah,
for it,
I
really.
know. You do want to go there because your argument sucks.
I just don't think that sending food to people who are struggling to provide it for themselves is a good way of fixing that problem.
So how would you fix it? Let them starve?
Teach them how to fish.
Education, yeah, I would do education. I might offer healthcare at a stretch, but I definitely wouldn't send food. They've been trying it for years. They've been trying since the 60s.
How does education change logistics?
They all die.
Fuck me.
Because you can see this. There's a long history of it. In fact, a better way to do this is talk to anybody who's worked for charity organisations, and they do it. They do it invariably. They used to send eggs to people in Uganda. They've sent bags of rice and grain and stuff. But what happens if you're a grain farmer in a war-torn country, and then people start sending free grain? What happens to the price of grain?
Oh my goodness.
Oh well, that could be
How the hell
controlled.
are we talking about grain now? I don't get this. What happened here?
Yeah, I don't
because
know
I'm pointing out that that is a subtle and very complex system that is essentially type 2 chaos. You don't know what you're going to achieve once you do it. Whereas the idea of getting things into orbit is physics. If you do it right, it'll work the same each time.
It's
logistics.
logistics. It's the same thing.
We're talking about a physical object traveling 1 million miles, reaching a point of nothing, and then slowing down and achieving orbit around this nothing.
Yeah. Well, achieving orbit around a gravitational well.
Call it whatever you want.
Sure.
Whatever makes you feel good, you can call it.
Not about feeling
Anti
good.
nothing.
So that's what you think you're orbiting. What you just posted there. You think that you're orbiting that.
I think it's a most believable answer I've heard yet.
My God, man. Cheers.
Do you have any, I get your point is it seems incredible to you. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I have something else. This is all not real. How about that?
No, that's the bit you've been presenting. Your incredulity is what you've been presenting. Do you have anything else? Like, I can be incredulous that there's a dome covering the Earth. That sounds to me ridiculous. Does that alter your confidence or advance the conversation about whether there's a dome?
No, your fantasy and the fantastical does not equal my incredulity. You are bedazzled. What this is called the Stockholm Syndrome, right?
Stockholm Syndrome.
That's what's going on. Let me explain to you what's going on in your brain now, right? You've been educated, right? You think you're smart. You think you're smarter than the average Joe, right? You have a model. You had no clue what I was talking about before. You just Googled this, right?
No, I was well aware of Lagrange
you're an
points because
expert.
I had an extended discussion with Chronic.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
Now
an
you're an
astrophysicist.
expert, and you're trying to equate your fantasy belief to my incredulity. It's not going to work.
Let me describe
sir.
to you what I think's happening in my head. I think I've heard people like Chronic. There's also a guy in GEMS, rocket scientist, who I talked to briefly once when I used to go there. And they talk in a way that gives me confidence that what they are saying seems well-informed, well-tested, robust. And then I talk to you who just goes, come on, that's ridiculous. And it doesn't sound well-informed. And so it doesn't sway me.
Let me see if I can find some common ground.
Believe, no problem. So you're admitting now you choose to believe that person over me, right? Is that what you're saying?
I don't say I believe them, but they give me more confidence. It's like if I went to one mechanic and they were able to describe how the car worked and what was wrong with it, and another one just went,
I get it.
That's ridiculous, and then didn't offer any reasonable counter explanation. I would just go with the first one, even though the second one is able to say that's ridiculous.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say this. Let me say this. The distinction between one's fantasy and the other's incredulity is evidence. Okay, so if evidence is provided, then that person would be making an appeal to incredulity, and it would be fallacious. But if there's no evidence, then you can't say whether or not it's real or fantasy.
Hang on. I thought you just said if there's no evidence, then it's just an appeal to incredulity, and then it sounded like you finished.
If no evidence is presented by the person making the claim, then then it's not incredulity, it's just fantasy. No, it hasn't been substantiated. If it's been substantiated, the person still denies it, or denies it just because they can't believe it or something like that, and they say it's fantasy thereafter, after having the evidence provided, then it's a fallacious appeal to incredulity. So do you have
in order for you to claim I have incredulity, you have to be assured of that thing being true. And you already admit that you have no clue what it is. You're taking somebody else's word for it, sir.
To an extent, I'm using a variety of heuristics to reason to its probable existence. I've given you them. I have high confidence that other man-made satellites exist because I've used them.
Okay, so it's an inference.
Yeah, it's an inferential argument. I mean, I think that's all we do. I think we wank ourselves silly in these rooms pretending we're scientists. We're not, but reasoning from inference is something we're all pretty good at.
Okay, but the reasoning is from the rhetoric of people you find more credible.
No, I wouldn't say it's rhetoric. I think that's sort of slightly
from
strong.
Their arguments, their reasoning.
Not just that. I mean, I've got sitting in front of me a Garmin InReach, which is able to send text messages well outside the range of.
All right, now we're getting somewhere.
Of mobile phones, only if you can view the sky. That's one of the things that would give me confidence that it is doing what it says it's doing, which is talking to satellites. Parents have a Starlink satellite at the farm. Like that, there's a variety of reasons I think satellites exist. Like you can see the ISS with your naked eye.
How do I respond to what he claims that thing that's supposed to be orbiting nothing a million miles away from here is sending a message to a satellite here? How do I respond to that?
I mean,
show me proof.
Satellites in general,
show me proof. Show me proof.
Proof that the thing's orbiting a million miles from here. I don't think I could do that. Certainly not in a way that you would accept.
Then you shouldn't be talking. Simple. Very simple. Just say, I don't know, and I have a belief. That's it. That's all you can say.
He can be talking, but it's just important to
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it to come out like that.
Truth claim. Yeah.
I meant you shouldn't be like making claims to the positive that you know what you're talking about.
I don't. I just say I think it's the case. I have confidence that it's the case. I'm not telling you that it is or that you have to believe.
You called me incredulity. You said I had incredulity, sir.
Yes,
and I resent that. Yeah.
I mean, that's all you've presented, though. You've just gone, this is ridiculous.
No,
you've not presented any maths, any reasoning. You've just gone, something orbits nothing. That's ridiculous. Like, that's all it is. You've presented as far as I can tell.
Snot noses like you, I've heard you talk. I know how you are. You always try to get above somebody. This case, you were wrong. You were wrong because you said I had incredulity and you had no knowledge of the topic, right? And you yourself admitted that you're taking somebody else's word for it. Now you're trying to backtrack. This is why I don't like you.
No, I didn't. You're just making stuff up.
Yeah, because you're a rude snot nose and you think you're better than other people. Yeah,
you're just devolving to insults. If you've presented something other than incredulity, perhaps I missed it. Could you repeat?
No. You're a snot nose, and every time I get an opportunity to do this, I will do this to you, sir.
As in avoid answering the question that would give
Writing,
substance to
writing.
your
I don't
argument.
know.
He does have
Ask
a
a
point in
question.
that.
Ask
Hold on.
any question you want. Snot nose, anything you want.
You don't have to keep on saying that, Montreal, man. Let's try to be respectful.
I know, but
It's
this
quite
guy, I
fun.
just want to rub it in tonight. Yeah.
Okay. Writing. He does have a point. Though. If you're not making a truth claim, then it's not. It can't possibly be an argument from incredulity, because you haven't provided evidence for what would be a truth claim. You know, if you're saying it's speculation, it's not incredulity. It's just
all I'm not going that whole formal logical fallacy business. I'm just saying I've given a short stack of inferential reasons why I think it's probable that they are putting man-made objects at Lagrange points. I've just said
you've given
all that it seems. If I could just finish the essay, it'd be awesome if I could just finish it. It's a really short
My
sentence.
bad.
I'll
I
be done.
apologize. Go ahead, finish, sir. Go ahead.
All I was saying is all it seems that SE's presented is his own incredulity, not any reasoning or counter-explanation. Nothing. It just seems just incredulity at this stage.
It may seem like that.
And you're not going to get away with that snot-nosed bigot. No, you were wrong. You were the one that called me incredulity. Hold on, don't interrupt.
Incredulous.
You
is the word
called
you're
me
looking for there.
incredulity without have any proof, and you were wrong. Admit it.
I don't have any proof that you're being.
No, you were wrong for calling me incredulity. You should have. You had to have proof of what I said was wrong, and you admitted that you had no proof, that you heard somebody talking about it. Correct? And you took
He's right, writing. You're on the. You're writing. You had it right. You don't have proof to call him incredulous because you would need proof to say a person is incredulous.
No, I don't think that's the case. If I say, hey, I think that's my car, and somebody else went, that's your car, that's ridiculous, they're still being incredulous, even if I haven't presented an argument. They're still being incredulous.
No,
incredulity is what it is on its own, regardless of what the other person's doing.
No, you're wrong.
So what's the difference between being incredulous and denying a speculative claim?
If you're denying a speculative claim and you're going, here's why that doesn't make sense, and you're presenting an inferential or what's the other one? There's arguing by inference and arguing by it's slightly like, but if you're presenting some sort of reason.
No, incorrect,
here's this reason
sir.
It wouldn't work.
Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. In order for you to call somebody incredulity, right?
Incredulous.
You have to have. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, go on. Correct me. Did I make an error?
I'm not calling you incredulity. Yeah. It's a thing you do.
Listen up.
I'm calling you incredulous.
In order for you to call me that, you have to.
English is not his first language.
You didn't have proof that makes you wrong.
I'm not trying to
do you understand? Anything you say or do, you are wrong.
Yeah, can we get back to the one-on-one part? We're all talking over one another.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear him say he's
How do we know?
You guys can finally hear me.
A satellite up in the sky is orbiting versus just going around a flat plane. What's
no, it's not
How
that.
do you
It's
know
about
something's orbiting?
Maybe it's the straight lines.
Eggshells calling me incredulity, that I'm incredulous, and being wrong about it, and him not being a man to admit it.
Let me ask a question. Allow me to ask a question. Why do you think that it's impossible for the satellite to be at the Lagrange point?
It doesn't matter. Do you agree that he was wrong?
No, I want you to answer the question.
Do you agree that he was wrong?
No, I do not.
I think it was wrong to use the word incredulity because I feel like if it's a speculative claim and someone rejects it, it could just be doubt. It could be skepticism. I think it's incorrect to say the word incredulity in that context.
Could it be incredulity?
Evidence is provided.
They're both showing incredulity.
They're both incredible.
Right, incredible people. But seriously, right? I mean, just for the sake of it's like one isn't being incredulous while the other isn't. I think they're both incredulous. If it's a speculative.
What am I being incredulous about?
I don't know. I was asking. I just got it here just now, so I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I just thought like if one person's making a speculative claim that would be from their incredulity too, right?
Okay, hold up. So I just checked the definition of incredulity on its own, and it's the lack of belief or skepticism. So in that case, I say it's absolutely warranted. And I think we should distinguish between an appeal or an argument from incredulity and incredulity itself.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I'm not making this whole like that's a formal logical fallacy
So
business.
I
was just saying that SE had tabled the topic of these Lagrange points and said that's ridiculous, but it seemed to me that all he was saying was using different words to say that's ridiculous. All he seemed to be tabling as evidence that it's not there is his incredulity. Does he have anything besides that?
And you were incorrect, 100%. I told you 2 bodies can orbit each other. And I was specific when I mentioned that a body, something, cannot orbit nothing. Now, you can say it any way you want. Keep doing what you're doing. I want everybody to hear that you're not a man and you're not going to admit you were wrong. Once again.
Yeah, we're not here to...
I heard you say it. Sorry, Left Lane, you can go right after. I heard you say it, and you said it with a negative intonation. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, if you were saying...
you're intended it that way.
I see that as a good thing, to be a skeptic, to remain in disbelief when no evidence has been provided, or when it's not, you don't have confidence in it. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. But you said it as if it was a bad thing, and that's what led me to believe that you were implying the fallacy, that he was being incredulous.
No, I was just hoping he would present something other than just that. I think it is weak to go, here's the discussion I'd like us all to have. This thing doesn't exist. Why? Because I just don't think it can exist.
Listen,
just disbelieve it.
Just one more thing, guys.
Let me rebut him.
I just wanted to apologize because I didn't realize who I was
please, hold on.
At.
But please, listen, Writing. Listen, I've dealt with people like you all my life. That's why I came in. Do you understand? You're a bully. Whenever I see you, anywhere I see you, I'm going to do this to you every time you get smart like that.
Okay, this is
People, no, hold on.
This is
weird, man.
This is not where about here.
Let me finish my sentence. Am I disturbing you, Left Lane?
You're a character assassinating in front of everybody, and we don't do that here.
No, he insulted me, and he did it again right now, and I just want to rebut it. That's all simple. Characters like him, I dealt all my life. I had a quadriplegic friend, right? I had to protect him around from people like this. This guy is a scumbag.
You're attacking my character. All I'm doing is describing your behavior.
He gets his pleasure from putting people down. I said my piece. Go ahead.
Excuse me, mods.
Yeah, okay. Let's nip it. Go ahead, Left Lane.
Yeah, no, he's going to have to quit that. We're not going to tolerate it.
Absolutely.
No problem. I said my piece. Go ahead. I'll keep quiet. Don't call me incredulity again tonight. I warn you.
It's a description.
Don't say that word again.
Here's my defense.
Don't say that word again.
It's a description of a behavior. It's a description of quality or state of being incredulous, disbelief. It sounds like all you were presenting was your disbelief. You have called me a scumbag, a bully.
You are a
what
bully.
Else? Like you've just been their personal attacks, their description of someone's character, not their behavior.
You are a piece of shit. Yes.
Well, I think you're an idiot.
As a human being, yes.
Why do the mods in this server only mod half of the argument? If a flat earther does this, they can go for hours. It's pathetic.
Come on, guys. You just called him incredulous. Get away with it with me, dude. Ever.
You just called him incredulous and an idiot.
Incredulous is a state of disbelieving.
You called him an idiot also.
Oh, good. We better mod that. That's a good idea. We should mod that because that's against the server.
Why are you complaining? It's like you complaining and people talking over you. When you talk over people, it's stupid.
All right. Look, let me just say this. Montreal, it's clear that you don't like him. All right. And that
I don't like him.
All right. Let's leave it at that. We don't need to talk about it anymore. And let's move past it.
Perfect. Peace and love.
Yeah.
I feel bad because I said Left Lane could go right after me, and like 4 different people spoke.
Left Lane's been trying to speak for ages. Too respectful,
Sorry, Left Lane. I apologize. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
He spoke. He said we're not going to have that here.
Yeah. I thought he had more to say before that.
No, I just don't want the conversation to go where it's going. I would like for us to, maintain, some respect amongst each other, have a discussion, not a screaming match.
Left Lane, I grew up on the streets, brother. Okay?
Yeah, I did too.
If I
too,
tell you
brother.
my life story, you'll blow your mind. Okay? I am
No,
the biggest
yeah.
gentleman you'll ever meet, but don't try to bully me and don't try to bully other people in front of me.
I'm curious, Montreal. You want
I'm
to
the
share
same
as
way,
much
dude.
of your life story as you feel comfortable?
No, not really. No.
All right.
Takes a different mood for that.
Let's just say I don't like bullies.
Yeah, just to express my understanding of what you're saying, I grew up the retarded kid's brother. So I grew up with bloody knuckles and bloody lips. I know.
Well, you don't have to beat your brother just because he's retarded.
Oh, come on.
I'm just kidding, dude.
Right alignment.
Sounds like you lost the fight.
Good one.
I'm the kindest person you'll ever meet, right? The kindest person until you harm somebody else in front of me or try to bully me.
We're
They call that sublimation, though, right? When you're
Most of us
sublimating
are
all
like that.
your past angers on someone else through, you know what I mean? It's kind of like he might not deserve that much of your retaliation.
Oh, he does. He does this all the time. He has this snotty voice, this hierarchy. He thinks he's smarter. Oh, man, people like him, they get under my skin big time.
All I was doing is asking for evidence.
You want to
I was
punch,
just,
though, you know? He's
I was
all
just
right.
saying you weren't presenting any evidence. Do you have any? And you've just
You
had a
can't fool
tantrum
me,
and then
dude. You
involved in
can't fool
engaged
me.
in character
No,
assassination,
there
ineffective character
He's
assassination.
a little snarky. I hear it.
Of course I am. He's a prick.
I know. I mean, but that's no reason to like want to beat you to death, though. You know, you're a little snarky, man. That's all right.
What are you saying, Zeta?
There was a point where you did the terminology. You have a point there. That wasn't insulting, just the word itself. But there was a point where Eggshells said, "Oh, I know you think you've made a big point," but then he kind of snickered and he's like, "Do you have anything else?" So you did intend that to be insulting to him, and I think
But that's not. Yeah, that's not
Describing
so
behavior,
bad.
though. Yes.
Yeah, that's
I
why I
was
said
deliberately
intonation,
insulting his behavior because it was a weak argument. So I said that was a weak argument, and I tried to
You hear
demonstrate
that?
that to people.
He was
It's not the
deliberately
same as
insulting
calling
me.
somebody a scumbag or trying to go on this weird
No, you
rant.
are a scumbag, dude.
Don't
That's
try
what
and
Those,
scumbags
justify
do.
those two things are equally. Yeah, they're equally as antagonistic. There's no difference between if
That's
you did
just
it.
how he does
You guys,
it.
you guys know what you
Honestly,
guys remind me of? You remind me of binary stars spinning around each other.
Orbiting nothing.
Fucking hell. Anti something.
IFA.
If binary stars are spinning around each other constantly, shouldn't they be twinkling more than other stars?
I think they do. Yeah, I think they are meant to be.
How long do you think it takes for them to make like a full orbit around each other?
Wait a minute. Twinkling stars only twinkle because of the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but I think there's gravitational lensing as they pass one another, so they kind of pulsate at a very
show me the
rhythmic thing.
money.
I don't know this, but it's just what I thought. I'll do some googling.
You're being incredulous.
There's literally no
Yeah, exactly.
gravitational lensing.
So it's incredulous
Is there
just
not?
to deny it, but you don't
No.
have to prove it. You don't require any proof, but it's incredulous to deny it. That's fucking strange.
Here's the question: if our optics are good enough to zoom in and to see that there's two stars, to know that they are binary stars instead of just like one bigger star, then shouldn't we be able to see them? Like if we locked onto it, shouldn't we be able to see them actually rotating around each other?
Yes. And you do.
Yeah, they
So do we have a time lapse of anything?
Sagittarius A, right? Where they sit there and you watch the stars go around the empty spot in the middle that they say must be a black hole.
Oh, so this is where dark matter kind of like pops its head. Hey.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know why you would have to think of it as that when you're,
Well, because it
Hey,
behaves
Grim.
like as if it's orbiting something, but you can't actually see it. It behaves like it's orbiting matter, but you can't see it. That's why it's dark matter.
Well, if
No,
you're
that's
from
not
the
an instance
axiom,
of dark matter.
your only explanation is that it's orbiting a thing instead of it's in an electric field, just going around.
Yeah,
in
no, I'm
a
just saying that's where the
circle.
heliocentric notion of dark matter comes from, because they observe
Oh,
what seems to be
maybe.
gravitational pull, without actually seeing the thing itself.
Well,
that's not
I think it comes
related
from
to
the lack
stars.
of rotational velocity equation, where the rotational velocity of galaxies is out of whack because they shouldn't hold together for so long because of the speed. So there must be some matter there or something there holding it all together. Therefore, they ad hoc the idea, or not ad hoc because they just left it open, but they left it open in a way where they left their gravity theory as still being held true, yet there must be this other thing. Instead of we're in a big electric field and this shit has electrical connections, and then it's doing that regular shit that plasma does regularly without even aid or help in a laboratory. It's
They
just
came
doing
up
the
with
same
dark
thing.
matter and dark energy. That's what they did.
Yeah.
They came
So
up
they
with
had to
the
come
way
up with
that-
it to
the
save
way
the
to-
idea that they were right. And I think that they're starting to eliminate the need for it since they can't find it and they've never found any of it and they've spent too much money already on it. And then they're starting
How
to
are they
find
supposed
dust
to
and
find
electric
it if
fields
it?
out there. They're
Grim,
finding the dust. The dust
how are they
is what's
supposed
out
to
there.
find it if it doesn't interact with matter, light, energy, can be seen? How are they going to find
Exactly.
it?
Exactly.
You can see its effects, like gravitational lensing, for example.
Yeah, those are
Yeah, sure. That's the only thing that could cause that. Yeah, yeah.
No, that's not the claim. Actually, there are people trying to find alternatives right now. There's,
We're
I
not
think,
talking about gravity, right? We're talking about dark matter and dark energy here. Are you with
Sure.
us?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
No, the gravitational lensing is due to what? You're saying it's due to dark matter now?
Yeah, that is attributed to dark matter. Exactly.
No. Stop it.
Sorry
I'm not
for
saying it
laughing,
is. I'm
but-
saying that's attributed to dark matter.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's why we're laughing.
Well-
Because we,
Yeah, that's the
Glenn,
ad hoc
please go ahead, tell him.
like it came as an assumption because it didn't seem to be enough mass to make galaxies rotate as fast as they were rotating.
So now
And
you're
then
caught up. Now you're up to speed. Now you know what we're talking about. No longer are we talking about gravitational lensing, right?
I am. I'm
Rotational
explaining
velocity.
how we got there, how they got there. So that's one of the predictions of dark matter. Is actually gravitational lensing should be produced by any type of matter, right? And dark matter would be especially noticeable because you're seeing lensing that is coming from nowhere. So that matches the idea of dark matter.
Do you just
That's
make
why
stuff
it's
up as
attributed
you
to
go,
it.
or do you
No, I'm
actually
not.
hear yourself talking?
yeah, he just heard something wrong.
I hear myself talking. I'm not making this up. Just Google it.
He's just saying what the heliocentric kind of explanation is, not necessarily.
Yeah,
that-
so
That's
why-
not even the explanation.
Yes, that is.
Then what is the explanation, Montreal, for the heliocentric? What's the bullshit they make up?
He's talking about gravitational lensing, right? In their model, that's caused by the gravitational, by gravity. Simple.
Sure, but
it makes something appear in front of, something where you shouldn't be able to see it, like around a star. Now he's talking
think
about
I didn't
he's
hear
gonna
you
try to
properly.
equate that to dark energy and dark matter.
No,
Go ahead,
no,
please.
I never mentioned dark energy. You're just
Hold on.
not
Yeah,
following. Not even mentioned dark energy.
Montreal. I think where the problem lies is in their theory, they can't see this stuff. They say it does have gravity. It interacts with gravity. That's the only thing, right? With other matter, with gravity, but it doesn't interact in any other way that they know of, right? But this is the.
How would they know that? Is my point.
So when they're looking through
That's
what
the
they
hypothesis.
assume, when they're looking through what they originally assumed to be vacuum-free space a long time ago, before they got the instruments to find out they weren't in vacuum-free space, they couldn't understand why there would be any gravitational lensing or refraction of any kind. There's no reason for a refraction, right? Because there's no material there, which they were incredulous to say at that time that there was vacuum-free space. All right, because they were, even though they're the pros and the experts, they're also very stupid and had no fucking clue that there was so much plasma and intergalactic medium and so much interactions with light. Even though they were given clues, because They couldn't get the gravitational lensing to actually work properly around the sun. They could only get it to work in the plasma limb of the sun, in the densest part of the plasma of the sun. Therefore, not being able to rule it out that it's an effect of the plasma and not the gravitational
Yeah, or
lensing.
any other thing. Exactly, Grim. Exactly.
So now they've moved on to galaxy clusters, and they look and they see and they go, look at this gravitational lensing and these cool little fucking triplet and quadruplet effects where it mirrors itself, and it's like a bunch of lovely refraction going on. And they're going, can't be anything to do with that because that's vacuum-free space. And we're laughing, thinking, these are galaxy clusters. The sun has a heliopause. All stars have heliopauses. We're going to go with that. You're looking through huge amounts of plasma that
What's
are
a
moving in
heliopause?
different directions. The heliopause is the border from the sun. You would think of it as a bow shock, but it's really an electric system where plasma separates into thick cellular structures all the way around the sun, about three times the distance to Pluto, the heliopause.
Okay.
And see, stars have those, and galaxies have stars. So you're looking through a lot of plasma.
Does it overlap with the corona and the surface of the sun?
What's that? The plasma?
No, the heliopause. Is it like?
No, the heliopause is, let's say, it's the outside border of the sun. It's outside the 3 times the distance to Pluto. It's that bow shock area that the IBEX mission crossed over, and then the Voyager 1 and 2 and the IBEX mission.
Okay. I'm not familiar at all.
Yeah. It's millions and millions of miles, out radially from the sun. We're well inside the orbit of the heliopause. All the planets are inside the orbit of inside the heliopause. All the planets of our solar system that we know of. So that's what the heliopause basically is. And it's not just, and then outside of that was this really dense intergalactic medium of stuff going on that they went, we didn't expect that either. We didn't know there was going to be all this electric current coming in and stuff. So they really haven't even factored all that in. They've left because they didn't leave any room for that stuff because their other theory was so perfect. So there's no room to look at this thing that's happening when, in fact, the electric force is 1,000 billion times stronger than the gravitational force. Why shouldn't they just ignore it? Right. It makes no sense to ignore it.
Look, I'm not saying you're right? I'm not saying you're right.
Yeah, I'm incredulous about
I'm
what
not
you
either. I'm not either, right?
But
I'm saying that,
what you're saying makes more freaking sense than vacuums and all this crap. But the thing is, nobody really knows, That's the truth. Yeah?
Yeah.
But at least you're not pushing it down somebody's throat, Grim. Like these guys, they try to know, oh, we know this, we know that. No, you don't. Don't
well,
pretend that you do.
I don't believe in trying to stifle new ideas or thinking and shit like that.
No,
right?
no,
So
by
I've
all
always
means,
thought it was the coward's argument to argue for the consensus. I've always approached that like that would be the coward's argument. Because there's really nothing to lose there, is there? You've got all the papers on your side. You don't uncover or bust out or figure out anything new with that. If you only were the guy who only goes with the consensus argument, you're always going to be the last to find everything out.
Mark Twain said, if you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to reconsider your stance.
That's a good quote. That sounds like a smart man right there. Yeah. Who'd you say, Mark Twain? Yeah. Smart woman.
Thing is, don't be afraid to question authority, right? Like this satellite crap that we just argued over,
Yeah. Yeah, or like the people that think they're getting monopole data from the satellites, other than the one satellite that they get it from. They go, oh, all 3 corroborate. And then no, all 3 do not have monopole data. That's just the fucking trick. That's the on the other 2 satellites where they're talking about monopole data, superimposing the monopole data from the first satellite onto that for their paper. They're not getting that data from their equipment. And that's where people are fucked up. And they're thinking that, oh, it's absolutely proven and the Big Bang is absolutely real. We got it down to the decimal point and all this shit. And like, no, you fucking don't, dummy.
Bro,
God,
they believe
you can be in an electrical system and have that same fucking reading, especially as strong as it is from that location. Makes no sense that you think that this is some remnants.
Did you catch the conversation we had before about the telescope orbiting nothing? Did you catch that?
No. I came in late.
Yeah. There's people that believe that there's something orbiting nothing right now.
Oh, because it takes how long for light and everything, gravity has to follow the speed of light, therefore nothing is there while it needs to orbit it.
No, they believe any two orbiting bodies, there's 5 Lagrange, they call them Lagrange points between them. That's supposedly where gravity is supposed to balance out. Okay, so now they send something 1 million miles away orbiting one of these points.
Right, but they're spheres. It's not like it's two parallel lines that you're staying in the middle of so that you can keep your Lagrange point, right? These are actually fucking spheres. So it's not, it would not be possible.
Exactly.
You'd have to, it would have to be electric fields. So they're organizing themselves into particular,
I was going to ask you, can you imagine any way, like let's say between two magnetic objects or two, can you imagine anything being able to orbit in the middle of a point anywhere there?
Maybe, yeah. But it wouldn't be like in the middle. It wouldn't matter about being in the middle. It would be where it is.
Or somewhere, anywhere.
Yeah, it would be where it's in its electric field, right?
A field, right? The actual field, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Grim, you do.
But how would it actually orbit, though?
Yeah. It would ride along that shell, the magnetic shell, and it would orbit by bouncing and discharging back and forth. Just imagine two balls, right? One inside of another with space in between. And you're in the between the two balls is where the orbit lies, right? And so when with the relaxation of charge on a particle, when this negatively or oppositely charged body builds charge, right, it'll start attracting to the other side as it moves around the inner ball in the first place. And then when it starts to be like charged to that outer shell, it starts to repel from the outer shell back to the inner shell, all the while moving zigzaggy in a direction along the surface of the inner ball before, so it would keep going around and around the ball, but being trapped in between the two,
yeah, I think that would work with magnetics. If you have a dipole object that's like, it's being repelled as it gets closer to, as like the negative gets closer to the negative of whatever object it is, and then the positive end is being attracted by the other side, and then keeps on going.
But you got to remember, we're in a partially conductive, medium too. The plasma that we're immersed in. So the possibility is very real that could be the actual way the moon orbits the Earth.
How did the forces? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask Grim if he believes that the satellite is parked at Lagrange 2.
Well, I don't believe the Lagrange is what the Lagrange is, but I do believe they got a satellite out there.
So how do you think they engineered the? I mean, how do you did they use?
Are you kidding me right now? I have no idea.
I'm just saying. I mean, they claim to use Newtonian physics to do these things, but I would think that they would have to use a whole different rules and laws.
Oh yeah. Well, the Echo 1, right? Their first satellite. What was it? A big ass metallic ball sphere. And that's what you would need is a big metallic sphere, because then you could have a lot of those orbital effects, because the way the electrons bundle up on a sphere, You know, you can get like on like attraction. You know, there's a lot of different effects you get because of it being a sphere, the satellite. So, you know, they might have figured out a way to deploy the sphere to correct themselves or whatever. And, you know, it would be like putting up a sail. And you put up a sphere out there, and you attract the electrons bundle up on one side and give an opposite to whatever it's going towards. So you have a long range attraction, short range repulsion. Then you get your attraction to the wall, you know, and then it would pull you along the track, basically, so to speak, of the already flowing plasma, because it's, you know, it's swimming around on those magnetic field lines. It's speeding them up, causing eddy currents. I mean, they keep finding more and more plasma. Now, cold plasma, they're calling it, which I've been saying for years and years. I mean, people have been laughing, but now they're calling it cold plasma. It's catching on to the ESA and shit, NASA and them. But I think it's because they've hit a precipice where there's a lot of data now, and they can't really save face if they keep ignoring it too hard. Now it's like the filamentary structure of the cosmic web, the rotation in the cosmic web from the redshift and blue shift that they see rotation. Well, I mean, at that point, they need to start calling the Thunderbolts dudes in and start talking to them, because that's where your energy's coming from. When they asked, where's it all coming from? And then they saw that. Well, that answered the question. You've got charge outside bigger than us coming in. We don't need to know where it comes from more than that, because we can't see more than that. We just know it's coming in. Whoever's putting it in there or whatever's putting it in there, that's not really the problem right now. The problem is we've solved some extra shit. And I think they're realizing now that the nuclear reactions are happening in the photospheres of stars, not inside. They're getting their asses handed to them these days. The ones who tried to stay the course for so long.
Everyone needs a good ass handing every now and then.
Yeah.
Back on the straight and narrow.
I just wish all this medical nonsense and stuff wasn't happening at the same time that all of this other stuff is being uncovered. It's losing its thunder, man.
Yep. You know how we've got the 100 volts per meter increasing in our atmosphere, like from the ground up. Yeah.
Yeah, the potential. I mean, it's not a current, so it's a field with that much potential that high.
Yeah, volts. Yeah, it's just volts. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it?
Well, it's not volts until
is it physically possible within
current.
electric theory for that to actually exist in a curve, or would that type of situation only ever exist between two flat horizontal opposing, like electrodes or whatever?
Oh
Potentials.
that this plasmas make spheres and shit, and they it's look at the Sapphire project. You can see the spheres, how they shell. They're like shells over shells over shells.
What produces the plasma though in those things?
Low pressure environment, and the plasma needs to be excited with it needs to be ionized at least 1% the gas, and it's a plasma. So it's very little ionization that needs to take place. That could happen literally from rubbing two fuzz bunnies together and then getting a little spark.
Okay.
And that little spark, 20,000 volts in the room there, is a plasma. It lights up and everything. But plasma doesn't always have to light up either. It could just be in dark mode, which would mean it's not excited enough to light up release photons.
So define plasma for me.
A partially ionized gas with freely moving electrons. Doesn't have to be superheated. Those are old definitions to keep people thinking in hot terms.
Yeah,
Define plasma in such a way that it's an
Friction.
acronym. First word, partially. Partially
Plasma,
liquid and
plasma is a medium of like ionized particles. That's all.
Strange, partially liquid and strange, matter, abundance.
Not bad.
No,
Ionized
shit.
particles.
That's too
Just
shabby.
imagine a sea of electrons or a sea of protons.
Partially liquid and
Cosmic rays. Protons.
And can't be part of the acronym.
Almost like fire, you know, like the visible flame, something close to that. Like electricity, you know, that's the type of plasma.
we got to use the M for magnetic.
What's the best gas to make plasma with? Like, what's the most easily excitable?
Hydrogen's the best gas.
No, I'm not just asking for best gas in general. Best gas to make plasma. Is it still hydrogen?
Most of the plasma in the universe.
For the sake of discussion, I would go with neon and argon, since those light up really well, and we use them at the neon plants, neon shops, where we make neon for people, because they're pretty heavy and abundant. But
This is the aurora
abundant
effect, isn't
would be
it?
out oxygen
That is
and
plasma.
hydrogen. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, right.
And a lot of the stuff you can't see is plasma too, in the upper atmosphere. It's invisible. You look right through it. It might have effects on light, but you don't realize it because you don't think you're seeing that.
Yeah, well, also, obviously, there's some
Like
of
the
the gases,
solar wind?
obviously the noble ones that
What, for
produce a
example, do
color
you
that
not
we're
see?
familiar with.
An
Yeah, but
example
there's
would
some
be
that
the
produce-
solar wind. The solar wind is an example of a cold plasma that you look right through and don't realize is there.
What else do you not see?
Well,
World
the
War
solar
II
wind is
Germans?
a lot of it, right? Did you just say it's Nazi? No, hold on. I got somebody at the door.
It's the Nazis!
Did he just say he has Nazis at the door?
Yeah, hopefully we don't hear him get taken down. Live stream it, Grim. Live stream it. Just getting pizza.
partially liquid and solid magnetic assimilation.
I do agree with White or whoever said you can't have "and" as part of it. Partially
No,
liquid.
it's awesome when you have "and" because then you have it in like a lowercase and it just looks cool.
Smart. I love seeing those initialisms that are like really, you can see they worked really hard to try to make it something. You're like, oh god.
Yeah.
I hate thinking that taxpayers' money has gone into someone sitting and trying to think really fucking hard about that.
Did you say taxpayers' money?
Yes,
Funny,
I did.
look what I was just looking at while you were saying that.
I can't see my screen. Describe it, mate.
Well, I was looking at Mars is 1%, less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere. Just going through my memes, and I just thought of, hey, there's a helicopter flying up there. Taxpayer money.
All right, fine. We'll get rid of the "and." Partially liquid, Atmos, solid. We could put the "and" there actually. Partially liquid, Atmos, and solid magnetic assimilation.
Yeah, I like it. That's pretty good.
Well, the only person's opinion that counts is Grim. All right, Riding?
I'm sorry.
Vote of confidence, but I'm waiting for the judge.
No, I think it's shit. Well, this is going to be a short fight. I love watching battle bots, but when you're this much through the video and they haven't started the fight yet, that does not bode well for a long fight.
Stream it because ZXC isn't streaming League.
Isn't ZX does
acronyms? I wonder what ZXC stands for.
Zedek does battle botting? So would love to join.
No,
He
he plays
a team for
top
battle
lane.
bots.
He battles on top.
Somebody was saying this the other day. You seem like you're constantly on the hunt for a pun you can make. It's like got a good 10% of your brain constantly devoted to listening to conversations and seeing what you can pun about.
10% of the 10%.
Man, these battle bots are nothing like they used to make them.
These are two pretty unique battle bots. The vertical spinner nearly got banned last season because it nearly shook itself to pieces just spinning up.
But like, look at this matchup. The thing's too small for
He's
it.
jammed in the floor. That's it. Game over.
I'd just build an EMP into mine. I'd just
purposely
boost
like
that up first, and then shut everything down, and then go after it.
Yeah, my
Do
girlfriend
they
mentioned
purposely
that the
have
other
those
day.
holes in the floor just so they get stuck?
Well, they only used to have 2, and now they've got like 6. Or I think
Okay,
they
so
used to
they're
have 2.
purposeful.
But the kill saws pop out of them, just like circular saws will pop out of them in the last minute of the match. But I think they've increased their number because lately the robots have all been going just for the low ground. They'll all like form themselves in little wedges or forks to try to get under other robots, which can make the robot designs a bit dull. So I think they've made these gaps in the floor, more of them and more prominent and wider so that it can catch more bots. So the bots have to, figure a different strategy basically. Well, that was a shit.
It's me.
If you're allowed to have a flamethrower, surely you're allowed to have an EMP device.
Yeah, it's a good one to check though. What would it take? What's the smallest EMP you could make? Because there's ones that have slugs, shoot slugs out. You're not allowed to use gunpowder, but they like charge up a pneumatic thing and then pop it.
Yeah. Yeah. You can certainly have like a ram too, like a narrow titanium rod or something like that just punches out when you get close. Just punch. You know, like a bolt gun for a pig or something.
Yes, there was one that did that as well. It had some legal name because the team was owned by lawyers.
Yeah. Probably the old stab and twist. Probably had some notches on it. He probably went out and then twisted, knowing a lawyer. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that heaps. My youngest loves the whole BattleBots thing, and I'd be incorporating some car rubber, some tire rubber from cars, you know, as some shielding, because nothing penetrates that. Anything that tries to hit it, it absorbs all the shock.
Yeah,
definitely.
There's some teams who've gone with that kind of thing in the past. I think many of them now still use rubber, but they'll do a thick AR 500 metal plate that'll then be mounted on rubber washers so it can take the impact, but still, because if it's on the outside, I think there's a high chance that it just gets ripped off.
Yeah.
So it stops the impact of one thing, but then it's got no armor anymore.
Yeah, as the battery power and size has gotten better over the years, obviously they've been able to do more stuff too, without a doubt.
Yeah, the old Robot Wars used to be so funny, where it'd be like, this is made out of an old lawnmower, or he's made an electric wheelchair, and it would just be people throwing together some shit they had in their shed. And nowadays it's like almost always a robotics company or an engineering, course at university or something, putting together every part of the bot has been machined from scratch pretty much.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll end up doing human sort of looking ones where people are, controlling the human dummy that goes out and punches on.
I think that would be cool because you can then move away from it being a perfectly flat floor in a box. Like now on this one, they have what they call the upper deck, which is just a raised platform. But they are trying to make it move that way. Like last season, they let a robot go in that's twice the weight limit, I think it was. So it was 500 pounds rather than 250 because they say you can have more weight if you are a true walker. So this walking bot came in. It was terrible though. Just got its legs smashed off every time. But it would be super cool. Like, yeah, you think about it in a couple of decades, it'll be like some, thing that looks like a cheetah running around the thing with a blade for a hand or something.
Really? I thought we might see Sophie from behind the news desk fucking get in the ring.
I'm here, SE Montreal. Who's running?
All right. So, what's your problem?
What are we talking about here?
Record it, upload it.
You had a problem with my new moon observation?
I think a lot of people had a problem with it.
No, you particularly. You.
Sure.
What's your problem with it?
You don't know how to use a solar filter?
Okay, explain yourself.
And you thought you were going to see the moon through a solar filter while looking at the sun?
No, that's not what I thought. No.
You're standing there. You're in your video and you're like, where's the new moon? I don't see it. Well, if you actually researched what you were looking at, you would have known that the moon wasn't even in the shot that you were looking at. It was actually off to the side. And
yeah,
you
absolutely. It's 5 degrees off. Yeah.
And then you thought you were actually going to see something that doesn't emit any light through a solar filter while looking at the sun.
No, that's not what I thought.
That is what you thought.
No, this is what I thought.
Okay. Go ahead.
Tell me when you're done. Tell me when and then we're gonna go to your boat observation after this. I can't wait. I've been waiting this for a long time. So now back to the new moon thing. What I wanted to show there was the moon is a rock in the sky, correct? That's what you guys claim, right?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Now, the sun is the brightest object in the sky, correct?
Yep.
Okay, now, During the new moon phase, the moon is in front of the sun, correct?
Hold on, when you say in front, you mean like in front as in blocking it?
No,
Or off
it's
to the
in
side
front,
somewhere.
right? It's 5 degrees off,
Okay,
according
it's
to your
okay.
model,
5 degrees
correct?
off. Okay, yep.
But it's in front, right? Right?
Yes. You mean are you
Yes.
saying it's
Okay.
blocking it?
Okay. So now you're claiming, your model claims that the brightest thing in the sky blocks the biggest rock in the sky while shining on it, correct?
Montreal.
Is that correct?
Montreal. Does the moon emit?
Is that
Does
correct?
hold on, hold on. Does the
That's
moon
what I'm
emit
questioning,
any
my
light?
friend.
Does the moon emit any light at all?
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. My question was, the brightest object in the sky, the sun, is blocking the huge rock which is in front of it, correct?
No, it's not directly in front of it, Montreal.
It's 5 degrees off. 5 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Does that mean it's directly in front of it?
I didn't say it was directly in front of
Okay,
it.
so why would you expect to see it? Especially looking through a solar filter, Montreal.
That was my whole point. That's what I wanted to bring about, because you know why I thought of that? I'll give you another example. Smarty pants. The solar eclipse, right? What happens during the solar eclipse?
The moon passes in between the sun and the earth.
Right. At what point do you see the moon when it passes?
You only see the moon when it starts to block the sun.
You mean the shadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me this is another instance now where the brightest object in the sky, right, blocks the biggest rock in the sky while directly in front of it in this instance, right?
Why would you think that wouldn't work on? Do you think that wouldn't work on our model? Why would it
Is
not?
this what you're claiming? Is this what you're claiming?
Do you think it wouldn't work on our model?
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Is that what you're claiming?
I'm asking you. Do you not think that would work on our model? I'll demonstrate it for you
Absolutely
right
not.
now.
That's
Okay, well,
impossible to work.
that's great.
Absolutely
You know what?
not.
I'll demonstrate it to you right now how it works on our model.
You go ahead. You tell me how that works.
Give me 1 second. I just don't understand why you thought you were going to see the moon through your solar filter. Like, please explain that.
I just explained to you what brought this idea to my
The
head.
moon doesn't emit any light.
Now we are on a solar eclipse, and you were about to show me something. Please go ahead, sir.
All right, give me a second.
Now you're going to have to show me this in reality, right? You're not going to just show me something. I want you to show me the brightest thing blocking something like a light and something going in front of it, not being visible, casting a shadow, leaving, and not being visible. I want you to show me that.
Why would you think that wouldn't work on our model? I'm curious.
Hey, that's your problem, dude. Not mine.
Why would you think that wouldn't work on our model?
Because it's sheer fantasy.
You have three objects. You have the Earth, you have the moon, and you have the sun. And then you have the moon coming in between the Earth and the sun.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And do you not know? Do you not know that the moon's orbit is tilted? That's why we don't have solar eclipses like every month.
So the tilt of the moon is blocking. What are you saying here, dude?
Okay, so obviously you don't know that much about the model. You don't know this part about the model.
Dude, don't try to double talk.
Do you not know this part about the model?
You said you were going to show an example
So
of
you
how
didn't-
the brightest thing in the sky could block a rock, a huge moon, as it travels toward it. You don't see it. You just see a shadow, then it leaves and you see nothing. Please go ahead. Don't double talk. Don't backtrack. Go ahead.
Find this real quick here. Hold on. I'm trying to bring this up real quick. Give me a second. Oh. 20.
Are you gonna show me a GIF or something? Or are you
2021?
gonna show me a computer generated?
I'm gonna show you on Space Engine exactly how it works. And
You're
I'm gonna
kidding me, right?
And I'm gonna go to a solar
You're
eclipse
kidding me, right?
and I'm gonna go to a solar eclipse that happened on June 10th of 2021.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, I'm dying to see this.
Give me a second.
But is it gonna be in real or is it just a model?
It's gonna be one that already happened.
It's gonna be a model.
It's gonna be one that.
Yeah, listen to
gonna
the
be-
question
Hold
though.
on, hold on.
Is it a
It's
real
going to be
thing?
one that already happened in reality.
So it's
One that already happened.
No,
It
man.
happened on June 10th, 2021. Give me a second.
But it's going to be like a modeled reenactment, right? It's not going
Yes.
to be actual footage.
Yes. And it's gonna. I'm
So
just
it's
going to show you
useless,
how.
then. It's
I'm going to show you
useless.
I'm going to show you how it's possible on our model. Just give me a second.
In a computer on a
That,
graphics.
yeah,
You're gonna show
that
me.
already happened.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Are you
so
guys
you're going to show
listening to
how
this?
it happened, right? And then afterwards, are you going to show the actual footage of it actually
Sure,
happening?
you can actually pull up footage of people who actually seen it. Sure, I can do that. Give me 1 second.
Somebody was posting some cool clips of like maybe it was you, Earth is Life.
What's up?
Was posting cool clips of eclipses seen from a plane, from the space station, and from Himawari or something like that, and comparing them.
Yeah, that was a few days ago. 10. All right. All right. Can anybody see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Me on. All right. Can anybody see the moon here? Can you see the moon? It's
Where's
right
the moon?
where my pointer is at.
The barest I can see a crescent.
You can
I
see the
don't see a
crescent, right?
pointer.
So you can barely see the moon, right?
I don't see the pointer.
Right, look at
Yeah,
my
I don't think it shows the pointer. Or maybe you've got to set it up in the settings to show it.
All right. Can you see the moon right there next
Oh,
to
I
the
see
Earth?
it. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, and there's the sun. So you can barely see the moon. Barely
But
see
that's
it.
not
Now-
what you see on an
All right.
eclipse.
Okay,
Have you seen an
oh,
eclipse of yourself?
Hold
Sure I
up.
have.
The eclipse hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet. Now watch when I go down to the surface. Let's see. Where's the path of totality? This one actually went from. It was actually in Canada. You should have seen this one, Montreal. It was up in your neck of the woods.
I filmed it, my friend. I filmed it.
You sure did.
Don't
You
try
sure
it.
did.
Hey,
So
Smarty
you've
Pants,
already seen it in reality. So look,
filmed it.
so I'm going to show you exactly how it works.
Are you
How
listening,
it actually
Smarty
works
Pants?
in our
I
model.
filmed it.
He
Oh,
heard
you
you.
filmed it.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to
show
make
the
sure
clip.
the smart ass heard me. I filmed it.
Right. And you're asking me, how are you going to show me this in reality? Well, you already seen it. You filmed it. Didn't
Seen
you?
what? What do you think I seen, dude?
Guys, Earth is Life, just go ahead with your presentation, and then we'll get to the footage afterwards.
Let me just go down to the surface. Let's see if we can see that shadow going across the.
Just so you know, time's constantly passing right now.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is-
Yep.
this
Look
is
at there's
priceless.
a shadow right there. Look at
He's
that.
gonna show me what I seen in real
Look at
life.
that. Look at this.
in
Look at this. You
CGI.
see
This
that
is
shadow right there?
priceless.
This
You
is
see that
why
shadow?
they're brainwashed. You see?
You see
That
that
right.
I
shadow?
saw this
Yeah, we
in
see
real
that.
life, Silent. I saw this, yeah.
What's your point, Earth is Life?
This is how it works on our model. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually go down, and I'm gonna go into that path.
No wonder why they're brainwashed, huh?
So that's the exact shadow, the path
This
of the
is where they
shadow of the
live.
moon, right?
Let me see.
What's it called?
Now,
The path of the shadow of the moon?
Look,
What's it
there's the
called?
sun. Look, there's the sun right there. Right? So there's the sun. This is what it looked like in the path of totality.
Okay, zoom in.
This is priceless, man.
And
So,
rewind it to where like the
This
moon was
is
before.
exactly. Give me a second. So I will rewind it. I'll speed it up. Actually, hold on. Let me lock on that.
Wow, look at that.
Wow, look at that. Where'd the moon go?
Look at that,
Montreal.
guys.
Disappeared.
Where'd the moon go?
Where'd the moon go?
Where'd the
my
moon go?
goodness.
SD?
Wow, I'm sold, man. Hey, I'm a
Oh,
believer.
look, there it is again. There's the moon.
Oh,
Oh, whoa. There it is. It's still there. You just look at the moon.
you know,
right there.
that, bro.
Okay. Now can we see this with actual footage?
So go ahead, Montreal, post your video.
You're saying it's actually happening.
Hell, that's on you, bro. Are you kidding me?
You filmed it. Let's see it. You filmed it. And I just showed you exactly how it works on the
It's the
model.
real thing now.
Let's see it. Go ahead, post it. We'll all look at
He
it.
wants to use your footage as proof in Montreal.
Can you believe this
Yeah,
guy?
but I mean, you guys believe that's not what happens during a solar eclipse?
Wow.
He asked me.
Yeah, Montreal is
know what
contending it.
Really? What
ahead.
about you, Percent? Do you think that isn't what happened? Have you guys ever seen solar eclipses with your
No.
guys?
He was asking.
No, I
in the
believe this
video,
moon does go in
he
front.
was asking the question why he can't see the moon.
B-ball, the real stuff now, please. Don't
said-
backtrack.
you said
Everybody's
how-
listening.
You said, how come I can't see the moon? And it's supposed to be a new moon, right? You said,
No, I
it's a new
said
moon.
during the eclipse.
How come I don't
was
see the
very-
moon, which is supposed to be in front of the sun?
You guys hear the backtracking now?
Who's
Everybody's
backtracking?
hearing it, right?
Who's backtracking?
Sounds exactly the same as how it started. I don't
That
hear
is
any
what you
backtracking.
asked. Like he's not lying. That is
Riding
what
on
you asked.
eggshells has my video. There it is.
Let me see.
So hold on, I have a question, Earth is Life. If you're not in the path of totality, can you see the moon then?
No, you can't see it
Why not?
because you're looking at the sun.
I know, but if you're not in the path of totality,
Why
it's
would
not
you
going to be really
expect-
dark, right?
Especially, well, think about this. Can you sometimes, like, when the sun is, when you're looking directly at the sun, it's the brightest thing in the sky. So you're not going to see anything else but that, especially something that doesn't emit any light.
Okay, can you, before you like move on to the footage, can you switch the position to be outside of the path of totality, and we'll see how it looks?
Let me see. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go down to Australia.
Yep, give me a second.
Because
Zoom out.
there, I imagine you might get a bit of a
some reflection,
bit of a sliver of it. Yeah, you should get some edge. I would have thought.
Well, I mean, there is.
You're backing down. Earth is Life. You're backing down from our conversation. Let's be clear now.
No,
Everybody's trying to cut in here.
footage.
Are you backing down from our conversation, Earth is Life?
Backing down from what? We're still on the same thing, bro.
Okay, so now you showed us what you believe in a CGI. Now you said you were going to show it in real life. Can you please do that?
He will right after this brief interlude.
You have the footage, don't you?
Okay, as long as we know we're in a brief interlude, no problem.
You filmed it. Now, can we see the moon? No, we can't see it. Look.
Is that acceptable percentage?
Zoom
What
in.
he's doing? Because I can't.
I just want to see how it looks from
I
outside the
stand-
path of totality, Montreal.
Sorry?
You can't see it.
I said I want to see how it looks from outside of the path of totality.
Look, you can't see it.
Yeah,
So,
but you
like-
do realize the question I asked him, right?
Oh, so you won't see any eclipse whatsoever at all?
No.
Not even a
no,
sliver?
No.
Okay. What if
Especially
it's
especially if you're looking through a solar filter that blocks 99% of the light from the sun. Now, why would you expect to see the light from the moon? Well, the moon, which doesn't emit any light at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. What was your position on this, SE? Because it sounds like Earth is Life is describing it well. When I've got your video open, it sounds like you're saying I don't see the moon.
Yeah,
what
my
is your
position,
position
I'll
that
tell
you
you.
should see?
Yeah, I tell you. My position was they say that it's blocked because of the glare of the sun, correct?
That's exactly what it is.
Exactly. So I figured we can put a solar filter and just see what's going on. See, maybe we can spot something. Maybe the
Oh, I
side of
see.
it, as it's like it's 5
So-
degrees.
Can I try and say this? What you're saying is if it's blocked by the glare of the sun, if I use a solar filter to block the glare, now I should be able to see the moon, is your reasoning?
No, I was hoping I could see the sun, maybe just a sliver from the edge, because it's
Of the
5
moon.
degrees off.
Of the moon, you mean?
But it doesn't
Yeah,
emit any
yeah.
light.
And now that you don't see any of the moon, well, what does that tell you, SC?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. That proved nothing. What that made me think, what part of the whole reasoning in here is the eclipse of the sun when the moon. Now this is unexplainable. Forget about, we just discussed this now. Now we're going somewhere else now, right? We agreed to this? We're not talking about the solar filter of the new moon. We're talking about the observation with a solar filter of the eclipse. Why are you interrupting me, dude? Why?
But what are you saying is impossible, Essie? Like, what do you want to say?
During... Okay, listen up. Listen up. I'm going to be very clear on this, okay? During a solar eclipse, the moon goes in front of the sun. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. As it approaches the sun, do you see the moon at all? Ever?
I mean, no.
What do you mean by approaches?
Why would you
Before
expect to
it
see
in
it?
front of the sun?
Yeah, before
Right?
it starts eclipsing.
Before it starts eclipsing, do you ever see the moon?
Why would you expect to see it?
Why would you expect to see it?
Yes.
The biggest rock in the sky,
That doesn't
4,000-mile diameter.
Okay, let's see. Listen.
Are you going to let me finish? Or
hold
are
on,
you just going to talk to me?
Just let Esty finish.
Go ahead.
You asked me a question, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. The brightest thing in the sky, the sun. You have something approaching it from the side in front, right? The biggest rock in the sky, which is 4,000 miles across, give or take, whatever it is. You're going to tell me you're not going to see that as it approaches? You're only going to see a shadow of it as it eclipses?
Because the other side of the moon is being lit by the sun. And also, the moon doesn't emit any light.
What about Earth shine?
You still wouldn't see it.
But there would be like some light from the Earth, right?
Probably very, very faint. But I'm sure if you look up, you could probably find some. You could probably find some images of the moon during the new moon. But it's very, very, very faint.
So I find it interesting because most anytime I like backlight something, if I put a lot of light behind something, I end up seeing the outline or the shadow of the thing that's in front of the light.
Absolutely.
I would agree with that.
Depends.
But I would agree with that only when, like, I was thinking about if a car is driving towards me on the highway and it like illuminates let's say a deer's crossing the road. I will see the outline of the deer, but I think I only see that in relation to a brightened background. So what I see is blackness where the deer is, a silhouette where the deer is, and then I see light behind it. If what was behind it was pure blackness, I think it would just blend in with the pure blackness.
Don't you see you're making stories up to make up for the unimpossible? You think you can recreate that in real world?
You just said blackness. Hold on. If I take a piece of wood and cut it out in the shape of a deer and paint the entire thing black, and put it in front of headlights and see it from, you think that all of a sudden I won't see it because it's black?
No. I'm not saying that the deer's black. What I'm saying is
the light behind it is bright enough.
Yeah, if the light behind it's hitting the deer, but it's also hitting like road and posts and trees and stuff between the deer and it, that's what I see. I see the light that's hitting. But if there was nothing, if it was just a light,
from the side. How about when the deer is coming from the side? That's not directly in front of the lake. How about from the side?
Yeah, then I would see it. Yeah.
So how come you don't see the moon then? So how come you don't see the moon then?
Pretty much lined up at a new moon. Like the definition of a new moon is
not a new moon. We're not talking about a new moon. We're talking about the eclipse, sir. Don't try to change the subject.
Does an eclipse happen at any time other than a new moon?
It doesn't matter.
Why?
Don't try to change the subject. Why are we not seeing the same thing as the deer, sir? Answer that question specifically.
He just explained it, man. He just explained it.
No, he didn't. He admitted.
What he said was the headlights of the car behind the deer are also illuminating the road, and the silhouette of the deer is also being created by the light on the road as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it would work if it was a rock. I think it would work if it was perfectly flat. If the moon was perfectly flat and like perfectly aligned with the sun, then you could expect that there'd be no silhouette. But if it's spherical, you would expect that there'd be a silhouette due to like the outer surface of it.
Yeah, in reality, yeah, absolutely.
So what's your contention? What do you like? So what do you think is going on here then, SE? Ultimately, if you don't think
what I think is going on is your fantasy that you believe in, is not real.
Well, I just demonstrated to you how it works in our model.
No, you demonstrated to me in a cartoon, in a CGI, how you think the thing you have in your brain. And we told you in real life now, I think we showed you. Are you going to interrupt me every time I talk?
Go ahead, finish.
Sorry, no, that was my fault.
No problem. I think we showed you that in real life, you cannot make something disappear by shining a light on it.
Yeah, I think Earth is Life, you got to pull up some footage now where you can do that.
Where you can do what?
Where you can, the thing will disappear when it's backlit, because it's like really dark. So like in a pitch black room, you have a light source at the back.
Here's a really good example. When you're driving and someone is coming towards you with their high beams on. Can you see a whole lot in front of you when someone's driving towards you with their high beams on?
You can see silhouettes.
You can see some, right? Some, but not everything, right? It's like, holy shit, that shit's bright. I can't see anything else but those freaking lights. Right?
Do you know the difference between an explanation and a demonstration?
Yes, I know the difference.
So all you're doing right now, agreed, is that you're just explaining stuff, right? We're asking for demonstrations, yeah?
But when you claim something doesn't work, an explanation should be enough, because the contention is that the thing doesn't work, right? So if you disprove the argument, you don't have to demonstrate it. You just have to disprove it.
Well, if the argument is based on something that is not real, how do you demonstrate the opposite?
You're talking again without thinking, bro. Remember, think first.
You filmed what I just showed you in reality. You filmed it on the same exact day, right? When you said, what day was it? June 10th, right? And I just demonstrated to you exactly what you saw.
No, you just made up a story.
No,
and we told you, we contested it. We told you, you cannot make something disappear by shining a light on it. And you have yet to proven otherwise.
First of all, you're shining the light on the opposite side. So the part that you're seeing is not illuminated.
How about when it approaches from the side?
So
if you're at an if you're at an angle, a really acute angle, you're not going to see the side that's illuminated. You're not going to see. You might see a sliver of the light, but basically you're not going to. All of that's going to be washed out by the brightness of the sun.
So you're telling me in your deer crossing and the headlights now, you're telling me you have a car, right? Mm-hmm. It has its beams shining, right? There's a deer right in front. Okay, I'll grant you. Maybe when that deer is in front, if that light is so powerful, maybe I still think you'll see a shadow, but I'll let that slide. I'll give you that. You're telling me as that deer crosses to the side, right? Where the light is not directly shining on it, but there's still some light from the side. You're saying we're not gonna see that deer off to the side run away?
No, you probably
while
won't.
also wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, exactly. While also wearing sunglasses. Remember that you were using a solar filter. Remember that part.
You don't think that you're gonna be able to see the deer?
Nope, not with sunglasses on.
Wow, man. Wow.
That's a separate argument.
I drive all day.
This is a false analogy, though. This is a false analogy because the moon more or less completely covers the sun, right?
No,
so it's not like something where you have a small object with a large light source.
But in his video, he was using a solar filter, and also the moon wasn't.
How are you going to view the sun without a solar filter, dude?
How are you going to view the moon with a solar filter? Answer that question.
Man, you're completely missing the point.
Hold
here,
up, Montreal.
dude.
What do you think is going on? What do you think that shadow is?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to speculate.
What else would it be?
I don't know. I wouldn't know where to begin because I never seen an object that can be seen that has a shadow. Have you ever seen that?
No, but so you don't think it's the moon coming from the side because you can't see it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So what would settle this is if Earth is Life, if you have footage of, I know it's hard to find, it's hard to see the moon, you know, with the minimal amount of earth shine or whatever other thing that lets you see it. But like in your model right there, when you zoomed in, you could see that the moon was there. In fact, it's on the screen right now. If you have any footage whatsoever of any solar eclipse showing the moon like right before or after it eclipses, I think that would, you know, be evidence to support your argument.
Here's my picture. Have a look, guys.
There's one.
Did you take it? Did you take that
No,
picture?
no. This is just a
Of course not.
picture of a new moon.
Yeah, sure.
So, do you think you'd be able to see that with while looking through a solar filter? I don't think so.
Here's another one I took. Where's the moon?
It's right there.
Where?
What else? What else would it
Show
be?
me.
Blocking
Point
the
to it.
sun.
It's blocking the sun. What else would it be, Monty?
Really, yeah?
What else? What
Uh-huh.
else would it be, Essie?
Yeah.
What else would
You
it be?
tell me, Bubba. You tell me.
Well, if you track the position of the moon in the celestial, the celestial coordinates of the moon, at that time it would be crossing the sun, and we see something the size of the moon crossing the sun. But for some reason, it's not the moon, right? It's something else.
Yeah.
The moon teleports to the other side.
I see a
and something
moon.
else.
I don't see a moon.
Like that's just a stupid, very, very stupid argument.
Hold up. If the moon is a sphere, you would expect like at these at the points of the sun, right? Like it's a crescent sun kind of, right? At the points right there, you'd expect that there'd be a little bit of the moon being backlit.
Yeah, but
Because
if you put that,
it's a
if you
rough
picture that into
spherical
scale,
surface.
if you picture that into scale, yeah, it would be so tiny that, and it's so close to the sun.
Yeah.
How in the
Let's go
world
through the
would we be able
reasons
to
to
say
think
that?
it's. Let's go through the reasons to think it's a moon. It happens bang on the time we expect a new moon. It's the same shape as the moon. It's in the place where we expect the moon to be, where we're looking in the sky, and we don't have any other bodies. Yeah, are there
Same
any other
angular
reasons?
size of the moon.
Same angular size, yeah. So it's the same shape and the same size, and where we expect it to be. We don't have anything else that fits those criteria. But on this particular day, it's something non-physical.
You can believe anything you want. When I observe the eclipse, I see nothing approaching the sun. Then I see a shadow. Then the shadow leaves, and then I see nothing again.
When I wander around at nighttime with sunglasses on, I also find it hard to see
anything
things.
you want. You can believe anything you want is there. Doesn't make it real.
What about without the solar filter? Do we see the
That'd be even
moon
worse.
without?
You'd
the
get
solar filter?
blinded, bro.
still
You'd get
wouldn't see it.
blinded. I don't advise you
Actually,
ever
that's
do
a good
that.
question.
You're writing. You said
No, I know,
something. You
but-
said, you know, like we see, like it's either the moon or, so I don't know. I forget what you said, to be honest. But you said physical object, and I'm saying it could be, the moon and not a physical object. It doesn't need to be a physical object.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. Yeah, that's accurate. It doesn't have to be a physical object. But it would be a non-physical object that behaves remarkably similar to a physical object you
I
can
would agree with
see
that.
on other days.
If you can believe that a physical object can approach the biggest, shiniest thing in the sky without being seen, then you have been fooled, sir.
Well, if you look to its back and the rest of it is also black, it makes complete sense.
Look,
I mean,
Essie,
you're trying to phrase that in a way that sounds unreasonable, but it just
No, realistic.
makes very easy.
Jerry,
It
mira
makes
cómo voy.
sense easily.
9-1-3 al minuto 18, güey.
Hot mic.
No
Silent,
sé si
silent.
vaya a perder o no, pero para que veas, güey.
Silent.
ya-
Oye, espérate, man. What you
I'm
doing?
sorry.
Cuidado por ahí.
So, well, real quick. So, if we're talking about, okay, you think it's realistic that we see Mercury and Venus, which is closer to the sun, so we're only ever really seeing like the side of these planets.
Yeah, but
and it's
they're
reflecting all the way, and you can see it with your naked eye. And
Hmm.
you think that something as close as the moon isn't going to reflect any of that light towards us, and we'll be able to see it in.
it's not
every
about the
abundance?
distance; it's about the angle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will.
other
It's like
saying-
if you were trying to
but-
see what somebody's face looked like, and you're in a dark room, which would you do? Would you put on sunglasses and put a light behind them, or would you take off your sunglasses and put a light in front of them?
Well, no, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice in this matter. We only have the eclipse. It's behind, theoretically behind. So we have to work with what we have, right?
Right.
So we don't
You'll
have a
get
choice to
blinded
say,
without the sunglasses, without the filter. Do you not understand this? You will
Yeah,
get blinded.
I'm
Don't
not
give
suggesting
false
you do-
information out.
Yeah, we
I'm
understand
not
that.
suggesting you do it without a solar filter. I'm just saying you're going to lose things. Would we still expect to see stars through a solar filter? I wouldn't.
Nope.
Unless they're very,
I
very,
don't
very
understand
bright.
why we don't see parts of the, theoretically, on a new moon, or like when the moon is gone, that should kind of be like an eclipse all the time.
Yeah,
Think
but
that there's no radiating light coming out from behind the moon being lit from, and then we are able to see that in any way?
I think you're right, but I just think it would be such an incredibly tiny sliver that
No, I'm
it
talking
would
about
be.
even during without the filter, just looking at it during the daytime, not necessarily while it's actually eclipsing it, but approaching it, like 20 minutes beforehand or something.
yeah, but that angle would be so acute, we wouldn't see it.
But
This
that's
is
what I'm
what I'd
saying.
expect
Like, do you
to
think
see.
that the light that is coming from Mercury is reaching our eyes from the sun in some way, at whatever angle, it's always going to be lit in a different way?
Or we can see
Backlit. It's always going
when
to be
we
backlit
can't.
for us, or it's going to be
I
extremely
mean, it's
far
only
away.
visible.
We cannot
And you
see.
think that the moon isn't going to be a lot
We
brighter?
No, we cannot see Venus when it's about to eclipse the sun, or after it just eclipses the sun. I mean, it takes a while so we can see Venus again because of the angle. Like, it's more aligned between the Earth and the sun. If it's not aligned with the Earth and the sun, then that bright part is much more visible.
Right, and the sun and the moon, so the moon is very, very close to the Earth. So almost doesn't matter what angle we're looking at, we're going to see shine off of the back of the moon.
Why would you see shine off the back of the
It
moon
is
when the
good
back of
because
the
it's
moon
going
is
to
not
reflect.
facing us?
It's
not facing
absolutely
us,
going to
though.
put light out. I mean, it's.
But I think what
mean,
he's saying is this crescent. I've just posted 11 minutes past the hour. I think what you're talking about, Ewok, is that like tiny, bright crescent around the edge. Is that it?
I mean, parts. I mean, yeah, but I would say, we should definitely see that on the approach, right? We should definitely see some part of the side of the moon being lit as it approaches, like
I don't
an
know.
hour before.
I think I'd work at like angles. I'd try to understand angles, and I would go, yeah, if that was at 90 degrees, if the sun was at 90 degrees, I would expect exactly half of that to light up. And then by degrees, I would expect that to go down and down and down. So how many degrees is it off the side of the sun right before the eclipse starts? And I think it'd be arc minutes, not even full degrees. So you probably get, I imagine, an arc minute's worth of light around the edge of it, which would be very dim.
I don't know. I just don't. I find it astounding that at this point we also don't have stuff on the moon to look at these eclipses as they're happening all the time. It's astounding to me that that's not in place.
There are satellites. There's I posted the Himawari one. I can post it again.
Talking
There's
about
satellites
on
that watch
the moon. On the moon.
Oh,
yeah,
if
we're
you
not
wanna-
because we're not concerned with that.
You've already got it figured out.
Of course, you're not concerned with that. Of course.
I don't think anybody's concerned with seeing. I mean, it'd be cool to see an eclipse from the from the moon.
Cool.
Yeah,
Can
sure.
you imagine the revenue NASA can generate
Yeah, but
for
just to be able
advertising?
to,
Are you kidding
just
me?
to be able to see that. I mean, no, they're not going to spend billions of dollars just for people to see that.
Oh, really?
They spent billions of dollars to send spiders up to webs.
Yeah, there's a
spin webs
reason.
in the ISS, and they forgot to feed them. They didn't bring food for the spiders, and they died.
Oh
Yeah,
God!
these are the people
Oh,
we're dealing with.
shit. Poor spiders.
This is an argument from silence.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this isn't.
So,
This is an
Earth is
argument
life.
from.
I hope I've
You believe
dispelled
that
your.
these people wouldn't spend
No,
billions of dollars on nothing? For
You
real?
just showed exactly how more you don't understand.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. This was not done for you. It was done for other people. I know you will never understand what I just said, but that's.
I mean, I understand how it works on our model. I mean, I'm trying to explain to you or demonstrate to you how it works on our model. But ultimately, you still can't show us how it works on your non-existent model.
We don't live on a model.
No, you
No,
don't.
you showed what you showed was very embarrassing. Let's get that straight. You showed
Really?
CGI graphics on a game.
Let's
get that straight, Earth is life.
But no. But that your actual footage confirmed because I showed you exactly what you saw.
Oh, really? You took my. This is better than I thought. Thank you.
You filmed it on the same exact day, right? On June 10th, right? Last year, right? That's when you filmed it, right?
Yeah, I had the real video.
Good.
I
So
have
I
it.
pulled
You
up
haven't
that
seen it
same
yet.
exact day.
And
I
you
pulled up-
showed CGI.
I pulled up that same exact day in here, and it
In the
showed
computer
exactly what
graphics.
you saw. Yeah, and
In
this is
computer
Can you show
graphics.
the actual footage though, Earth is
But
Life?
this
That's
is
embarrassing,
based
bro.
on our model.
That's embarrassing.
This is based on our model, and this is
Sheer embarrassment, bro.
why is it that my model matches what you saw?
Bro,
How is
you
that?
brought
It
CGI.
doesn't.
You brought a knife to a
Sure does. Yeah, it
gunfight,
does.
bro.
It doesn't
Embarrassing.
Earth is Life because in your model you can see very slightly the moon, before eclipses and after eclipses, and
A Selenilian eclipse.
as far as I know,
doesn't
no
look part of your
footage
model
shows
either.
that.
But there's no
Sorry,
solar filter there. Is there?
Look at
Like
that.
in
Look
his
at
model.
that path of totality. Look, it goes right. You're in Canada, right? That's exactly where you filmed it, and this is exactly where the shadow went. Look at that.
Embarrassing, bro.
I'm
Surely
showing you what you
embarrassing.
saw.
Really.
I'm showing you what you saw, and
No,
this
you
is
showed-
based on
You
our
showed
model.
a computer program, bro. Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah. For some reason, it matches exactly what you saw. Why
You
is
didn't even
that?
see my video. You didn't even see my video.
Computer
How do you
program,
know?
you can make it do whatever you want, bro. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Stop embarrassing yourself,
I
bro.
know.
Please.
Oh my God! How did I do that? How did I make it match exactly what you saw?
He's good at
Well, if I
programming.
came up-
To do those things, you know.
If I came up with a unicorn model, right? If my
It still
unicorn
would
model
no.
included the sun
No,
coming
it
up in
wouldn't
the
match.
east every morning, would I be
No, it
wrong?
wouldn't
Would my
match.
model
No.
be wrong?
Yeah, it would because we don't live on a unicorn. So
Oh no, but every morning the sun comes up in the east, so I'm not wrong.
no,
According to the unicorn model.
because it wouldn't match reality.
I'd like to see that unicorn model.
Yeah, I'd
Hold
like
on,
to see
wait,
that.
I'm real
if
sorry.
you have that,
It wouldn't match reality. I just told you that my
okay,
model
good.
of the unicorns comes up in the east
So
every
if
morning.
you-
Are you saying that doesn't match
Awesome.
reality? Is that
So
what
if you
just said?
have that, awesome. So if you have that, you can present it. That way we can take a look at it and see
Do
if
you
it really
really
matches
want me to
reality.
present a unicorn model?
Yeah, go for it.
Exactly, it'll exactly match what we see in reality.
Yep,
By the way,
go for it. Go for it.
really.
Yeah, go for it. Let's see.
So if you're asking me to actually do it, you're actively missing the point.
Well, like I said, if you have that
Well,
unicorn
you brought
model,
it up, man.
let's take a look
No,
at it.
you're
and
missing
see.
the point. I could make up anything I want.
All right,
and
let's
make
see it.
it match what we see in
All
reality.
right,
Does
let's
that
see
make it true?
Let's see it. Let's say you make a
Seriously?
model
Yeah,
and
unicorn.
with
Okay, so I'll give you a
let's see.
hint. I'll give you a hint. Every answer I'm going to give you is unicorn magic times
Okay,
whatever
but you
number
can't
I need to make it
Okay,
work.
good.
Okay?
You can't produce that. You can't produce
I
that in real
can.
life. Let's
I
see it.
absolutely
All right,
could do
go
that.
ahead.
It'll match.
So,
It'll match
go away.
reality identically.
Awesome. Go
Everything in
away.
my model will say
Produce it.
exactly what it looks like in reality.
Okay, awesome. Go away, produce that, and then come back, and then you show it to us,
But
and you
do you
show
re-
us how it matches reality.
But
Go
you're
for it.
missing the point. You're
No.
missing
I know.
why-
I know the point. You're
No.
saying you can produce a model out of unicorns or something that'll match reality. So I'm saying, go ahead. You're making a claim, and you can do that. Go and do that, and then
right here.
we'll be back here, and we'll check it out.
The first part of my model involves the sun coming up in the east.
All right.
Can you
How
prove me,
can
prove me
you show
wrong?
me? All right. Show me a diagram of how it works. Give me a
Are
diagram.
you kidding?
Right, draw me a diagram because that's how a model would work, right? You show physically how it looks like in reality, not just sit here and try and explain it to me and tell me that it's going to work.
So
you
you
show
want me to
me and
draw a
demonstrate.
unicorn? You want me to draw a unicorn?
Go for it. If that's what you have to draw, I don't know your model. You're telling me that you have a model of a unicorn that matches
Missing
reality.
the point. Earth Life, you're missing the point. You can
Okay,
make a model fit whatever you want.
Yes,
You know,
sure.
You're
but
missing
can
the
you
response.
Demonstrate it in
Yeah,
reality.
it doesn't matter. The response is
Can you demonstrate it
doesn't
in
matter.
reality though?
Yes, the sun
Okay.
comes up in the east every morning because of unicorn magic. What don't you
Okay.
understand about that?
Okay.
Prove
So
me wrong.
show me
Prove me
where the
wrong.
unicorn magic comes from.
Oh, it comes from deep in a. Well, you can't see it; it's invisible.
Okay.
It's there, but you can't. I mean, it's there obviously.
How
but
can
humans
I
can't see it.
verify? So how can we verify that
You're
it's
asking really
that's
good
actually going?
questions.
How can
That's
we verify
exactly the
that?
point.
How can we
That's
verify
exactly
the moon is
point.
there beside the sun?
Because we can see the moon. People have been
No,
to the
we
moon.
can't.
Whether or not you believe
No, you
people have
can't.
been to
You
the moon.
can't see the moon.
No, you cannot say that. That you cannot say that. Earth's life.
Look at my video that I took.
No. In real
personally
life, we
took.
don't care, bro. We don't care about that model right there. We're talking about real life. Nobody can see the moon.
Yeah, well, this actually matches real life, so.
Wow.
No, real life is what I posted. Earth is life. I did it with my camera, my hand, and my eyes.
That was really good, actually. It's really good.
Thank you.
Was it a digital camera, so it's CGI then?
The real camera.
Hey, Terry.
I see. I just got here. I've just been trying to listen in.
Good to have you.
The debate's about whether you should be able to see the moon before it occludes the sun at a new moon.
No, well, are we skipping past the point where you can make up a model and base it on whatever you want and back engineer it to make it fit whatever you feel like?
Yeah, if you can do that, then
you can't.
If you can do that, then go ahead, man. Show us.
I think you can,
hold
but
on, guys.
I just think it'll break down under testing.
Don't understand that you can
Can I
do
just
that.
clarify?
No, because it will match the observations, right? You can make the sun go from one side and teleport to the other side, right? And you will observe the same thing.
Yeah,
in
but
the
we
model.
know.
Just because you observe the same thing as in the model doesn't mean it's real, right?
Yeah, but we know the sun doesn't teleport from one side.
How do you know?
Because it's always visible.
Because
someone.
It's always
everyone
visible
on Earth. Because
to
everyone
whom?
on Earth, someone can always see it.
Yeah, that's correct.
So teleportation doesn't work. So we can throw that out the window.
Wait, why?
Because someone on the Earth at all times can see the sun.
But it disappears
So it's
at
not
one point for that person, right? At one point.
Yeah, but it's always visible.
So how do you? That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but before it disappears for that person, it's now visible for another person.
One.
So the moment it teleports, whoever was seeing the sun will see the sun simply.
You can gather. We can gather only if you do it in a chain. Then we can reject that idea. Otherwise, you see it at one point and disappear at one point. I do the same thing.
But it is visible in a chain because it's always visible for some place of Earth.
I don't know about that. Like I said,
yes, it is.
Well, no,
It's always
like I
visible.
said, there's a point. There's a point where there's no land in this model. There's no people nearby, and at that point, you know what I'm saying, right? I'm gonna make the model big enough so that the sun is gonna travel to some place where nobody's able to see it, and then it's gonna appear on the other side. And there you
But
go.
then it's already not matching reality because in reality it's always visible. No, it's not. If in your model.
No, I'm sorry, but there's
places.
places. There's places where you can only see the light, not the sun, though. Right?
That's not what I'm saying.
The Selenilian eclipse goes against your model, by the way.
We can talk about that later, but what we're talking about now is that the sun is always visible for someone. That's real life.
Models matching reality is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but you can't even explain a
Listen,
sun
all I know-
on a flat Earth. So I don't know why you guys always want to bring that up.
All I know is that you're saying that during before and after an eclipse, or during any new moon without an eclipse, that the moon is there. In order to know that it's there, we have to observe it. So do you have a single video where we observe the new moon? Where we can actually see the new moon, even just barely.
I think someone just posted some images of the new moon in the chat. In the chat, writing on eggshells posted some.
They're what popped up when I googled new moon, but it wouldn't surprise me if somebody's, because those are the smallest sliver I can find. There are some that are much bigger where they might just be using those photos to talk about. I didn't put much effort into that. Is what I'm saying.
Supposedly, there's one. This one French guy has one. He has the record, apparently. I forget how much percentage there is. And you actually see a sliver of it.
Sure. Is he using a solar filter at the time?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But supposedly he has some sort of filter. There's one, I forget, it was a while ago since I looked it up.
So this would test some of what we're saying. What about Montreal? Next time there's like a, waning moon. Go out, point the camera at it so that we can see it, and then put the solar filter in front of it so we can see what we can see when there's a solar filter there.
No, I don't think you'll see anything with the solar filter.
Say that again, please.
I don't think you'll see anything if you point the camera with a solar filter at the moon. I don't think you'll see anything.
And that's what I was trying to tell you.
So your video seems like it is pointing the camera at where the moon is with a solar filter, but you've also just said I don't expect to see it with a solar filter on.
No, this was during special circumstances.
What was
Granted,
special
it
about
wasn't
them?
the best. Granted, it wasn't the best experiment ever devised by a human being, right?
It just seems what's crucial for your test of whether I can see the new moon is that you could see the new moon, but by your own words, you wouldn't be able to see the moon if you were using a solar filter, which you were using.
No, not under these circumstances. Don't change my words. You just
So what's
told
different
me
about the circumstances?
it's different because it's 5 degrees. It's very close.
To be fair, I think you
So,
could,
like I said, maybe I botched that one completely, and I'll take responsibility for it. No problem. My
Would it be
real argument
possible-
is the.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, would it be possible to have like a partial solar filter, like just like a solar filter where it's only like maybe like a little.
I should have
circle?
thought of that because I have an ND filter. I do have one. I should have thought of that.
I think what Percentage is talking about though is like something that just completely blocks the sun, so that you could then use a really open aperture to capture everything but the sun.
Exactly.
It's not a bad
like,
idea.
for instance, when you're looking at the sun, when you actually look at the sun, your eyes will basically darken the sun, and you'll notice when you close your eyes, you see like that green kind of thing. That's basically your eyes protecting themselves when you're looking at the sun, and it just traces out the actual, the light that's too bright. It doesn't affect the rest of your field of view. So maybe you could have like a partial solar filter that only blocks out the sun and then leaves the moon.
You can block with a physical object.
Yeah, you could block.
Or you could do that. Yeah,
maybe, yeah.
It's probably
Piece of
simpler.
cardboard.
So now my real beef is, and I'll.
See, come on, man. Who's a crybaby? How am I a crybaby?
Why did you go and post to Geo? This is why you don't want to debate me. You just debated me, you little bitch. Why would you post something like that? What are you trying to show, man?
I'm just showing that you just
are you
proved to
sure,
me
man?
that
You're in the army. Are you freaking
just
sure you
proved to
face
me
fucking men with
from
bullets, dude?
From your vantage point, and I got the same exact image with my model.
Dude, you showed a CGI fucking graphics, dude. A computer fucking program.
Yeah, that's
I, on the other hand, filmed the event.
Our model.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you serious?
That's based on our model, right? To the best of
Dude,
our
you're a
knowledge of how
joke,
our
dude.
model works, and it looks exactly like your image.
Why don't you go cry to your sergeant or something, man? Maybe he'll comfort you or
Montreal,
something.
stop making it personal, man.
I know, but these guys get under my skin.
I know, but if you lose your cool, you lose.
Yeah, you're right. But I just can't
man.
handle
Listen,
little babies like that.
All I'm doing is showing you exactly what
You're a little
model shows.
baby, dude.
Why are you upset?
I'm upset
My model,
because you went
you
crying
confirmed
to
my
Gio
model.
after you just debated me, saying this is why you don't want to debate me. You just
Who's
debated me, you lying sack. You just
Because
debated me.
Do you know why I'm on right now? Because I have a little bit of time to waste. I'll be.
I don't
leaving
give
here
a shit. Why would you, after you just debated me, why would a man that wears a fucking uniform of an army, why would he go cry to the general?
We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear want to hear it.
Hold on, sorry, I missed it. What did he do after you guys just debated?
He just tagged Geo saying, "This is why I don't debate."
No, I didn't.
You suck, you liar. Scroll
Wait,
up.
you said I just DM'd Geo?
Not
Where did I
DM,
Geo?
tagged. I said tagged.
No, I didn't.
I just read it.
Where?
This is why I called you out. Did you remove it?
I think he was responding to a Geo's message, right?
Wait, let me see. Why don't you?
I think I've just posted it again. I think that's the one he's complaining about, where you said that, and then posted a picture of a thing. I don't understand what you're upset about.
Okay, I see. I think I posted that not knowing that I was typing something. No, listen, man. Listen.
Yeah. Listen, man.
That was already in the text on the bottom, so I didn't realize that was actually in there. I was probably
Dude,
replying
be
to
a
something
man.
about
Just be a man. That's all you got to do. Be a man.
All right, well, be a man and stop doing character assassination. It's just weakness.
I think I was beginning.
It might have been an
I
instant
was about
mistake.
I was about to type something, but then I didn't type it, and I just like forgot about it, and I just posted that image. So.
What were you
Sure,
going to type,
a
though?
mistake. Okay.
I have no idea.
Right.
That, what?
Let me see. Let me read it. Why don't you do a legit debate? Oh no, I was gonna say that would be a waste of time. That was a while ago.
Can we just go back to
the
the
image
server?
was still attached, and you didn't realize it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Totally off into the weeds because we're back to square one, full circle about proving a model or re-engineering a model to make it fit to whatever you want it to work.
Well,
I think you're right about that. I think you could make up any model and have it fit.
I don't think so.
No, you
don't.
Like once you establish a model, you establish its predictions. You cannot use a fixed a model that is already established to make whatever prediction come up to fit that.
Farmers
Say whatever you want. You gotta show a
Could I
light.
use special pleading to explain why it doesn't match predictions,
You
and then
could
go,
say
it actually did match predictions?
You can
Tell
say
me how the
special
Selenilian
pleading.
clip matches predictions.
Exactly.
What's the problem with that?
What's the bit that doesn't match
then
predictions?
I guess you don't know.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I know it's the Selenilian effect,
I don't
but
understand
I
why
heard
you
different
guys.
arguments.
I don't understand
All
why
right,
you guys always bring up Selenilian eclipse. Like,
I understand
We
it's
don't need to move on to that. We're still waiting on the footage from you, Earth is Life.
well, because a
talking about
Selenilian,
predictions, right?
you guys
say
can't even
predictions?
explain an eclipse on your
Did you
model
say
at all.
predictions?
No, let's talk about the Selenilian on the globe model. So what's the problem with that, Fuzzy?
Well, you said prediction and matches predictions. Well, when I see something coming from up to down, I would expect or left to right. I mean, you could absolutely expect or predict something to happen up to down, left to right, based on what you've seen. And then when you see this eclipse, it doesn't do that. So
Could we say it doesn't match
do you
your
think that
predictions
matches
rather than the
predictions?
model's predictions?
So the model predicts Selenilian eclipses?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Let's hear the
It doesn't
word.
match
Let's
your
hear the
predictions
word.
of it, given the model.
What exactly about the Selenilian you think it doesn't match?
Let's hear the word. What? How do eclipses, Selenilian eclipses work in your model? Let's hear the word.
Refraction.
You just want us to say refraction. Sure, you can say
Thank you.
refraction.
But
Come on, guys.
Why do you think why do you think that wouldn't work?
Yeah.
Like we account for refraction since celestial navigation, right? At least, and the correction we do for celestial navigation, if you apply that to the moon when it's close to the horizon, it's the exact same thing. It would actually be lower. So that's exactly the same correction that we always did in celestial navigation. So why is that a problem to use that in the Selenilian?
I don't think you understood what you said.
So okay, when you're looking to the stars, they're going to the horizon at some point, right? And they slow down. They don't travel in this constant speed. When they get close to the horizon, they slow down. That is attributed to refraction, and that is actually accounted for when you're taking elevation angles to stars. When they're too close to the horizon, we make a correction, and their near elevation is actually lower than what we measured.
Right.
And that correction.
So when do those stars go the opposite direction in which they were traveling?
What do you mean?
Wait, say again?
I don't think that's predicted. I don't see that happening. I don't
Yeah,
think that's predicted either.
They look like they're going up as opposed to down because in a Selenilian, it's opposite of what it.
Why? What
But
exactly
it's
is
not
opposite?
stars. It's not stars, is it? The
No.
shadows going up instead of down.
You say refraction is what causes it to do something different. So why doesn't it?
No. The refraction is just explaining the position of the moon, like why you can see both moon and sun. That's because they're close to the horizon, so their actual position is actually lower, and that is something we always knew since at least in the celestial navigation because we accounted for it when we were doing celestial navigation.
And the shadows on the other side.
No, the shadow is on the right side. The direction that the moon is going is not the orbit of the moon. It's the spin of the Earth in the other direction. That's just a misconception. You just don't know the model you're criticizing. Because okay, so
okay, cool.
let me
that up.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How long does it take for the Earth to make a full rotation under the globe model?
What rotate? What's it? We're arguing within the model.
Yeah, we're talking about the model. You're saying that's a problem of the model. Let me test if you actually understand the model. So how long does it take for the Earth to make a full rotation under the globe model?
Talking about 24-hour day.
Yeah, a little bit less, but yeah. Well, how long does it take for the Moon to make a full orbit around the Earth?
What's an orbit?
To go around the Earth once. How long does it take?
Why are you asking him about your model?
Because he's criticizing the model. If he doesn't understand the model, it doesn't make sense to criticize it. No. You made the claim.
For the proof of that model. That's all we're.
No. You made the claim that that's a problem for the globe model. That it doesn't match selenium. And I'm trying to get if you actually at least understand the model, so you can make that assessment that you're doing right now. So how long does it take?
We're asking for proof of your model, not whether or not we understand your model. We all went to the same schools.
I'm not answering to a request for proof. I'm answering to your claim that it's a problem for the globe model.
Why is it called the impossible eclipse?
Because you guys don't understand the model.
I didn't call it the impossible eclipse.
Same reason a pseudo-force is called a pseudo-force. They sometimes give a name to something that you could, if you took very literally, understand the wrong thing.
Yeah, it's not called impossible. It's not called impossible. I don't think it's called impossible because of the position of the shadow. I think it's called impossible because you can see both moon and sun. And if you don't think of the atmosphere, that actually would be impossible, right? But if you remember that we have an atmosphere, and that make things a little bit higher than they are when they're close to the horizon, then that makes sense.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that your explanation of that entire scenario revolves around the fact that certain other assumptions are made about the globe model that we're asking for proof that are unfalsifiable claims. So you just have to either go with it or
I'm not answering for... Yeah, but I'm not...
That's ultimately what we're talking about.
No, there wasn't. Your point was that that's a problem for the globe.
The whole reason why this server exists is because this is what we're talking about.
Sure, but there's different things you can say. One thing you can say is that that's a problem for the globe, which is what you said. And I'm showing you that there's not a problem with the globe, and you don't even understand the globe, apparently.
How would I go falsify it for myself? How would I go prove it for myself? Or is it an unfalsifiable claim?
That's that's a complete different reasoning. There would be a completely different reasoning for that. I don't know how to answer that question, but that wasn't the thing I was trying to answer.
You can't prove it, and I can't prove it for myself either, right?
Yeah, they have a concept, but they don't have proof of the concept.
Well, the selenium specifically, like if the rest of it is proven, I don't see why you need something extra for the selenium.
What I'm saying. You're basing your assumptions off of all these other globe model ideas that you don't have proof for, and that's what we're asking for proof for. Let's start with curvature or spin or any of these things.
Oh, we have proof for those, yeah.
You can't just assume all those are correct and then make
Well, you can measure centrifugal force of the Earth. How don't we have proof for that? For the rotation.
That's bullshit. You guys
I measured myself.
You don't have proof of rotation because you've never once done Foucault's experiment or what have you with the same apparatus at different latitudes or with multiple apparatuses at the same latitude to show that it will be the different
Again,
precession.
an argument from absence.
Latitudes.
Yeah, that's just adding too much. Yeah, that's just adding too many requirements to accept the obvious evidence.
You need to change the latitude. That's
what you're saying.
No, seriously, you guys say different latitudes is different precession. So all you need to do is have the same apparatus at a different latitude, or you could have multiple apparatuses at the same latitude showing all the same precession.
Yeah.
No, but if we have multiple, if we make the Foucault's pendulum in multiple longitudes in the same latitude, this wouldn't be a very good evidence because we don't know what will happen if we change our latitude. So that it could be the same precession for the whole Earth, which would imply on a rotating flat Earth. So that wouldn't be a validation of what we think is
I'm not
reasonable.
saying different longitudes. I don't know where you got that.
We're setting the same latitude. So if I'm in the same latitude and I'm not on top of it, the pendulums aren't on top of each other, then they are in different longitudes, right?
Yeah, but they could literally be like a meter apart, just different apparatuses, right? With different micro deviations and imperfections in the gimbal and the stand.
They're still in different longitudes.
And we'll just see if it's the same precession. Because if it's not the same precession, then we have an issue because it's the same exact latitude, right?
Sure.
There you go. But that's never been done. The better one would be... Hold up. The better one would be... Let me just say this. The better one would be if you did it at the equator, same apparatus, you just had it at the equator, and it was going perfectly back and forth, straight, no precession whatsoever, and then you moved it to a different latitude, and it started precessing, and then, and you didn't change anything else. You had left the temperature the same, the pressure the same.
If you moved it, it's more likely that you introduce the precession yourself by moving it. Then
no, I'm saying
there
is a very bad way.
New latitude.
No, you started again at the new latitude, but you don't change the apparatus. You have the same micro imperfections in the apparatus, and you have it. Ideally, you would have it in a chamber which is modulating for temperature and pressure.
I think that's an exaggeration, since whenever we do, it already matches the latitude, like regardless on how the setup is. So you can try to attribute that all of those imperfections are actually coincidentally matching the latitude.
Show us the same latitude that it's already that they match perfectly.
I'm not saying they match perfectly, but the function
and pressure don't matter, and the micro
the function that describes how they would precess on a rotating Earth with the given radius is exactly the function that describes how pendulums precess. Like there's a, let's say, a deviation of like 0.5 degree every hour, 0.5 degrees every hour. It's very hard to make this very precise, but
how do you know the radius value?
That's what I'm testing. I'm saying if that's the radius, this would be the...
No, you're not testing it. You said you already knew it. You said it matches...
No, I didn't say I knew it. I said given that radius, that would be the expected precession. So actually, I'm testing that.
Radius, yeah. Given it,
yeah, so I'm testing that. Yeah, I know what I'm testing.
Yeah, how did you come up
with the cards?
Sorry? And first of all, I wasn't even referring to Foucault's pendulums. I said we can measure centrifugal force. I didn't say Coriolis force.
I didn't say Coriolis.
No, that's what makes the...
All of this that we're talking about, you just said is based on the radius, right? That's what you said?
So what's the flat Earth explanation for these?
No,
you just think it doesn't happen?
Asking him as about...
Yeah, some of them claim that. Each one of them gives a different answer. Some accept the pendulum precess, but they attribute that to ether or electromagnetic fields. There are all sorts of ad hocs.
In terms of the eclipse, I disagree with Montreal. I do think that it's the moon. I just don't know what the moon is.
Does it look physical, or do you think it's physical?
It looks physical. I don't know if it is.
Okay. Do you think it is based on?
And I would not say that it's spherical. Like
no. But I mean, like if you were sort of going to go, oh, which way would I guess? I'm not being held to it, but what do you think it is? Do you think it's physical, even if you don't know it is?
I think it's physical. I don't know, what it is at all, though.
Fair enough.
So percentage, you think something physical, 4,000 mile in diameter, can approach the sun without being seen?
Let me rephrase. I know it's physical because it's light, and light is physical. Whether it's tangible, I don't know.
What do you mean?
All light is physical.
How can it be physical and not tangible?
Because all light is physical. It's it has physical properties. You can see it. It has heat or energy or whatever. It's a physical thing. It's not metaphysical. It's not abstract.
We're talking about the moon, not light.
But the moon is light.
The moon is light?
Yeah, we see light. That's what the moon is.
Right. But you said it's also physical.
Yeah, light is physical. It's not, I don't know if it's tangible, but it's definitely physical. All light is physical.
So you're saying it's just light?
I'm not saying it's just light. It's definitely light. More than that, I don't know.
So you're saying light can block light? The sun?
I don't know.
Come on, you know.
Honestly, I don't. It could be possible that it could be possible that the nature of the sun is is reciprocal to the nature of the moon, and that they cancel each other out or something like that. And I don't know, man. It's completely, we don't have enough information, so it's like an indeterminate amount. We can't conclude anything.
Percentage, seriously, bro. You can't think light can block light. Like, Come on, light. A lesser light can block the sun. Seriously?
Montreal, it might be that these lights work with different natures, like that, not with the natural laws that we have on terra firma. It might be a different set of natural laws completely. We can't make any sort of decisions without actually being up there or knowing what it is.
Okay, I'll grant you that outside of our known physics. If you want to go there,
Absolutely,
I'll say
yeah.
okay. I'll pass on that one. Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, it
But
has
not
to
in
be outside of
reality.
our known physics.
Yeah.
Or if you assume the nature of terra firma for the stuff in the sky, then yeah, like you would have to say it looks tangible because it looks like it has the surface looks like rough and stuff like that, and it looks and like light can't block light and a bunch of stuff. But I don't think we're in a position to say that the nature of terra firma automatically applies to the heavens.
Well, that's like making an argument out of a supposed thing, so you can't really argue against that. If
I'm
you
saying,
want to go into an
we have an
alternative,
indeterminate amount of information. Simple as that.
well, no, you're not saying that. You're saying in another realm, in another dimension, you went metaphysical.
No, I'm saying it's possible that there's a different set of natural laws for the heavens as there, as opposed to the earth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're saying the same thing. Yeah, I can't argue with that. That's like saying a unicorn, right?
I mean, I don't know about that.
Well, I don't want to put
Maybe a bit, but like we have absolutely no evidence of. We've never been up there. We have no samples. We have no kind of. We don't have a foothold at all. We don't even have like the door open, even just a creak for all of the knowledge of whatever's up there, right? So we can't automatically assume. And that's one of the that's one of the assumptions of science, that the same rules apply everywhere. Like, that you just can apply the same rules down here as to up there. But I don't think, we're in a position to automatically say that.
Yeah, if you want to go that route, that argument, yeah, you can't argue against that for sure. You can't know what's up there. So I'm a firm believer in that. But as far as light blocking light in this realm, that's not possible.
Of course,
not
I
a
agree.
lesser light blocking the sun, in my view.
Yeah, no, in terms of, terra firma and the natural laws that we have here, definitely.
All right. Cool. So it still doesn't explain what blocks the sun during a solar eclipse. That invisible thing.
I still believe it's the moon, just because of the cycles and stuff, but I can't tell you what it is or what's happening or whatever.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Percentage, I think I might have found a Royal Society study that satisfies your conditions.
A study? I don't like studies. I like actual video, photo evidence.
Right, well,
but
I'll put the study anyway. 11 different locations from the North Pole down to the equator and the South Pole, with a Foucault's pendulum that they designed to shield from magnetic and electromagnetic and other forms of interference that they tested and plotted against latitude.
I'll check it out. I appreciate you looking, though.
But see, then you run into the problem of, did they really go to the North Pole? How do we trust them? This is kind of an appeal to authority. Just saying.
I would say it's more of a reassertion of the claim.
What the fuck?
That I
Well,
could
yeah, that too,
present
yeah,
something. Could you think of, though, Ewok, anything that could be presented on either side of the argument that you couldn't find some little niggle with? Oh, that's an appeal to authority. I don't have video of it. Or we don't have video of the person videoing it. How do we know they really existed? Like,
that's a
all of
dishonest
these
way to
claims
put it,
for any.
That's a dishonest way of saying it, writing, because there's different confidence levels, and I'm sure you'll agree that having like live or uncut video of something is more confidence than just having the claim, said again in the form of a study, a so-called study.
To me, not really. No, because from like, what would somebody video if somebody just had a video of the inside of a, shielded Foucault's pendulum? Wouldn't you find somebody going, but how do I know that they're really at latitude X? Oh, because they've got a video on the outside, but how do I know that's not a green screen? Like you could, it's good to be skeptical, but that's just getting to the point where you're using it as an excuse to throw things out, in my opinion.
That is a huge problem in our civilization right now, because we can deep fake people's faces and make people's voices. We can do basically anything. And if that footage comes from some authority and makes it look real, and people already are inherently believing in a certain idea, then that's very easy to feel.
We have to be wary just in case. We have to be wary just in case they're deep faking us, even at NASA.
Yeah, then why wake up?
It's been a good conversation. Good night, everybody.
Why wake up in the morning, then?
Night.
That's going to be your philosophy. Why even wake up? Why even get out of bed?
Well, we have to have faith in something, KO. Yeah, but is NASA worthy of our faith, or are there inconsistencies?
And no, and that's too bleak of an outlook to no. The point is.
So what would convince you though? If we could have deep fakes, if video could be faked, if studies could be faked, these people from the Royal Society just never even got on a plane. What could you trust?
Well, that's yeah. We got to get out there and do it ourselves. We got to do all kinds.
Could you trust yourself?
No. Well, I guess here's the problem: is that we have to recognize that there's a problem first before we then come up with solutions. Right?
But even if you went out there and did it yourself,
once we realize the problems.
But even if you went out there and did it yourself, I mean, I think there are many people that the flat Earth would say, well, he made assumptions and he didn't really know what he was testing.
You can trust consistency. You just need to see how consistent our interpretation is and how consistent the evidence is, and go from there.
When it comes to Foucault's pendulum, their precession relative to latitude is very consistent. Like you rarely see in the scientific studies I've read, you rarely see curves as neat as that. It is so consistent.
Well, the false cult pendulum could be reinterpreted over a flat plane. The latitudes would simply be over a flat surface, and the swirl of the pendulum would be correlated to the swirl of space over the flat surface. That's another interpretation that appears to be pretty consistent, at least for me, and at least appears to go with the flat, evidence that we see for the laser tested stuff. I mean, just because a pendulum swings doesn't really give us direct evidence of a globe. We may infer it for the globe, but it doesn't necessarily, correlate directly. I mean, we could just infer it for a flat plane or infer it toward a flat plane or whatever.
I would think if it would interact enough to cause, a deviation in the pendulum, that it would interact enough for us to detect it with some sort of sensors that, and so far they've not been able to detect it.
Yeah.
Or
it's like
a helicopter. Or a football.
What do you mean about a helicopter?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's that?
Or a football, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
But I mean, I think Left Lane's point still stands, right? If it is this thing other than centrifugal force or sort of changes in angular momentum, and it's a different thing, shouldn't we be able to measure it a different way? And is it interesting that the ether is giving a reading that you would expect on a ball?
Well, we already expect a ball, though. So, I mean, that's kind of trivial because we're already expecting a ball anyway. But I think there's another interpretation there that we could cover that would be just as consistent with a flat, motionless surface.
Except we don't have any data to support that.
Yeah.
Northern hemisphere.
We don't have any data to support that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I would expect if it was ether.
Spinning ball.
Either maximum in the middle and
so that's what we were on. All air travel would be going in certain directions. All runways would be facing east-west. You'd never land a plane north-south ever.
What's that got to do with the Foucault pendulum?
East-west, if we were on a spinning ball, would be a quicker way to travel because you would be going against the spin of the Earth, and the spin of the Earth could be used to spin under you and bring your destination to you. That's what he's saying.
But aren't you landing on the Earth?
Yeah, you're missing
You're
out the
leaving the Earth and landing on the Earth.
That was a leap from talking about the Foucault's pendulum to landing on a runway.
All right, so let's get back to the false cult pendulum. Right? Yes, we're talking in general about rotation, yes, but they're stuck on this false cult pendulum. But back to the false cult pendulum. Because of relativity, the Earth could be moving and or the space over and around the Earth could be moving. To break the tie, we're going to need a substance between the Earth and, I guess, space and ether to break the tie. Otherwise, mind-killing relativity would say both are valid. The Earth could be moving.
They're not a tie. You've invoked that they're a tie, but you've just gone, hey, it might be this thing. The Foucault's pendulum you could use and you could co-witness with looking up and seeing the latitude of the South Celestial or North Celestial Pole and go, yes, this swinging pendulum tells me I'm at the same latitude as that light in the sky does. Whereas your answer is like, maybe it could be something else. And you're calling that a tie?
Well, the false cult pendulum isn't consistent enough to be any evidence. Sometimes these pendulums don't swing. Sometimes they reverse during eclipses. This evidence is swept under the rug or dismissed because it's not convenient for the model. What exactly is good enough to make the pendulum anomalously swing and break its normal period during an eclipse? The only thing that I can think of is space being a flowing substance like water that flows differently during an eclipse because of the alignment of the sun, moon, and stars or whatever, like pebbles in the stream of the ether. Otherwise, from your gravity perspective, your centrifugal force perspective, you really don't have a way to explain why the pendulum is swinging anomalously. What's changing its mass? What's changing its period? What is changing this pendulum during an eclipse other than you just sweeping it under the rug and dismissing it? The Allais effect goes against your model and can't really be explained.
This is the very definition of a Gish Gallop to ask like 16 questions in a row.
Well, the thing is, a lot of the people in this discussion haven't brought enough data to the table to really solve the problem. We could get myopically focused on this issue or this issue, but if we bring a lot of information to the table, all of a sudden we can solve this freaking issue very easily instead of being myopically focused on one thing. You call it Gish Gallop, I call it bringing enough information to the table to actually render a competent verdict.
But you're not bringing information, you're just asking questions.
Yeah, and these anomalies that you speak of, I've heard you speak of them, but I've never seen any other evidence of these anomalies that you talk about.
Oh, for Christ's sake. There's a video about the Allais effect in the chat. People are exploring it as a legitimate phenomenon.
And it's been attempted to be repeated, and those repeating attempts were failed. And I think that if you really felt convicted that it was true, you should probably try a difficult pendulum during an eclipse, Lemon, and maybe it won't be an anomaly anymore, and it will just be something that happened. But it is an anomaly because it only happened, I think, 2 times.
It's an anomaly because the heliocentric model can't explain it, so it would rather dismiss it or throw it under the rug. It looks like we need to look into another model to explain it, gentlemen, something other than the defunct model.
It's mysterious, but has it been repeated? Have you repeated it? Has anybody repeated it? Because what I'm reading is it's called the Allais, whatever effect, and other people are failing to get the same result, or other people are getting inconclusive results. And even if they all got the same result, what would that say about flat?
At the very least, it appears to point towards some sort of substance in the interpretation that I would be offering anyway, to some sort of substance that's flowing slightly differently during the eclipse. Otherwise, since your model is based on centrifugal force and or gravity, you're going to need to account for gravitational and or centrifugal force changes during the eclipse to make the pendulum swing slightly differently or something to that effect. So based off of your framework really offering no answer, I'd go with at least something else.
Hang on, but I'm offering no answer. Do you really think I could explain that is an answer? It sounds like asserting you could answer it, but just going, oh, stuff might swirl differently during an eclipse. That to me doesn't seem like an answer. That seems like a non-answer. Like, sure, here's my answer. Maybe stuff doesn't swirl differently during an eclipse. Maybe this is a bunk result. There we go. I've presented my evidence.
Well, just because I present an explanation doesn't mean that it's necessarily valid or true. But science has a bunch of explanations that are similar, that are simply offered and put forward as a way to go forward and do additional exploration and experimentation to figure out what is the case. As far as I can tell, the heliocentric model has no answer, therefore, exploration stops and goes nowhere at that point. If we have alternative explorations with an ether or something else, at least that's a way forward to figure out what is the case. Does space have a substance? Does it flow? Does it flow this way or that way? Is it thick and sludgy? Does it have a density that we can catalog? At least now we have a way forward as opposed to letting science stop just because science refused to catalog the anomalous effects that are inconvenient for their preferred model.
Right, but they haven't stopped. If you read that Wikipedia page, they're still doing studies. This most recent one is like 12 years ago. So they didn't just see it, go, I guess we don't know about that, and stopped. It seems that they do study it again, and during every solar eclipse they try and do it. The most recent that I can find being 2009.
And you're basing your model off of an anomaly, and then ridiculing us for.
But so when you're
having
basing
an
your
anomaly.
model on the radius, and we can see too far many different days of the year, and not as far on many other days, it's who knows whose is right. Well, what exactly is going on here? Because one is just taking
I
for
know who
granted
doesn't
and
know.
saying that's what it is, and the other one is saying that that's absolute nonsense, and there must be
I
an
don't think
anomaly.
anybody's saying it's nonsense. I mean, since very early on with celestial navigation, they talked about refraction. What I would say is an inconsistent result is to say if we sometimes see too far and sometimes we don't, I'm going to conclude we live on something flat. To me, for something flat, we would always need to be able to see forever. Not sometimes the ball we're on seems bigger, therefore it's not a ball. That's the bit that doesn't seem to me logical.
You can see through like clouds and stuff from far away.
What?
Sure, on a clear day, yeah.
If there are clouds in the sky, you think you'd be able to see through that?
No.
We're talking about construction here.
So if there's fog off the water, you think you should be able to see through that all the way to New York from?
I don't think you would get a measurement that finds where where bottom-up obstruction does start, i.e. a horizon, and then go, because it's slightly further than I thought, I've concluded it's a wholly different shape, rather than coming to the conclusion maybe the ball's 7/6 bigger than we're told.
Yeah, you tend to get obstruction on clear days.
Well, the crossroads, gentlemen, is with the preferred model and the things that the preferred model cannot explain. We can write workarounds and, excuses for the model, or drop it and pursue another one. I think at this point, as flatties, we would drop the heliocentric model, not write it any more blank checks for refraction or whatever during the eclipse with the Allais effect or whatever, and just go with something else that may offer perchance a different way forward and a different way to explain what's going on, like something flat.
If it reliably explained the Allais effect and solar and alien eclipses and a couple of other phenomena, maybe. But it just doesn't seem like it does to me. It seems like it goes, well, your model's got some holes, so go with this one that still has the same holes and some others besides.
Well, it's not that it has holes. It's that you've already gotten holes that you've not been able to fill yourself, that you can't prove beyond,
But I'm not talking about the holes in the heliocentric model at the moment. What I'm saying is, if you're claiming they're holes, and I grant that for the sake of conversation, fine, there are some holes. Why would I switch from a model that has some holes to a model that isn't even able to fill those holes, let alone a chunk of other ones?
So a logical fallacy is better than nothing, kind of deal?
No, it's not a logical fallacy. It seems that the logic you're employing is, if there are some holes, we should abandon this.
Saying a logical fallacy is better than nothing.
No, if your logic is, because this model has some holes, I'm going to abandon it and embrace another model that has the same holes. That's what I'm saying is ridiculous.
No, it's sort of like if you're driving and you're doing directions, right? Out of your house, you take a left instead of a right. But you don't want to admit that you should have just started over and with an entirely different direction from the get-go. So you're going to just be lost almost basically forever because you started off on the wrong foot.
I don't get how that relates to this.
Well,
What
but I guess
we're saying is there's a
you
model.
have to-
One model has
you have
some
to
holes.
abandon it and go back to square one and start over.
Right. So back to square one, that might be valid. But flat Earth isn't back to square one, is it? It's accepting a wholly different model that still has the same
I've always
flaws.
said that it's flatter than what NASA claims. That's what I've always claimed, right? It's not a radius of 3959. That's just not provable anywhere unless someone's proved it.
But is it? Do you not find it odd that the globe model always offers explanations and demonstrations and scientific evidence, and flat Earth offers
scientific
none?
evidence. Did you just say scientific evidence?
Yeah, things like the Cavendish, which I know y'all don't accept as science, but it is, regardless.
Okay,
Yeah.
but don't you find it odd that there's an explanation for every reason why a kid would question whether or not Santa Claus is real?
I gotta
I mean,
quit saying
obviously there's an
irregardless.
explanation for it
That's not a
because
word.
it's made
Yeah, I heard
to
that too.
represent reality.
Yeah.
I think they're putting it in the dictionary, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oxford's put it in the dictionary. Good old
Just
Tony
because so many
Soprano.
people use it wrongly.
Yeah.
Like the heliocentric model.
I
Can you
think it'd be a
imagine?
different thing if you were going, hey, this doesn't explain X, and this other model does. Like, here's the way ether behaves, such that pendulums precess, south celestial pole, da 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 da. Here's this stuff that's robust, that makes sense, that you can test and verify, and possibly also a bit of explanation as why it looked like gravity for so long.
Verify? You can't test and verify anything about the. What are you talking about?
I think you can. I mean, I think you can do a Foucault's pendulum. I think you can look up at the stars and determine your latitude. I think there's a lot of things you can do. But the point being, if it was, then there were some like solutions. There was sort of the missing bits from these holes. Then I think there'd be a reasonable place for that. But to go, oh, there's holes, so let's abandon it and embrace this other singular model, seems weird if that one doesn't solve them.
But again, we're not coming. We're still coming up with everything. Like, obviously, airplanes still get where they're going, so we're pretty close. Yeah. It's just the explanation. It's like people could be doing stuff and it operating on whatever flatness we're talking about, and in their mind is the only place where there's curvature.
Well, would you agree that it would change?
It all works, and everything.
Would you agree though that it would change distances and bearings? If it was flat, the distances and bearings must be different.
Well, I don't know. Planes keep getting to where they're supposed to be going, and I'm not saying that there's a certain map that's accurate. I'm just saying that it's not. The world is not curving the way NASA is purporting it to curve, and that's.
But if distances and bearings are correct, then what you're saying is there's this model that is globular, where the distances and bearings work, but maybe they're wrong and it's flat, in which the distances and bearings would be wrong. So how could you get the right distance and the right bearing on the wrong model?
Well, it all worked. Okay, you take what is observable every day and you just work it backwards, and then you come up with whatever numbers you want, and it works every time. I don't understand how you guys don't see how easy that would be.
Well, because you're not able to demonstrate that. That's just a thing I hear a lot. Oh, you could map latitude and longitude onto a flat Earth. Try it. Just try it. Like, you will find that it's no longer linear. Distance, you need to add in extra distances the further south you go. It doesn't work. The fact that you could say, I could make your model fit my model, that's easy to say. Showing how those distances and bearings could match, that's the bit that I'm asking you to do.
The distances and bearings need not be correct.
Oh, sorry if I didn't hear you.
I was just saying the distances and bearings need not, like, maybe they're not accurate right now, because in terms of globe to flat, the main difference is below the equator, and you know, the majority of the southern hemisphere it's like 95% in water, and there's no contention about the distances on land. It's the distances over water for which we have no clear, accurate way to measure, to directly measure.
Celestial navigation.
But
celestial navigation will tell you exactly your latitude and longitude, and you can pick any point on the ocean and get a linear, straight line, great circle line, like straight, not deviating left or right, know that distance. So if they are out there, plus you've got cities there, right? So the Darwin to Santiago flight or whatever, he sets off on a particular bearing and flies to a location that is a set distance away.
Yeah, but it's flying, and you have jet streams, and you don't know exactly the ground distance that you're covering.
And so the jet streams are changing direction when the same pilot comes back on the flight the next day. The jet streams have switched direction, fortunately for him. So he's always taking off with not enough fuel, but magically getting there.
That's not That's not true. It's not always the same time, and obviously they can adjust how fast they're going, how much thrust there is, so as to go faster in, when there's more of a headwind or whatever. The point is that they're going to try to cover as they're going to try to go to such a speed to get to their destination at the same amount of time. But it's an undisputable fact. It's undeniable that there are the westward jet streams in the south.
But what that would require is the jet streams are going with the plane every time it flies.
Yeah. Did they reverse on the way back?
I just addressed this.
You're saying it could change direction. Indeed, it could. But why is it changing direction directly to the schedule of a flight?
It's not. The time in the air is what dictates, when they're arriving.
If he's adjusting and pushing the sticks forward because he needs to make up time, then he knows where he is, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't know to push the sticks forward because he doesn't know what speed he's traveling at.
Yeah,
so he either does know where he's at, and he knows.
Not necessarily accurate. You could rely on the celestial objects to kind of know your position. You can rely on GPS to kind of know, but it's not going to be completely accurate because it's never been directly measured.
I've directly measured the accuracy of GPS. It's got me to every port I've ever been to.
Yeah, man. Planes actually will land themselves on GPS. That's how accurate it is.
GPS invokes satellites, which invokes astronautics, which I've never seen demonstrated whatsoever. So it's like just a house of cards relying on each other.
Confirms.
I'd say the strongest evidence for a globe is the South Celestial Pole, in coexistence with the North Celestial Pole. That's the strongest evidence.
Harry. Riding. Are you there? Maybe not.
He was just here. I'm sure he stepped out for a second.
Yeah, no, he'll be back when he's back. That's cool.
What's the worst thing you guys have ever eaten?
Crocodile.
Yeah, was it, like really tough.
Yeah, it was terrible. I think it was cooked wrong. Percentage, to be quite honest with you. That's the worst thing I've eaten.
Mine's kind of the same. It was beef tripe.
Oh, okay.
It was just like chewing on a tire. But I was kind of like a brat back in the day, so I don't know if I were to eat it today. This is when I was a kid. I don't know if I was to eat it today, whether or not I'd react the same.
Now, you described just how I think it would be. I would say chitlins. I tried, but, you know, they smelled like pig shit when we were fixing them, and they taste like pig shit when you eat them.
What is it? Chitlins?
Yeah, chitlins.
What is that?
That's pig intestine.
Mm. Have you ever had haggis?
Haggis, yeah.
No, I've never tried it. Is that like a pickled fish or something like that, or
It's like sheep
fermented?
intestines.
Oh, sheep intestine.
And it's delicious.
Yeah.
For real.
What about black pudding? You had that percentage?
Blood pudding.
Blood pudding? No.
Yeah.
That sounds nasty.
It's not too bad fried. A bit of, you cut it up like, I know, thick chunks of salami. Put it in a pan, you fry it up. Bit of egg, tomato, sausages.
What animal blood?
I think it's pig, actually.
Yeah, that's against my beliefs twofold.
Oh, okay, then there you go. Okay, then,
Can't eat pig and can't consume blood.
there you go. Fair enough. Well,
And I wouldn't want to. I saw this one video where it was two pigs in like a fairly clean pen, right? And there was food there. There was a trough with food there, and one of the pigs was taking a crap, and the other pig was eating it as it was coming out.
what?
Yeah, it was eating its poop as it was coming out.
That's just nasty. That's just nasty.
And these were like cared for like pigs in a farm, you know, that had food. So I don't trust it whatsoever. Not to mention that they don't have sweat glands, so as to like sweat out like toxins and stuff. And then they eat garbage and like anything. I mean, I guess that's kind of covered with the poop thing, but yeah.
Well, they will eat anything, that's for sure. That's why the mafia used to own pig farms.
Yeah.
For disposal purposes.
Yeah.
And they leave absolutely nothing behind. They're actually quite a clean animal, pigs. We just put them in a dirty environment.
Yeah, my partner's got 2 pet pigs, and he loves those pigs like they were kids, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Keep them as pets, definitely. You know, I'm sure that they have their own personalities and stuff, just like any other animal. But in terms of eating them, after I saw that video, and there's a couple others like it, but you know, it was a fairly clean pen. There was like hay and straw or whatever, and it was eating the poop as it was coming out. Like some of it didn't even reach the ground. It was, oh man. And that coupled with like, I feel like there's a lot of wisdom in, you know, like ancient faiths and stuff like that. There's a reason why in Judaism and early Christianity and Islam it was seen as forbidden. I don't think it was just like some on a whim. It was decided. I'm pretty sure there's some reason for it, and it's probably the stuff that I mentioned, but who knows if there's more.
Well, I think the other thing is that the biology of pigs is so similar that parasites that can live in pigs can live in humans, and if you can't refrigerate your pork and you don't cook it properly, it makes people very sick.
Well, just about anything, if you don't keep it properly, will make you sick when it goes off.
Well, but my understanding is like straight up herbivores, like sheep and cattle. You can let that meat go a little bit rancid, and it'll still be okay. And if that meat has parasites and stuff in it, they generally won't survive inside your body. Whereas, like, you can get worms that are in a pig's flesh that then go into your flesh.
In the brain.
Yeah, brain worms. You've seen that episode of House.
I haven't, but okay. House is a good show.
Seeing as you're back riding, I heard you when I was listening in before make a statement that what you would expect on a flat Earth to be able to see forever. That was the statement you made. You said it.
Yeah, but I did say it. Yeah.
Yeah, you did say it. Yeah. So how far do you think you'd be able to see riding?
I think that the horizon would be a vanishing point, and I think
where would the horizon be on a flat Earth? In your flat Earth, where would your horizon be?
Depends if it's infinite or not. If it's infinite, it would, as people say, rise to eye level, because it would get closer and closer and closer to it. But if it was infinite, it would actually reach eye level.
It would reach eye level.
If it was infinite.
Okay. If it was infinite, it would. It would. Yeah. Okay then. Okay. Well, I'm just exploring this.
I absolutely disagree.
Yeah. Being able to see forever.
You know why riding?
Why is that?
Because you only have a horizon when you have the physical matter to reflect the light into your eye. And as you rise to eye level, that physical matter, that dense air and the ground underneath is going to stay low. So it's not always going to rise to your eye level. You're going to expect to see a curve even if it's flat. Because as you go up, there's going to be less matter. And that's why it looks like it's black, like in the high altitude balloon footage. It's black because there's no light that's actually reflecting to your eye.
It sounds a little bit like you can tell how flat it is based on how curved it looks.
No. I do get the reference.
So now riding, where's your how far away is your flat Earth horizon?
I would say it would be at the, like, if we're on an infinite plane, it would be nowhere. There would be no point at which it wasn't.
There'd be no point at which it wasn't. So it'd be an apparent horizon, would it?
It's always going to be apparent. There's always going to be a point at which above it is not land. But I wouldn't imagine to see stuff regularly going over a hump.
Okay, well, we're not talking
if
about...
light was bending some way this way and some way that way.
We're not talking about a hump, we're talking about your flat Earth. Yeah, we're talking about your flat Earth. Yeah,
Harry's
right?
flat Earth. Gotcha.
Because you can see forever. All right? Yeah. Okay. So... See, exactly. So how far away would this apparent horizon be on Harry's flat Earth? Like where would that horizon point roughly be? Because we know roughly where it is now. All right.
That the physical location. I still stand by the answer. If it was infinite, it would be infinitely far from me.
No. Well, there is no geometric horizon. All right. Is there? Okay, it's always just apparent because the sky never touches the ground. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is always only apparent. So this apparent horizon, I'm just trying to get a gauge of where your apparent horizon would be on your flat Earth. Seeing as you can see, forever, right? I'm just trying to gauge like how far away it would be.
Yeah, personally, I don't think there would be a horizon if Earth were truly flat. And looking out over the water, I think that the water would like become just a hazy blur between the Earth or the water and the sky. I don't think there would be any defined horizon on a flat.
That's true, actually. Yeah, I think that might. Yeah, I think I would go with that. It would just become a hazy, sort of disappearing line.
Okay.
What about?
How is White Knighting for you? He's trying to save you here, Writing.
I don't think
What
I can be
about
faulted.
the fact that over this water, all of the water is constantly evaporating, so you have this less dense water vapor, and above it you have the more dense air. So you'd expect that the rays of light would be bending upwards into your eye, therefore giving you the appearance of water obstructing this like crisp cutoff, which would give you a horizon.
Absolutely, could do. It's just that I imagine on days with different refraction phenomena, because my understanding is that surface level refraction can go either way, is that some days it would bend to a hump, and other days it would bend to a curve, to a concave Earth, and on
Hold on, why would it be concave?
Because the median point, the zero, would be flat. So if it can bend down, it should also be able to bend up. If the density gradient can go either way.
But when we say hump, like when there's obstruction, and the boat is blocked bottom up, it's not a curve.
Right, but it looks.
It's not like a
side
side
looks
curve.
like a curve.
No.
Can you see through this density gradient out in the distance?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? So you think so you think the more and more and more of this density gradient that you're looking through, you think you'll be able to see through it forever, do you? You don't think it gets to the point where you're looking through that much of it that you can't see through it at all?
Well, see, there's one observation that I do when I'm traveling on my Monday night run, going across the desert. I'm like 22 miles from a turn that I make onto I-40 in Santa Rosa, New Mexico, and there's a Love's travel stop that has a very distinct sign with a red heart on top of it, and I can see that sign from 22 miles away on road miles. I don't know how. Yeah, and I can tell that that's the love sign. I can't make it out as far as like shape, but I know that that's that sign, and it's 22 miles away by road miles. So
you can see the glow of the heart in the distance. You can't necessarily make out the heart. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That Monday night drive to the cheap motel. I see what you have to do. I'm gonna tell your wife.
So I mean, that's at least. I know that I could make something in the distance at least 20 miles away, but how much further? I don't know. I don't know how much further you could go with it.
So I presume you're elevated at this stage, Howard.
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, to be able to see it, because obviously if you're on a flat plane, right, you'd still be able to see it on a flat plane, but on your wibbly wobbly Earth, you would expect some curvature at 22 mile away.
Yeah. I'm like 6,000 or 7,000 feet on that plateau, and I'm not sure what the elevation is at Santa Rosa, but I'll have to look at them.
So now I've been at 6,000 or 7,000 feet above sea level. We use sea level, right. Yeah. So now you are somewhat looking over that that density gradient. All right, you're coming You're looking over the top of it, and right in the very distance, yes, you will be looking through it, but you're looking through way less to start off with, and it graduates up more. But if you're at the same altitude, right, or the same elevation, right, just say it was a perfectly flat, right, do you think you would see the same sort of thing, looking through the same sort of gradient? I myself think that if nothing else, that line in the distance would be far dimmer than what you see it from altitude.
Well, I mean, I do have opportunities. Like right now at night, I'm in Arizona, and it's flat. I mean, I can see lights way off in the, but on some nights in the summertime, I don't even need a binoculars or anything. They wiggle and move up and down. It moves crazy, with the heat coming off the floor.
So do you think that same observation, Howard, if you were to do it during the day, do you think you would be able to see the sign during the day when it's not illuminated?
I don't know. I don't ever go through there during the day. It's always late at night.
I would propose myself that you probably wouldn't see the sign.
Probably wouldn't. Maybe I could. If I picked it out with binoculars and then took the binoculars down, I might say, "Oh, there it is." But just scanning the horizon, I don't think I can see it. I don't think I could resolve it. I don't. The heart's maybe a 10-foot, wide. So I don't know what angular size 10 feet is at 20 miles.
Oh, I've got no idea, Howard. I've got no idea, but just an interesting thought. If you could see it, because obviously you're going to see light further than what you are going to see an object. Yeah, go, Howard. Go.
So I wonder how far, and that goes. We're going back to that question. How far could you see? Don't know. I don't know how far you could see. And is it something illuminated or something you could see in the daytime? I would think if something was illuminated, oh man, depending on how bright the light is, could you see 100 miles?
Well, this is why they have lighthouses, Howard.
Right.
Isn't it? Right? Because you can obviously at night, and somewhat during the day too, because we've got lighthouses here that operate 24/7. Just where I am alone. If there was no need to be able to make these things out with the aid of light, and you only had to see, oh my God, got to look out for that point. There's a rocky point. Don't want to sail into that. There'd be no need for the lighthouses at all. If you could make these things out clearly.
Yeah, those lighthouses have specs on them that you could look at and see what, it'll tell you how far away you could see that lighthouse. And then maybe you could correlate that with its elevation above the water. And, they have a radius around it.
They obviously try and get them as high as possible on whatever danger point that they're trying to warn you from, so you can see them further away. And I would suspect that so you could see them through that density gradient that you're looking through. Because we all know there is a density gradient, and that does affect what we see. You see that all the time. Now you said yourself, Howard, that in your head, a flat Earth model, that horizon would be a hazy sort of line. Well, I say to you that hazy line is the gradient that you're looking through too, which is what's making it hazy.
Yeah, my signal's going to crap, so I'll be roboting out here for a little bit.
No, you're right.
I was listening in the background. Yeah, I think I agree with what I think you'd started with left lane. I think that there would be a limit to how far you could make out an individual object, but if it was bright, I think it would. I think you would be able to see that for pretty much ever. Sufficient brightness, I think you'd be able to see it pretty much forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
So you would say that that same sign, you're in, I don't know, Sydney, you can see that same sign in LA.
Yes, if it was sufficiently bright and we were on a flat plane, yes.
So what's sufficiently bright?
Like there's going to be a sort of an attenuation over distance. You just have to sort of calculate that. I don't even know what is it, candle power, lumens, whatever it's measured in. I wouldn't even know how to describe it. But I just think like a nuclear blast, let's say, that sort of cooks people's eyeballs. I think on a flat plane, you'd be able to see that forever.
Really?
Yeah, particularly if you were going for anybody on a mountaintop for a burst of, when they sometimes would test nukes in the atmosphere, like they'd drop them and they'd blow up like 200 foot above the ground. I think you'd be able to see that forever.
Yeah, no.
How far is forever, by the way? Is that like 100 miles, 200 miles? We're talking about 1,000 miles?
No, forever.
No, but like measurement, like say you wanted to test that. How far is that? Like 2,000, 3,000 miles? How far is that?
Are you saying is infinite finite? What's the number for infinity?
Are you saying we can see infinity? How far is that? Infinity.
Definitionally, I could not give it to you, right? Infinite means not finite, so I can't put a number on finite, otherwise it wouldn't be infinite. So I can't
you don't
put a
really
number
know
on
how
infinite.
far that is.
No, I know how far it is. It's just further than I could give you. If I gave it to you as a number, it would be wrong.
Well, you claim we can see infinity. I want to know how far that is. How do you test it?
I haven't tested it. I'm not saying I've tested it.
Yeah, I want to know that. How you assess that you can see to infinity?
I'm just giving you my gut feeling based on Bansol's question. I think that a sufficiently bright light would be, you'd be able to see it for an infinite distance. What is it? Inverse square law affects light attenuation as well. So all you'd have to do is go whatever distance I am, times that by 10 to the whatever it takes to be able to still be visible.
So you've been in days riding where there's been that much cloud overhead that you can't even see the sun. Yes, it's light outside, but you can't see the sun. You can't see what direction the sun is coming from. Right? You can have a rough idea if you look at the time. You go, okay, it's probably overhead, but you can't make out the sun whatsoever. You've got no idea where the sun is. So you've definitely seen.
I should also
seen
clarify. I mean, on a clear day, I don't mean you can see through clouds.
Yeah.
I just mean if it was clear on a clear day from here to infinity, then I think
I'm not
sufficiently bright light.
I'm not saying that you can see through clouds, and I'm not making that point here. But what the point I am making is, to me, this is how the density gradient works. It's like a big cloud. All right. Now, at first, 10 foot in front of us, we've only got a very sparse amount of cloud in front of us, right? Then we go 20 foot, 30 foot, 1 mile, 2 mile, and that cloud, the more we're looking through it, more cloudy it's getting. Okay, because we're looking through more of that density gradient. So for me, right, to be able to stand in Adelaide and look across to LA and see this bright light, I'm not going to be able to do it because I've got that much density gradient between me and LA. It's like a big thick cloud now, and it's going to be impossible to see. Absolutely impossible. You're not going to be able to do it even on the clearest day. Even on the clearest day, you've got all that atmosphere to be able to resolve through. And the more of it that you have to resolve through, the thicker and thicker it becomes, to the point where it just blocks everything out. And you can't see anything.
Would you say that atmosphere seems to block out lights in proportion to their brightness? So if I had a hunting spotlight versus a Kmart torch, you at the point that the Kmart torch wasn't visible, you'd still be able to see the hunting spotlight?
Yes, but okay, but then you take that hunting spotlight further and further and further away, you're going to get to a point where you're looking through that much density gradient that hunting spotlight also too will be obscured by the density gradient that you're looking through. All right.
And if I got to that point where it was no longer visible, but then I made it 20 times brighter, would it now be visible again, do you reckon?
No, like I said, to me, it's just like the sun because because you get those days, right, when there's cloud overhead that you can't even see the sun, and that's one of the brightest things going around, and we can't resolve exactly where it is in the sky. Yes, it's light outside, right, because the light's it's light outside, but you can't make out where the sun is. It's, to me, it's exactly the same thing, exactly.
Yeah, at some point you'll reach 100% opacity, where any increase in intensity won't help you see because it just won't be able to make it through. And that's not even mentioning the effect of refraction with all this extra atmosphere.
But it sounds like what you're invoking is 100% opacity, like infinite opacity, where all I'm invoking is infinite light. But I mean, obviously, when things get into infinites, they're only theoretical and largely nonsensical.
Well, no, but like even so, even if you have all of the light, if it can't make it through, then it doesn't matter. Like the opacity, it will take precedence.
I'm not sure if that's the case, though.
Because the light gets blocked, so regardless if you had infinite light, it'll still all get blocked.
Will it, though? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Some things will block all light from one source, but you could put a bright enough, like go back to the hunting spotlight, put your hand over it, you can see the bones.
Unless it's like,
so it seems like there is a finite amount of how much you can block.
Unless it's so powerful that it's actually like burning through it or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Don't fully get how it works.
He's saying he can see infinity. That's more than 1 trillion light years, okay? Because of his gut feeling.
Basically, yeah. I've only got to reason it from base up, but I think that stars do exist, and I think they're probably about as far away as I'm told. And as such, they are, that to me is close enough to infinite. Would there be infinitely more stars infinitely further away that I'm not seeing because the light's attenuated so much? Maybe. But on account of not seeing them, I don't know of their existence, so I don't reason them into it.
Well, you don't need much haze in the air to be able to not see any stars.
Yes, but they're pretty dim, right?
Look at the difference, when compare the night sky to where you are at the moment in Sydney, or to when you go. Is it the Hunter Valley where you go down the farm?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a huge difference. You go lie down up at the hut, and it's like you can almost walk just by starlight. It's amazing.
Exactly. Right, and this is just from the city pollution. All right.
But you don't have to squint even when you look at stars, do you? Like
you're not talking about clouds or anything. Even on a clear night, you have a clear night in Sydney, and you compare a clear night to Hunter. It's chalk and cheese. You're not even in the same realm.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But,
Can you hear me?
Can I hear you?
Yes.
Slightly. You're very, very low.
Am I far away from the mic?
Oh, here's the fake Bengali guy again.
Well, then get closer. Yeah, I vetted him yesterday. Riding.
No, the thing is, Banso, he's a Bollywood.
Get closer to the mic. 1+1. It's hard to hear you, buddy.
So the thing is, riding on eggshells is a Bollywood actor, and he's saying that he can speak Hindu, and he called me out and he said that I am not Bangladeshi.
Well, you might not be.
You Bollywood?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But you do realize that Bangladeshi is not the same as Hindu or Indian.
You know what?
Almost all Bangladeshis speak Hindi.
Yeah, I know nothing about India whatsoever. And when it comes to things being known about India, I would probably refer to writing because he has
There's
a
me in an
farm.
Airtel commercial.
There you
That
go.
helps.
No, I'm not questioning. I'm not
I grew
questioning
up.
writing. I'm not questioning you. You know that.
I didn't know you were a Bollywood actor. I just know you from your Pornhub stuff, Eggshell.
And now he's gone.
I've run off. They know how small my dick is now. I've got to go.
1 + 1 is gone. He's gone.
Oh, 1 + 1's gone.
He wanted voice verification, so he jumped up to the voice verification channel, and he said he was a Glober. I went, oh, okay, yeah, no dramas, okay. And I can't remember what I asked him. I said, how long you been in this realm for? And then he said, I believe we live inside a sphere. Right. Oh, so I said, so you're a concave? He goes, no. Imagine a sphere that's filled up with dirt. Right. What shape is the dirt? I go, well, if it's filled up, it's going to be spherical. He goes, no, it's going to be flat. I said, no, if you fill it up with dirt, it's going to be spherical. What do you want about? He said, oh no, I'm only filling it up halfway. And
That's
I said,
funny.
then I said, okay, then, what's the shape? And I go, well, it's a hemisphere. He goes, no, it's flat. I go, no, a half full sphere of dirt will be a hemisphere, right? And then all of a sudden I said, and I asked him a question. So how deep is this hemisphere of yours? And he says, well, we've only dug down 8 miles. It's straight. And as soon as he said that, I've gone, man, you're just a troll. Now you know some of the arguments, right? You're not just a newbie. You know some of the arguments now. Right. You go, so now he's a flat earther. Now he's a flat earther. And anyway, so I pulled Gio into the conversation. I said, look, if you want to give him voice permissions, you're welcome. And I'm a bit sus on him at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And,
he's doing a shitty, like, fake Arabic accent, and I was like, where are you from? And he's like, I'm Bengali. And I was like, so I spoke to him a bit in Hindi. He's like,
Right.
what? I shouldn't have even told him it was Hindi, because then he was like, oh, I don't speak Hindi. I'm like, well, everybody in Bengal does. Not everybody, but most people do. And I was like, tell me something in Bengali. He was like, basically went, and I was like, can you please repeat that sentence? And he wasn't able to. I think it might be Dragon. It sounds like Dragon's voice. Didn't he get banned? It could be.
No, I don't think he's got banned. No, I don't think he has been. He might have been, but not by me. I've muted him a few times.
To be honest, I didn't know that Bengali spoke Hindi.
They're like, the language is already really similar, and Bengal doesn't produce a whole lot of film, whereas Bollywood is huge. So most of their TV over there is Bollywood, and for like anybody except villagers, like anybody living in a big city or anybody whose family is able to make enough to move out of India and go live in America, they 100% speak Hindi.
I would have assumed it would be like more Urdu.
Interestingly, less Urdu than Hindi. I mean, they're basically the same language. It's such a, like, in fact, when I speak Hindi to people, because I learned it a bit from a book, and I say like Zabardast and stuff with a Z, where they would say it with a J, like Jindagi, I would say Zindagi. They would say I speak Urdu, so it's all very, very close already. But yeah, because it used to be East Pakistan, you'd think it should be Urdu, but apparently it's more commonly Hindi.
Mm-hmm. Well, even Pakistan used to be India, right?
Yeah. Thanks, British. Fixing these problems for us.
But I noticed his like little blurb on his profile.
Yeah.
Is like a little thing in Arabic.
Is it?
So I don't know. Yeah, it was when I clicked on it. It said something pretty funny actually.
What did it say?
Check it out.
Okay, hang on.
What did you add me for, my nigga?
So this commercial's in English.
Yeah, most of
What are you talking about?
Sorry, writing. What did you say?
most of the stuff I did was in English.
Oh, okay. Then it wasn't.
I did some roles in Hindi and was in Hindi films, but a lot of their content's into English.
Right. Okay.
That's, by the way, that's what I posted there is what +1's bio says. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Or I get in trouble.
Yeah.
For
The Arabic is it's like
no.
It looks like he translated it himself.
Yeah. I copied and pasted it into Google, and that's pretty much what I got when I did that.
Yeah, he
So to be fair, neither of you guys are bitches because you couldn't read it. You had to translate it.
Exactly.
I bet you I can read it.
Maybe.
There you go.
It says
Go ahead, read it out loud.
Tastati Kuritan Khada.
Well, I gotta read it. I gotta look at it.
Wow, I can't believe you guys actually figured it out, man.
It's not that hard, actually.
Hold on, I want to hear Kosho read it.
I gotta look at it, dude.
Yeah, it's in there in the text chat.
Give me a second, dude.
He's stalling for time. He's putting it in Google Translate so he can listen to it.
I gotta freaking pull up. Who posted it? Riding on eggshells?
Yeah.
Oh, it's long. Alright, hold on.
Don't press Google Translate so you could hear the woman saying.
I just what? No, dude. I'm not a cheater, dude. I'm not a cheater, dude.
All right.
The first word says something like, urod, something like that. Is that close?
No.
That's like that's not a O, an R, and a D.
No, it's not. It's not an R. It's not a Ra. It's a dal. Actually, dal to be.
So it's a O, a TH, and a D.
It's
like
a
that?
ETHA. Either.
All right, and then
Writing, you were pretty close.
hold on, man. And then Chabat. No, Hanat. Chabat. What's the second
Yo,
one?
it's not Hebrew.
What the?
I mean, Albat. That fucking second. What's that? I forgot that fucking. No, that's a shot. That's a ga.
Put it in my Albat.
Oh, that's a L. It's an L. It's an L.
No.
What is it? A K?
Yeah.
Kanat.
Close.
Kanat.
It's cunt.
Kanit. I'm not gonna read the rest of it, man.
Yeah.
I gotta drive. I'll read the rest of it later.
You're pretty good, actually.
Good effort.
I gotta read the rest of it later. Okay?
I think writing could read it all, but with like terrible pronunciation.
Yeah, but I'm just reading the transliteration in English underneath it.
Oh. You cheater. Gag cheater.
Ida kuntas tati kiratan hada uriduk anterif anak adhira. I feel like I'm a character in Star Wars.
He's like Sebulba from Phantom Menace.
Sebulba, let me Google him.
He was Anakin's slave owner.
Oh, yes. Your Jedi mind tricks don't work on me.
That's actually a good voice. Damn. That was a good imitation. Or impression.
Thank you. I aim to please.
What's his name again in Star Wars? Sebulba? Can I get a pository or
He's a
negatory?
No, Sebulba's a pod racer pilot. Who's the guy? Your Jedi mind tricks won't work on me. Because he's the flapping one who's called Watto.
Okay. So yo, +1. What happened to your other one?
What do you mean?
What happened to the other one?
It is gone. I ate it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it could be any number. Any number
Could
plus
it be
one.
infinity?
No, but he was just feeling a little peckish, so he only wanted to eat one. Not more.
So what what brings you here today? -1.
That was awesome.
I thought when the yellow bot lost his tire, he might be in a bit of trouble, but
yeah,
not at all.
They're pretty good. I think the general rule. Well, I don't know. I see some with 2 wheels, but a lot of them, when they've got 4 wheels, will design the bot such that it can run on even just 2, provided they're not lost on the same side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just amazed they still have exposed wheels in Robot Wars UK. you virtually didn't see a bot with exposed wheels in the later season, whereas half of them, more than half of them, I think, in battle bots have these big rip-offable wheels.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, A, stuffs your drive, as you're saying, but B, one of the main categories you get rated on is damage of the opposite bot, and wheels damage really easily. They're really satisfying seeing a wheel rip off.
Yeah,
So I feel like
yeah.
it's risk of losing traction, but also you're just giving away points.
I'm surprised it's not bigger here. Because it's satisfying to watch.
It really is, yeah. Yeah, I would love it if there was, yeah. Maybe in time there will be, like each country will have a league and then you have like a world championship or something.
Yeah. It's been going on for a while now.
Mm.
This thing.
This guy who just got beaten, he brings, I think even maybe Hypershock as well, but definitely what's it there? The green one.
Yeah.
He brings 2 entire bots so that he can, plus spares, so that he can switch any part over to the new one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Looks like you're getting right into that sovereign citizenship, Harry.
Oh, these things. I fucking love them. It's so good. When people are sitting like in cuffs in prison going, you don't have jurisdiction over me. Like, have you noticed the handcuffs, buddy? Like,
yeah.
I am not my name. And you're like, well, doesn't matter. The physical you is in prison right now. So maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do love it.
And you are okay with that?
What am I okay with?
With what you just said?
People, like the people don't understand that they are subject to laws even if they disagree with them? Or that people get arrested and imprisoned?
Oh, the first one.
No, I mean, if I could, I would try to discourage people from believing in sovereign citizen stuff. It seems to ruin their lives. People go from having a traffic ticket to like 2 years in prison. As one guy started getting nuts about proper grammar, and he started suing companies for using improper grammar, and he's serving a 23-year sentence, and his sister and his brother-in-law are also facing prison sentences. I think it's terrible. I mean, you get a weird idea in your head.
Because some people made some rules that now you gotta obey, where you have no choice to. You support that.
You're subject to the laws of the land, so to speak. Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Like I think I get the point that it is an imposition, like it's a contract that's not entered into willingly or knowingly. You don't sign to say, okay, I'm not going to murder anybody. But how else would you have society be?
Voting.
Voting?
Nowadays, I don't know if you notice that, like, for important stuff, they don't, like, actually, how you say, they don't vote anymore.
They don't vote anymore. I don't understand.
Some regulations, stuff like that. Like regulations, they don't put those regulations to vote on for the people to vote on. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I mean, a party will say we want to legalize marijuana, let's say, and then people will or won't vote for them based on that that thing, and that will change the laws. But you don't feel that if I don't agree with laws on marijuana or speeding,
well,
or
that's
murder,
why we vote, right? We live in a democracy where some subjects I'm gonna have to obey but at least you give me the option to vote and other people, right? So let's say in the marijuana thing, I will vote no. Probably you will vote yes, and I don't know who wins. Whoever wins, has to be happy with it, right? I agree with that.
Okay, so you're not so much sovereign citizens kind of thing.
Oh, no, not that much. Not that.
Right.
Okay.
I understand there's laws that has to be made, but what I don't like is when they impose those laws, and like what is happening right now is a perfect example, right? The mandates and all that shit. Like, who are they to tell me if I want to live however I want to live? It's not on them to tell me what to do or not to do, man. If I want to get sick or whatever, it's up to me.
Sure. Yeah, I guess the challenge is, like, I would say you could vote for somebody who supported those views, but I guess that you would counter with, quite rightly, I don't get to do that until every 4 years. So in the meantime, I'm stuck with the guy I don't agree with.
Well, here's the other thing, Eggshells, is that we end up, in our electorates, we end up being given a candidate by the party. So the people of the electorate who are supposedly represented by that individual have no say in who their representative is.
I understand that.
I know. Yeah, I understand. Like you end up having to have like a presidential primary in every electorate to find out who's going to represent the people. But at the end of the day,
for that to be fair, they need to.
Hang on, I haven't even finished my point, bro. Come on.
I understand your idea already, bro.
No, I'm just talking to Eggshells and that. Just one sec, man, please. Is that the people don't get represented by who probably represents them. That the candidate is answerable to the party, not the people. Should be answerable to the people because it's there to represent the people, but has no accountability to the people, only the party. And who's the party accountable to? Probably big business, big banking, big pharma, big media, big whoever's funding them. So the person who's representing you and me and Zero is actually doing nothing to represent you, me, and Zero. There you go. I've finished now. Sorry, Silent. Away you go.
Good point.
Yeah, but FE, that's when you want to run and align yourself with a party too, right? So yeah, if you want to run and align yourself with a party, you have to go through the process so you can be put forward as the representative of that party in whatever electorate you're in. But you also too have the opportunity to run as a independent.
But what I'm talking about is like the regulations. Like a big problem that I have is lobbying, right? Which is where most of the regulations comes from these people, and they lobby for them to vote certain way. So they're not actually going with what the people is voting. Voting them in place.
Exactly. So the person that should be the point of the whole name representative, your local representative, is he's supposed to represent the locals, but he doesn't. He just toes the party line because if he doesn't, he'll get tossed out by the party and they'll put a new candidate in the next election cycle. So the poor old people, and the whole point of democracy is that the people get a say, but in reality, we don't.
And that's exactly what a lot of people have problems with the government right now. That's why. And all the lies, man.
I think it's
why
good
the
reason.
lies, right, Eggshell? I mean, you see what's happening right now. Most of the people are against mandates, right? Mandates, not against the vaccine. It's against the government telling the people that they need to do something. Otherwise, they're not able to work, or that's not okay, man. And whoever supports that, it's not okay. Is all I can say.
I don't know. I certainly think that there's good reason to mistrust politicians. I mean, I think they're in it for themselves. Yeah, I think it's entirely possible.
I think it's almost entirely the case. I think corruption is the currency of politics, and how corrupt you are will determine how far you get. The worse you are, the better the higher you climb, because the more corrupt you are, the more ownable you are and blackmailable you are, and therefore the more likely you are to do what the big influencer people of the world want you to do. So you will be promoted up party ranks quickly to then carry out their bidding.
Yeah, there would be nothing. There would be, if you were corrupt or slightly corrupt as a politician, or in a party you knew to be corrupt, the biggest threat to you would be a well-intentioned, altruistic party member. Like if you met one guy and he just constantly talked about how I've got to do what's best for my electorate, that would be utterly terrifying for your existence.
That's right, yeah, 100%. And you would do everything in your power to get rid of that guy, because fair chance he would expose you at some point.
Yeah. If he realised what you're up to, if you ever tried to do some horse trading and he's like, that'd be bad for my electorate, and they're like, oh, just go and sell it to them. Just tell them it's a good thing. He'd be like, no. The chance he would report your corruption, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and the problem that the mandates, the whatever you want to call it, I mean, at the moment, the mandates and the loss of jobs and all those stipulations of what everyone's up in arms about, all of those things are simply a symptom of the real problem. The real problem is that politicians don't give a rat's ass about you, me, or the guy next door. That is the sickness. All this other stuff is just a symptom of the sickness. Unless you cure the sickness and you get people into government house, into parliament, into Congress, into the Senate, who actually are decent, community-minded, intelligent, sensible people, good luck with that. But unless you do that, the symptom will always be there, because the underlying problem will be forever present.
Yeah, I do think it's getting better though, and I think you can put systems in place that make it better. Like for me, one that I've thought for ages is absolute openness. Like, when people are all freaking out, like, oh, the NSA's reading our emails. I was like, well, good. Somebody should be. Like, could you imagine how bad it'd be if there was a terrorist attack and they went, oh, it turns out they were, sending unencrypted emails at like terrorist@gmail.com.
Wait, Eggshells, you are okay with them reading your email?
Yeah, I think that should happen. But the flip side of that I think that doesn't exist, that makes that problematic, is I should be able to read theirs too. So for a prime minister to run the country who goes and has a closed room deal with Rio Tinto about pumping gas or something, I want to know every word he spoke. I should be able to read every email. I should be able to listen to every meeting. There should be no, like any public official, I should be able to know everything about them. Obviously, of course, there's problems to that. It would make negotiation hard because you wouldn't be able to be secret about anything. It would put people at risk if you had crazy people trying to kill them. There are some problems with it, but we should know what they're up to.
But hang on, here we go. So that deal with Rio Tinto about pumping gas, whose gas is it?
Exactly. Ain't fucking theirs.
It's a natural resource of the Commonwealth of Australia, this country, so it belongs to us. So If anything, that equation you're talking about of I should be able to read his emails, that is even more the case than him being able to read mine, because everything a politician does should be 101% transparent, because they're messing with our lives under the auspices of being there to represent us. So there should be nothing behind closed doors when it comes to that kind of information and those kind of negotiations, Exils.
Yeah, that's 100%.
That's how people get under the counter payments, and that's how corruption runs riot, because everything happens under this banner of, you know, commercial incompetence and national interest and all that nonsense. And so they can do whatever the hell they want. They can put, you know, locks on information. Oh, yes, you can see the information in 75 years when everyone's dead and buried. That's just so not right. I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, I think military things might be different. But I'm still not sure about that. Like, I would have liked to have had the recordings of the conversations where they were talking about the weapons of mass destruction, that kind of business. But yeah, the fact that it's recorded and public knowledge that US senators walked out of their briefing from, you know, the zombie outbreak, walked out of their briefing, and the very first thing they did was call up their stockbrokers and tell them to sell. Like, get fucked. You lined your profits with misery at the expense of the... Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. No, not okay.
Not okay.
And that, like, not only is it just nothing happened. Nobody's in prison for insider trading. That is trading off privileged information.
Yep.
Nobody's in prison.
If you and I did it, buddy, that's white collar crime. We're going away for 20 years.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they punish much white collar crime. I think you'd do more for punching a granny in the street because you were strung out on smack.
No. Au contraire, white collar crime is dealt with more of the common man, not the privileged few. But if you and I get involved in
the tradie doesn't pay tax for 10 years or something. Yeah,
or somebody embezzles a law firm's trust fund or something like that. That white collar crime where you are taking advantage of a privileged position or information, that you'll get way more prison time than you will for raping someone, you know, after a big night in the nightclub. But yeah, anyway, I've never thought about that element that I'm going on about with the resources, like the government, whether it's state or federal, they sign a mining deal or a gas deal or an exploration deal or a development deal or whatever. That they don't own that thing that they're signing off on. I own it, you own it, Mansour owns it, Zero owns it, Left Lane owns those things. But we don't get any benefit. You know, they'll sign a mining rights for iron ore or uranium or coal or whatever. That belongs to the land, that belongs to us. But we get nothing from it, absolutely nothing.
Well, I don't think we get nothing. I mean, I think we agree on the fundamental point. We do get jobs and they build infrastructure. There are some benefits from it. But I think the fundamental point you're making, I absolutely agree with, which is like you should be paying the Australian people per kilo or per, you know, metric ton or whatever.
Per kilo, per ton, per whatever.
And they do that in Norway, interestingly. So there is a sort of tax or whatever on offshore oil, gas, I think it is, which is basically 50%.
Yeah,
they do it in Alaska as well. Did you say that, Flame?
Yeah.
We should get a rebate off of our income tax or something for how many tons of iron ore were mined, or, you know, kilos of tuna were pulled out of the ocean, or whatever the hell it is that they grant the rights to some private enterprise to profit from, and no doubt get a little bit of a how you going envelope under the table from the people who win the contract in many cases. We should be benefiting from that directly, not in the nebulous area of jobs created and we get better roads. There should be some directly attributable benefit to each and every person of the nation whose resources are being pillaged.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's crooked.
It's called dividends.
Say again, sorry, Left Line?
They call it dividends.
So vote for me, guys. I've got all the good ideas.
Don't do it. You'll turn him into one of them. Yeah, I would like. I think that some of it, like the thing you were saying, Silent Zero, we should be able to nowadays with technology vote per issue rather than per party, and a breakdown of the party system where you would go. It's not that I want Labor to be in charge of everything or Liberals to be in charge of everything. I want this particular person in charge of education. I want that person in charge of defence. And if they're not in the same party, all the better. Force them to work together. And then on individual issues like coal mining or defence strategy or something like that, we should be able to vote. Plug in your number, confirm your identity, and then say, no, I don't want to go to war with China. Thank you very much.
I don't think political parties should even exist. If you look back, they're unconstitutional. They're not even legal in our constitution. They shouldn't be there. I don't know how or when they came to be, but political parties and what they do and what they foist upon us is actually unconstitutional.
Is it? In what way?
Like it's in the constitution. I'm driving along at the moment. I have to find it, but like if you go back to the 1901 constitution, which is the real constitution of this country, which they've bastardised about 50 times in the meantime, I don't think you'll find political parties mentioned in at all, or the allowance for them is mentioned at all.
Are they? But that's different from they're forbidden, or there's something about them that makes them sort of against the rules.
Okay, so if they're not mentioned, there is obviously like with the US Constitution, there are amendments to it, but there are, as far as I understand, like the only way you can make a constitutional amendment is by referendum, right? Not by plebiscite, not by we think it's a good idea. You have to conduct a national referendum. So unless that's been done to then allow for it, ergo it would be unconstitutional. I'll have to look into that and get back to you on that, Eric. But that's my understanding. Is that just like councils? Like councils are both illegal and unconstitutional, and yet we've got them all over Australia.
Are they? Yeah, I'd be curious to know a bit about that. I'm finding stuff about American things, but not about Australia.
Yeah, like local councils are completely illegal and unconstitutional.
Hello, did busy die?
Very busy.
What's up, mailman?
All good. Been cigarette free for 3 days now.
Well done.
Yeah. Weird though. Seems awfully expensive to go to 60th parallel of latitude.
Depends how safe you want to be. Guess you could just get in a leaky boat and start paddling.
Yeah, well, Geo said it's 10 million. And I think that's quite a lot.
Oh, you can do an expedition. It'll take you all the way to the geographic South Pole. That's like, I think some of them do it for like 20 grand. Most of them around 50, 60 grand.
And you can just take a cruise to Antarctica for maybe 7,000 euros.
Yeah, my stepdad did that.
Yeah.
And got off and
that would
looked
be
at
a
the penguins.
nice trip.
I think he did a day camping on the ice and then came back.
Yeah. Would be an interesting trip. See, with all the money that I save from not smoking, see if I can travel.
So how far is the South Pole from like McMurdo or any of those bases down there that you can go to? Wonder what type of expedition that would be to go to the South Pole.
To distance from, hang on, let me try and pull it up on a map. You're going from McMurdo walking. You mean how long would you have to travel?
Yeah, walking or, by snow machine or whatever they used.
Oh, yeah, I'd want to do it on a ski-doo or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I want a machine.
McMurdo Station, Antarctica. Okay.
Well, I guess you can just take the latitude of McMurdo and you get the distance to the geographic South Pole.
Oh yeah, true.
69 miles per degree.
Yeah, just go. McMurdo is latitude is 166.6. Oh my goodness, there it is again, boys.
Do, 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 do. It's always somewhere and everywhere.
Let's try and get as accurate as I can. So it's 13.4 degrees. Hang on, no, that's not right. Yes, 13.
13.4.
That's quite a ways.
That's fucking far. 600, 900 miles. What is it?
800 nautical miles, yeah.
That's quite far.
So it wouldn't just be a little snowmobile ride.
Yeah, big snowmobile ride.
Yeah.
Sleep out overnight. It'll be fun.
I wonder what's the closest station to the South Pole? Oh yeah, it would be the southernmost station. So, Geo said that the Antarctic Treaty says that we can't travel to the south of 60th degree, and now he posted the evidence, and it says Article 5, and then 2.0, each observer designated in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 1 of this article shall have complete freedom of access at any time to any or all areas of Antarctica. Okay. We can't travel there because we can freely travel there.
Afternoon. What? Afternoon working tomorrow. Wow, there's also the Dark Sector Laboratory on Antarctica, which is a properly evil-sounding name. Oh wow, they've got to move the South Pole because of the shifting ice.
What do you guys think about they're destroying the ISS?
Yes, aren't they meant to be deorbiting it in a couple of years?
Why are they doing that, though?
It's played out. They're through with it, I guess.
Amazing
And,
things came out of that, huh?
Orbital decay.
Or how bigger? What would be the biggest? Drug development using protein crystals. Study on proteins.
You're talking about benefits from the ISS.
Yeah.
I think one of the most significant experiments they did with Miss Whitson that went up, in studying the effects of long-term space flight. She was up there for what, a year? So maybe that would give them information on how space travel would affect the body.
¿Dónde tienen tanto nivel ese puto? I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
Nah, I'm playing the game and I'm wondering how is that guy keeping up with my level because I'm destroying him. So, yeah, sorry.
Of course, that was necessarily a bit of the public. You know?
Isn't the guy who got arrested for going down there, like, arrested because he kept going after they said stop doing it? You're not good. You're not a good enough sailor.
What's the thing with this Norwegian guy? The Jarl Andhøy.
Jarl Andhøy.
Yeah, something like that. It says in February 2011, during his Antarctic expedition, his boat sank. But it's like, hold on, what it says, because Geo said that he was arrested for going there.
I can find a bit where he's arrested in summer of 2007 from the Arctic, not the Antarctic, but that's because he was attempting to smuggle somebody into the country.
Yeah, he was actually fined 25,000 Norwegian krone for traveling without any permits and insurance to the Antarctic.
Right, yeah, I see.
You know. So had he had permits and insurance, he would have been okay. And that's like coming to Finland. No passport, you're gonna get charged.
Hold on, insurance? For what? Why does he need insurance?
To go to Antarctica.
Someone to pay the bill. Yeah, someone to pay the bill to go get him.
Yeah.
Gets hung up.
Particularly if you're a shit sailor.
Yeah.
It's his life. If he wants to go and die up there, he can.
I think it's probably because the government say if we've got a responsibility and we have to rescue you, then we're going to create a law where you've got to pay for it.
And you think the insurance is going to cover that?
That's what insurance
does. Why you get the insurance. That's what it's for. I bet you can't climb Mount Himalaya without insurance. That would make Mount Himalaya fake also. I'm gonna check if you need insurance for that.
Let me ask you, y'all buy everything the government tells you?
Yes, I agree 100% with everything everybody else tells me because I don't think for myself.
I'm just saying, do you really agree? Do you believe everything the government tells you?
I'm unable to think for myself.
I'm just asking you, do you really believe everything the government tells you?
No.
Have a stab. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
He's asking you a straight question, bro. Why you are going around the question?
Well, I
already said that. We spent 10 minutes talking about that. So what do you think might be my answer, Elbow?
I don't know. I'm asking. I haven't received an answer.
Why? Yeah. Why are you asking him what what he thinks about it?
Because I'm happy to answer afterwards.
Well, just answer so that he doesn't have any preconceptions of what you think.
He already does. I'm just inviting him to share them, and then I can correct.
Now you're divining his thoughts, huh?
Yeah, I'm fairly confident I have an idea of what he thinks. Even the way he phrased the question. Do you just believe everything the government tells you? Like it's
like is this a bad thing? Yes.
I'm not saying whether it's bad or good, but it is indicative of what his thinks. So do you want to say, Elbow, what you think any of us might say about that question?
I just want to know. I asked you a question and you still don't want to answer.
I'm happy to answer. I'm just inviting you to answer first.
Why would I answer for you? I asked you the question.
You're not answering for me.
Damn,
I'm asking about. So you don't want to answer? I can. I'm happy to answer. I just prefer to do so.
Just do it. Yeah, just do it.
Okay. No, I don't believe everything the government tells me. I'm going to take a guess now. If I ask Mailman or Left Lane or any bloker in this, they would say, no, I don't trust everything the government tells me.
Oh, okay.
I think they would all say, I test those claims as much as I can. I base it on reasoning and heuristics, and I come to a reasonable conclusion. Is that surprising to you?
Yeah.
Do I sound surprised? I was just asking you a question.
That's not an answer to a question.
I mean,
are you surprised?
If you're not able to answer questions, I guess we can stop.
I mean, you asked me if that's surprising me. I just asked you, do you believe everything the government tells you? And then you want to go out somewhere else. And okay, that's fine. We'll find then. Okay, that's great.
Yep.
So you don't believe everything the government tells you?
Now it's flipped where you can't answer a question without asking a question. Do you think it's surprising that we don't trust everything that the government says?
I mean, you just took whatever the government just told you. I mean, or whatever the information you got there. Where'd you get that information about? He didn't pay insurance, or he got stopped. He didn't want to stop when they told him to stop.
What?
The government told me that by posting it on Wikipedia.
Yeah, that was Geo's source.
Oh, so that was Wikipedia?
Yeah, Geo posted it, not me. Yeah. So you should take it up with Geo for trusting the government.
What are you talking about? I just posted a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, that's what Elbow has a problem with.
I didn't have a problem. I'm just wondering where you got that information from.
I'm not even saying it's true either. I just posted it. That's all. So it's just the Wikipedia page on him.
Yep, sure. Elbow was talking about it, saying that he trusts the government on Wikipedia. Elbow, do you distrust everything that the government tells you? Do you think everything they say is a lie?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
I wasn't answering that, by the way.
See how you answer questions? That's how you answer.
Yep. Okay. So when the government tells United States is a country with borders, you just say, nah, it isn't.
The United States is actually a not a country. The United States is a corporation.
Oh, we found a sovereign. Awesome, we found a sovereign citizen. I've been
not
looking for you for so long.
I am not a sovereign citizen. I'm just a man.
I'm just a man. Are you your legal name that's on your birth certificate in all caps?
Actually, my birth certificate is not from the United States. It's from the Dominican Republic.
Right. But do you believe there's a difference between the entity on like a driver's license?
I don't have a driver's license.
Okay. That's not really answering the question, though, is it?
But you asked, there's a difference between. You asked me.
I'm
my
not asking
license?
if you've got a driver's license. I'm saying, do you think a person, as in the flesh and blood, is different from their name in all capitals on a birth certificate or driver's license?
I have no opinion on that because I haven't really looked into that. But on my case, I don't have a license because I don't need a license to travel.
Don't need a license to travel. Okay, we can play bingo with this. I'm not. Do you operate a personal vehicle?
I travel in my personal vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Straight answers, okay? Straight answers.
Yeah.
Great.
When you operate, if you look at the definition of operate, what is the definition of operate?
I'm guessing you're going to invoke the one.
Black Dictionary.
Black's Law Dictionary. I knew you were going to say that. UCC. Say UCC.
Are you from the US or are you not?
No, I'm from Australia.
So you don't know.
If you look at the definition in Black's
Dictionary.
No, I could pretty much tell you all the things you're going to say. As Bandy will tell you, I've been reading up on of watching loads on sovereign citizens lately. Yeah, you claim
Yes,
if I'm right.
Citizen.
I know sovereign citizens hate the term sovereign citizen. One of the
No,
first
because
things
I'm not a citizen of the United States. I'm actually
exactly.
a
It's a
resident.
contradiction in terms.
No, I am
Exactly.
a resident. I'm a resident of the United States. I'm not a.
It's an exonym.
No, I am a resident because I am from Dominican Republic.
What's the idea with the sovereign citizen thing?
So they invoke Black's Law Dictionary, and Black's Law Dictionary defines driving as a commercial pursuit, and so they use that to say that when they are operating their personal conveyance or something like that, they avoid using the word driving. They're not driving because they're not doing it for cash, so they don't need a license and they don't need to adhere to road rules.
Because no, it's not adhere to road rules. As incorrect. Not adhere to road rules. Not adhere to they're adhering actually to the road rules, because if you're a driver by the instant means that you are you're doing commerce. I mean, that is what the law says.
Yeah. Would that mean that if someone is a sovereign citizen and I just stole some money from them or beat them to death, there's no consequence for me by the government because they're not a citizen of that country?
It gets even wilder than that. They believe there is a whole separate set of like common law supersedes commercial law or the UCC. I mean, I'm speaking for them, but
amazing.
They're regularly difficult to get answers out about this stuff.
But I think they would agree that if I stole their car, they can't complain to the government because they don't adhere to the government. So they can't.
The bottom line,
some yes, some no.
If you stole my car, I'm just gonna look for you.
Wait, the thing is, there are laws on the books that you must have a license to operate a motor vehicle. And I mean, you are free to travel. You can ride a bicycle, you can walk anywhere you want to go, but to operate a motor vehicle, you need a license.
So can I check with you, Elbow? Of these, I'm traveling, not driving. Do you know of any successful cases of that working? And I don't mean like with a police officer at the side of the road who wants to finish his shift and go home. I mean like of that going to court or being challenged in some way.
There's actually case law.
Okay, could you share it?
I have to look them up, but there is actually case laws which actually upheld that in the Supreme Court. I have to look back up.
Yeah, do you have any idea of names or something like that? Like,
give me a second, I can find
State of Kentucky versus so and so or something like that.
Yeah, give me a second, I'm looking real quick.
Because that's what I've been on the hunt for, examples of this actually working.
It all sounds kind of weird. I mean, we don't have like
actually, yeah, and I have. There's actually a video of a guy that actually there wasn't just the officer ready to go home. The supervisor came and then let him go.
Yeah, I can see police letting somebody go for with a warning or something for a variety of reasons.
Not even a warning or anything.
But that's not binding, right? A cop can do something one day and something different the next, and there's no that doesn't invoke any problem. But a court setting a precedent that is meaningful.
There's definitely precedent over it. That's
that'd be cool. Yeah, if you could share that, that'd be awesome. I'd love to read a bit about it. And have you ever tried it out, Elbow?
I mean, I traveled without any without registration, insurance, or anything like that every day.
You've got no tags on your car?
Nothing.
What is it like? Where the license plate thing is? What do you have there?
Nothing.
Just a blank space.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't get stopped.
Yeah, interesting. And how much? Like over what kind of how long have you been doing that for?
Maybe about a month or two.
Month or two, okay.
Yeah.
You're just new to this.
I've been looking into it, so yeah.
But what I'm asking is, are you relatively new to this?
Yep.
Whole sovereign argument, right?
Nah, sovereign argument, but yeah.
I know, but there's free man. There's so many different things. People don't give it a name, so it needs a name. So sovereign citizens was what it's been called. I get that that's frustrating for sovereign citizens, but you got to have a name.
No, you don't. It's a person.
It's weird because we don't even. I mean, I don't have any birth certificates. Never seen one.
The funniest arguments are that birth certificate is synonymous with birth as in what you do with a ship, BERTH. And so you're agreeing to maritime law. And I forget how the other arguments they use for that. You're 80% water and you're born in an amniotic sac of water. Therefore, you are subject to maritime law.
So basically a boat.
Yeah, you're a boat.
So if I find you from the international waters, I can keep you as property.
Yes,
I guess
presumably salvage, but they don't agree to that. They're like, no, this is a fraud. It's commercial law. I'm not a company. I'm not my. What do they call it again? Straw man name. I'm not my straw man name.
Oh God.
Elbow, are there any servers or stuff where people have like talk about this kind of stuff?
I have no clue.
All right.
What's the gain in this? Like, why do people do this? Just to get out of the speeding ticket?
If like the guy I heard talking about it wrote a book called The Freeman Delusion. He's an Aussie who's an ex-Sovset or ex-Freeman on the land, and he said it, like one of the things he described is like, oh, it's about living free and it's about embracing your freedom, but it was also so cool. You walk around feeling 10 feet tall because you're like all these rubes are adhering to these laws and they're just sort of suckers. Which I can get. I get that. I'd love the idea of like, somebody else getting pulled over and paying a speeding fine and me being like, you rube. All you need to do is renounce your thing, and because a lot of it is scams. People sell these horrendously expensive kits. I've seen some for $600. I've seen some for $4,000, where they like, you'll often see, if you see sovereign citizens get pulled over, they have this binder full of paper and they're like, here's the information, and it'll be like a legal looking bit of paper saying, this is my personal conveyance. I'm not driving, I'm traveling and stuff.
I wonder how many of these Sovsits are collecting benefits.
That wouldn't surprise me, actually.
Because I think you wouldn't be eligible for benefits on a country that you don't live in.
Yeah. I mean, there's one I saw go up in front of a judge and he's like, I'm not a citizen, because there's like a whole bunch of different varieties. But he's like, I'm not a citizen of this country. I'm actually a foreign dignitary. And they claim to be like Moorish or national American nationals, different things. And then they claim diplomatic immunity. He like goes, I'm not a citizen of this country. And then like 3 sentences later, he's like, have you sworn to uphold the Constitution and protect my rights as a citizen? It's like, which one do you want?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're not a citizen, what would that change? Like if I'm from Finland, so if I flew to America, rented a car, and drove over the speed limit, I would still have to pay a ticket. Doesn't matter if I'm not a citizen. Like, what's the gain?
Sorry, I should stop answering. I think I can answer some of these questions, but I think I should probably let Elbow answer them because he's...
Oh, yeah. It seems weird. You don't have to be a citizen in order for you to have to pay a fine, I think.
Since he's not answering, a lot of it comes back to an idea that I guess in some way agree with, is the fundamental of law is contract law. And that is that you have 2 voluntary parties who are knowingly engaging in an agreement. And when it comes to sort of registering your car or something, I didn't agree to that. So why am I being forced to adhere to these rules that I didn't agree to, that I was born involuntarily into this system? So they're sort of the idea,
so
the
just say
benefit.
that. Yeah, but I think as a tourist, when I go there, I kind of have to agree to the laws of the land.
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know why it would be different for them. There are though some interesting things like I think if I do a crime in the USA and I get a huge sentence, I can just be transferred to Finland and get a lesser sentence.
Yes, yeah, there are things like that where the government of your country will go, "Oh, we'll take this person off your hands," but they'll resentence you according to their guidelines.
Yeah. That also means that you have to be a citizen of a country. And I guess the Soviets aren't.
What would you guys say if I said that the only way that these psychopaths have gotten this level of control is because they convinced people that they were monkeys living on a globe?
I'd say that has nothing to do with the level of control.
I should say evolved from monkeys, I should say.
I think that I mean, I see the point of what you're saying, which is like, oh, if you devalue the human, it'll be easier to get them to doubt their senses and easier that they'll just sort of swallow more and more crazy things. So I get it in principle. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe. I certainly think that what I would agree with is the principle of what you're saying, which is if you can start convincing people of some crazy things, they will be encouraged to embrace increasingly even crazier things. That I think is easy to demonstrate.
I don't think the control is sort of depending. Oh, cheers. I don't know what it has to do, or what it would have to do with evolution.
Yes, to me, it's like I remember seeing some documentary about this guy that started his own cult, and he's told people he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. And I think if you sort of accept that, there's this all-powerful person and you're just sort of a worthless whatever in their presence, that later, when he asked to sleep with his own son's wife, his son was like, "Yep, okay." And absent that initial deception, I think it'd be very difficult just for a dad to be like, "Hey, can I bang my daughter-in-law?"
Right, like if you can convince people that they, are just a product of this evolution and the materialistic kind of bouncing around of atoms and the Big Bang, and then also this globe Earth where, we're hurling through the universe and it could be unsafe out there and an asteroid could hit at any time. I mean, there's a lot of fear involved in that. And we're just these like random kind of evolutionary things. And then we all just have to, fight for our own, survival or whatever. And then if this kind of daddy government thing is, the WHO and, all the science and this whole system, then it creates this whole system where people are subdued and subservient to this. NASA is going to protect us from the asteroids, and the WHO is going to protect us from the viruses, and all the rest of it. It creates this like subservient position where now we're just trusting the science and the whatever, the NASA that's out there, exploring the universe and all that, and then we become more and more weakened and enslaved by that whole system of thought.
I think no.
I mean, the jab thing is a perfect example. I mean, how many people who are very much questioning the globe or flat earthers, whatever terms are being, would be used, like how many of them are getting the jab? Virtually zero. So it's like, it's the ultimate, it's the current scam of the day. And none of us are falling for it. But all the,
at least four of you have died on it.
Are going, doing it.
But at least 4 of you have died on it.
Died on what?
On COVID.
Died on COVID?
Yep. Flat Earth Walker.
What verification do you have of that and that they weren't murdered?
So okay. Sure. Yeah, I don't. I mean, sure.
Yeah, okay. You don't have verification, so you can't say that.
Yep. Yeah, you can't verify that I'm a real human.
Because do you recognize the symmetry of the counter argument, Gio?
He was trying to say that it says flat earthers died of the boogie disease.
No, I'm not talking about that. I just mean this the counter to that argument would be quite symmetrical, which is can you see that once you convince somebody that the earth is flat when it's not, they will reject anything the government tells them, including important preventative measures during a pandemic.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying that's correct and yours is incorrect. I'm just saying there is utter symmetry in the two arguments.
Yeah, I don't agree.
So what do you feel breaks the symmetry?
Well, it's a fake-ass pandemic. So you're pretending like it's a real pandemic and that these people are not doing quote-unquote preventative measures.
But that's
just saying that we're not obeying and being subservient to the deception. And then
you're starting with your conclusion there, it seems.
What killed these people.
It seems you're starting with the conclusion, though. Like, if the thing we're trying to break the symmetry on is it real or not? Asserting that it's not real doesn't do that. It just reasserts your case rather than shows evidence for it.
Well, you're asserting that it's real and then basing it off of that.
Yes, and if you said, what reason do you have that it's real? I said, well, it's real. You would go, you're starting with the conclusion that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can think whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not in this not in this to convince you of something or change your mind. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. When I can say HIV is hoax, there's no evidence for HIV.
Many people do say that.
I would agree.
And also fever, because, I mean, how do you know that thermometers measure temperature? I mean, that's just correlation isn't causation, so.
Yeah, I mean, I get the two sides of generally what you're talking about. If you're talking about the scamdemic thing, like, if you want to make, I was saying that people that know the Earth is a globe are not giving in, are not getting the jabs and all that. But yeah, I guess you could revert that and say, well, actually, it's all real, and they should be getting the jabs, and then they're going to get hurt because they didn't get it. Which is basically just saying that the system, this kind of global whatever matrix system, is right and correct. And the WHO has our best interest in hand, and they're all helping us out through this horrific, pandemic or whatever. So you're just kind of reasserting the narrative and trying to just basically assert it as being true. And I know you guys both got this thing, so you already bought into it. So I mean, I get it.
Sure, and you believe that you can't travel south of 60 degrees latitude? And all you have to base that upon is government.
You can travel wherever you want. Whether they murder you is another question.
Yeah, and you're begging the question that they're going to murder you.
It goes back to the question of Why isn't it a south-centered map then?
I didn't catch that.
Why is the AE map centered on the North Pole rather than the South? Is that what you mean, Realm?
Very good question.
Yeah, if you look at the inclination map of the world, you'll see, if you plot all those lines on a flat Earth map, you'll see they all point south of Australia.
The subs, it seems to be like a definition game. The elbow posted driver.
Yes, that's what they take from Black's Law Dictionary. What I generally ask is where do you find that particular meaning, as opposed to the other meanings, is upheld or the case for state and federal law, and that's the problem. Because Black's Law Dictionary is like, yeah, as you can see, 1902. Oh, there's no mention of sports cars and buses in 1902.
Yeah, or airline pilots. So why would you need a license to fly a plane?
Well, it says one employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals, or bicycles, tricycles, or motor car.
Sure. The question though is, do you have what gives you confidence that that definition is the only one accepted by state or federal or other
the state would not want to accept it, but then they will have a conflict. I mean, if they want to drag you out to court, that's fine. I mean, then you go appeal it.
Right. It's just I've read and researched a lot, and I've not found anybody who's won, particularly on a. I don't think many lodge appeals, but I've not found any that have won. I'll look through these ones you've posted.
The right to travel on the public highway is constitutional right. So I mean, if they don't want to let you travel because you don't have a license, then that's just they're infringing on they're taxing you for the roadway that you paid for. Right?
Is it possible to travel and do so in some form of something other than a car?
Oh, it's my private property, right? So it's my property and I could travel in it.
Sure. So, but I'm not. The question I'm asking is it possible to travel, to fulfill the definition of traveling without necessarily being in a car?
Yeah, of course you can. No doubt.
So I could travel by bicycle, by canoe, by foot,
of course,
by plane.
And the travel definitely encompass a vehicle or a car or whatever, motor vehicle.
It only encompasses that, or could I do it in other ways?
It encompasses everything. That is
so I could be traveling between states by doing so on foot.
Yep, you can do it however you want to travel. Travel is traveling. What I don't understand where you're going with that, because I'm telling you, travel is encompassing in everything. Now they have a right for you they have a right to tax you if you are doing commerce, right? So if I'm doing some of business, they need to be assured that I could actually operate the vehicle that I'm doing the driving for.
So do you think there should be some sort of, when you're using your private property, as you put it, being your car, when you're using that among others, right, do you think there should be some sort of rules and regulations to regulate how you conduct yourself in that private property?
Say that. I mean, there's definitely. I mean, the rules and regulations are there where starting the speed limit and whatnot. Sure. Now, them taxing you for being able to travel in something that is of the people because the people pay for that roadway. That's just
right. So you have to maintain those roads, build more roads. So
and that's what they pay taxes.
Yeah, you pay your taxes for. So what's the issue there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is the issue? I mean, if I want to travel in my vehicle without having to register for a license that I don't really need because I'm not doing any driving, I'm just traveling from one place to another, meaning driving I'm taking it as the law dictionary says that is a drive doing commerce. I'm not doing any commerce, just actually going from point A to point B. Then what's the point?
Well, don't you think? Hold on, just 2 seconds, Roddy. Don't you think that private property that you're using amongst others? Don't you think you need to be shown to be competent whilst using that piece of private property, right? So having to get a license, for argument's sake, doing tests and all that sort of stuff, proves your competency in that vehicle. So then when you're using that vehicle, quotation marks, private property amongst other people, that you have reached a standard where you can operate it safely.
But what makes you think that I'm incompetent of doing what I'm doing?
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying you are.
So why would you?
I think there should be a standard to make sure that you are competent in using it. It's like not all people can drive a manual vehicle. Most people
do
only
they
just drive
test for
autos.
those? So do they test for manual vehicles or automatic vehicles?
100% they do.
Yeah. Not in the US. Hell no.
Yes, they do. You get a manual license or you get an automatic license.
Well, that's probably over there in Australia, but not here in the United States.
Yeah, well, the United States isn't the whole. We're talking very generally here. All right, we're not just going to have a conversation just about the United States because the United States isn't the world. Right, we're having a general conversation, and I'm putting my thoughts out generally here, not just related to the United States.
But as you can see, the competences of if you could drive a manual or an automatic is not in question here in the U.S., but it is in question over there in where you're at.
Okay, then. Well, then, making sure that you're able to stop that vehicle when you come to a stop sign, whether or not you're able to do a 3-point turn, whether or not you're able to park that vehicle, all these things come into competency of being able to use that vehicle, and you should be able to use it in a particular way that you are not a hazard to other people that are also using their private property.
When did this started though? When did this start, and when were vehicles actually available?
I don't know, Elbow. I got no idea.
That's the question, right?
Right. I don't think. I honestly don't. For me, I don't think there's an issue, right, in making sure that people are competent in using something when they are around others. That's just me.
If they're gonna do commerce, meaning they're always gonna be in the road. I mean, and I used to drive 18-wheelers, and I used to drive Uber, taxiing, whatever, but I don't do that anymore. So I understood when I used to drive an 18-wheeler why I needed to be tested.
Mm-hmm.
Now that if that person, whoever's going to drive an 18-wheeler or be in some kind of commerce in the vehicle, I mean, the government should definitely know, but they shouldn't prohibit anybody from traveling in a vehicle or in any kind of way in the highways.
What about traveling on an 18-wheeler that's private property?
Anyone
so
can
I buy an 18-wheeler, but I decide I don't want to do the licensing requirements for it because I'm not conducting commerce. I've just got, my 4-wheel drive and a bunch of boys in the back.
If you're taking your items over there, why not? If you know how to drive it, then this is your problem.
Because it represents a threat to other people's liberty.
Well, you don't need a license.
You don't need a license to transport your if you're capable of, then who am I to tell you cannot do it?
So can I check where you got these links of this case law? Because the first one I've checked upholds the right to travel, but it is for something commercial, and it is that nothing about it is whether they're licensed or not. It's just to do with whether they can stop.
Right. It's just hold on. The definition for that one is just to uphold the right to travel.
But nobody disagrees with the right to travel. The challenge is whether you can do that in a car while unlicensed and unregistered and uninsured. This doesn't mention anything to do with that. This is about whether you can stop within 20 foot of a something 20-foot requirement provision, meaning that you wouldn't be able to stop anywhere in Mississippi, and that would mean you couldn't travel. So that would be a violation of your constitutional rights, but it's just about a 20-foot rule provision going to the Supreme Court. It's nothing to do with what you're talking about, as far as I can tell.
No, it's just that's just to help the right to travel. That's all. That's all that.
Nobody's questioning that. We're questioning
Okay.
whether you can still be traveling by a push bike.
If they telling you can travel, then because you don't have a license, then they're not holding the laws. You travel.
But they're not. If they took the keys off you, so let me ask it this way: let's say you got stopped. The cops say you can't do this anymore. You still needed to get to where you're going. Could you continue traveling there on foot?
If they're prohibiting you from to act, they're taking your property away from you. They're prohibiting you from taking your property from one place to another. Yes, that is for you to travel from traveling.
So would no? That's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is: if the police pulled you over, stopped you, said you're not able to drive any further, but you kept walking, would you still be traveling to that destination?
I'll give you the
of course.
You would, right? You'd just be traveling there in a different mode. Same as if your train broke down and you caught a cab. You're still traveling.
I just posted you the link.
Yeah, I've got the case text on my screen. It's just, if you read it, it's about, I think, a mail carrier who's got to stop, who's not allowed to stop within 20 foot of, I can't find what he's not allowed to stop within 25 foot of, but within 20 foot of. But what they said was that would make 85% of the public highways in the state wouldn't be possible to stop at. So what that does is impede somebody's constitutional right to travel, because what that should include, they argue in this case, is the ability to stop sometimes if you need to. If you're not allowed to stop at all, you need to be able to do like maybe 6 hours in one shot. That would be interfering with their constitutional right. It's not saying anything about whether you've got to be licensed or not.
Right. That had nothing to do with the license, though. That has the right. It's in the right to travel. That's all that one has to do with.
We all agree that everyone has a right to travel.
Yes.
If you have your license, your insurance, your registration, and your vehicle, right, and you do all those things, right, are you being prohibited in traveling?
If I cannot take my vehicle from one place, my personal property from one place to another, without those things, yes, I am being prohibited to travel in the highway without them. Am I not? Can I take that property from point A to point B without that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, you can.
So if they stop me,
put it on the back of a flatbed.
Oh no! Well, then who's driving the flatbed? Am I going to take the flatbed?
You don't have to be in charge of it, right? You could get an Uber.
Is that then that's prohibiting me to freely travel? That's not freely, because I have to pay. Now I have to pay somebody to take my car somewhere else. Is it not?
Freely doesn't mean free of cost. Freely means without being hindered.
What?
If that's what your interpretation of the case law is, present that.
If you're saying freely does not mean free of cost, then you're
doesn't mean they're going to
mistaken.
give you a lift.
So do you think everything should be free?
So if I got free from prison, you would be like, oh, what? It didn't cost you anything? Or would you be like, oh, now I know what you mean by free? Like, this does come down to definitions. You're right. You should be using a thing like Black's Law Dictionary, but you need to know that you're using the same definition as somebody else. That's why you want to also check whether they still hold to that definition of Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah, Black's Law is out of date.
Yeah. And that's also, I'd encourage you before you get pulled over by the cop's elbow.
It's definitely still the law of the land, right? Is it not? Is it not what
Black's Law Dictionary was never the law of the land? It was a reference book.
Isn't it what the Supreme Court uses as to definitions?
No,
I'm doubtful of that. Because most of what you're doing in court is arguing over definitions. They are going to be rewritten every time a case gets argued as to what that word means there. They're not going to stick to some book from the early 1900s and say, that's it. We're not referring to anything else. I mean,
I think there's a case to be made with the taxes in being able to drive.
LibertyLaw.Yale.edu. The use of the dictionary
and where those monies go, there's a case there. But I think there has to be some sort of regulation. We live in a society that it is accepted and encouraged because we like people when we're driving along the road to know that they're competent, to know that they have a roadworthy vehicle, right? Coming from your point of view, Elbow, you think that you can just get any jalopy in whatever condition, unroadworthy condition it is, and drive next to me with my family in the car. No, you cannot do that.
Yes, you
You
can.
cannot.
Yes, you
No,
can.
you can't. No, you
Yes,
can't. You can't
Who are
at
you
all.
to tell me I can't?
Because now you're putting my
Who are
family
you to tell me I
at risk.
can't?
Because you're putting my family at risk
That's
by
your.
doing that.
I have nothing to do with your family. You keep your family safe.
If you are driving in front of me,
Now
behind
you're
me,
going on feelings, man.
or
Get outta
next
here
to
with
me in an unroadworthy vehicle that can part at any particular time because you don't want to maintain it.
Wow. So you're saying. So you're
and have
saying.
at any particular level of a roadworthy condition, yes, I do
You're
object to that.
saying
I
that
do
only
object to that.
jalopies break down and have issues.
I said that. I never said that.
Okay. Okay.
But
So
I
those insane. That's just a complete red herring.
a car that is not maintained and is not in a roadworthy condition is more likely to have more failures, on it than a car that is kept in good condition.
Oh, and
Way
you're
more.
so
That
right,
is your
Bandy.
opinion.
If you watch many of these videos about subsets, and you look at some of their cars, you're like, oh wow. I don't know if this thing had passed roadworthy if they tried to send it.
What I wanted to say from librarylawYale.edu, the use of dictionary in Supreme Court is increasingly popular for various reasons. Black Law Dictionary is the most frequently used in the U.S. legal dictionary.
Right. So it's most frequently used. That's fine. Does it say it is binding? Does it say it's the only source that is used? Right? Because it's different to, hey, we often use this thing, to this thing is binding. If this says this, that's what goes. Because laws are written in such a way that they must be comprehensible to the people. Ignorance of the law is not a defense, but a law being poorly worded is a defense. In fact, I saw one sovereign citizen successfully argue that, and they got a charge thrown out because they said the state law requires that I wear a plate, and they're charging me for not wearing a plate, but they're also charging me for expired registration. Now, if you read the state statutes, it says I must wear plates, but it also says I must not wear expired plates, so they can't get me for both. And the judge went, actually, you're right, and threw out one of the charges. He said, you shouldn't have been wearing plates if they're expired, so I can't fault you on that one, but he still got him for the driving unregistered. So it's required that any civilian could read that law and know whether they're breaking the law or not. If they have to refer to Black's Law Dictionary, then it's not living up to that. Or if they use a word like driving, and we all think we know what we mean by driving, and then you go, well, actually, it's this other kind of driving.
It doesn't matter what.
Colloquial driving and this different than just regular, like what the dictionary states.
I find Flat Earth interesting. This one, I honestly am worried for you, Elbow.
Don't worry about me. I worry about my own stuff, my friend.
Yeah. I hope you will.
I mean,
all I'd say is
for y'all because your government freaking has you like cheats, man. When they tell you can't come out the house, y'all stuck there. It's
just in the cases I've seen many people go from getting written up for no tags to suddenly facing prison time. Because
And many
it
of us
spirals out of control, and they go to prison for perjury, and then this and that happens, and da.
And many of us disagree with a lot of the things that our governments do. Elbow, like I definitely did not agree with the lockdowns and whatnot.
Guess what?
And
you have,
what? Guess what? What? Guess what?
You have to abide by that, don't you?
Well, you know what?
Yes.
I don't have tens of thousands of dollars to throw away, and I don't particularly want to be dragged away and locked up in a cell either.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what are my choices, Elbow?
Yeah.
Right.
In Texas, it's called castle law, or it's a right for me to travel wherever the hell I want without the government telling me what the fuck to do.
That's not castle. Castle doctrine is about defending your own home.
Yeah, your own home, right? Defend my own home, right? Now I can go where the hell the fuck I want without the government telling me I can't do this or that.
Well,
I mean, of course, there's definitely there.
At the end of the day, Elbow, you can do whatever you want, right? And whatever consequences come your way, right? You can fight them however you see fit. And sometimes you'll succeed, sometimes you won't, right? But you are more than entitled to live your life the way that you want to live it, right? No one can tell you what to do, right? Now there are sets of laws, rules, regulations, and general courtesies in society that we abide by at all times, right? But you don't have to. You don't have to. But you are free to do whatever you want. But you're not free of consequences of those actions, right?
Well said.
You don't necessarily have to agree with those consequences, but as a free man, right, you've got to cop those consequences on the chin because you have decided, right, to do what you want to do, right? So that's my 5 cents worth.
Yeah, I just if you do end up going to court, a lot of the sovereign belief is that crossing over the threshold to a court is accepting their jurisdiction. So half of the community would say once you go to court, you've actually given them jurisdiction. All I would strongly encourage you to do, once you get to that point, get a lawyer. Because the consequences for the first part of like driving around unregistered seem pretty mediocre, to be honest. They're like a couple of $100 fine and, you know, an argument with a cop, which could be argued to be fun. The ones that really fuck their lives up, as far as I know from like 2-3 weeks of watching videos and reading up about it, the people who really fuck their lives up go to court, get held in contempt and all sorts of other shit. So my only suggestion would be once it's in court, you've accepted that the laws work, that's when I'd accept their offer of a public defender.
And by the time you get through your first charge, you could have bought the license and registration.
But to them, that's accepting the contract and meaning that I am my legal entity and blah, blah, blah. I'm no longer a free man. I've signed their contract, so to speak.
Yeah.
And by the way, in Texas, self-defense capital doctrine when a deadly force is unlawful, and also it's any habitation and vehicle. By the way,
yeah, the latter one, I've been chugging through these links you've been sending. None of them have stacked up. One that's getting quite close though is the Berberian versus Lucia. Let me read through it again. I was just.
I find it a very interesting mindset, though, sovereign citizenship.
All right, this last one, the complainant was involved in a car accident. Again, it's not about licensing, though. This is about saying if you take someone's car off them, you're violating their right to travel, which is closer to what you're saying, but it's definitely not saying. I think that's what it's saying anyway. Let me keep reading. It's closer to what you're saying, but I still think it's a long way from saying you don't have to be licensed. Like
the right to travel.
The same argument.
And it goes back to the right to travel. So if I have to get a license, if I have to register to drive, that means I don't longer have a right to travel as a person, right? I have to have something that lets me drive.
No, you can walk.
Yeah.
Is that if I'm transporting my vehicle. Stop it, man. Stop it. You can watch.
So this specifically says, though, I think, hang on, let me just read it again before I come back with it amongst yourself.
I mean, in a way, like this may not be directly related to what you guys are saying, but it is at least on the topic. Like, I don't have anything within myself that I feel like I would need to control people to have to get licenses and stuff. I'd be fine to not have them. But I do, I mean, Elbow, would you also kind of agree, though, that if there was like no license and no laws, it would be more dangerous to drive?
I'm not saying about laws. The laws definitely, there should be laws that says, well, speed limit, yada yada, this and that. Now, if like I said, I know it's like a thin line. Well, was this different than this? What is commercial driving different than just traveling? I mean, if the person is adequate enough to go from one point to another, and if they seem that they're adequate, then hello, why do you have to provide any kind of documentation that have
So you say when you can see that they're adequate. How do you see that they're adequate?
They're not swerving. They're not freaking crashing into shit. Then hey.
So you don't determine that before they start operating the car. You wait for them to have an accident, and then you determine that they are inadequate.
Let me ask you this: Did you have a license before you knew how to drive?
You get your L's, yeah. So before you can drive, you have your L's, which is a learner's permit. And you've got to have a full driver in the car.
Did you have a permit before you actually know how to drive?
No, I didn't.
No.
No,
exactly.
But then I learned to drive on a farm.
Yeah, that's me too.
I'm a little bit different to what people generally, or how people generally learn to drive. I grew up driving, tractors and motorbikes and farm machinery and this sort of stuff. So I've got a bit of a different.
I was 12 years old when I used to take my grandpa's church van around the block.
Mm-hmm.
And my uncles used to show me how to drive when I was 8 while he was driving and I would just steer the car. Now after that, I used to just take the car, go around the block a few times. The only way I got caught was when my grandpa came back one day and he found out he thought somebody stole the car, and I pulled up and parked next to him. Like, what in the heck are you doing? After that, 15, driving down the highway. Of course, my grandfather was with me. Never had a driver's license until I was 18 years old. Needed a driver's license because that was the thing to do. Not because I didn't know how to operate a vehicle. Just because that was the thing to do. You needed a vehicle. Blah blah blah.
It's not just the operation of the vehicle.
I actually got stopped at 17 and let me go.
It's not just about the knowing how to operate the vehicle. There's also traffic rules that you need to know.
You learned that as a kid when you started growing up and you seen your father drive and you're seeing, oh, you got to stop at the stop sign. Oh, da 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 da. And when you as a young man, I was curious. Hey, so why are you stopping for this long? Well, this is da 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 da. Right? This is what they tell you. I mean, I read the book. I read the book. Without having to go, before I even went to go take a test, I read the book and found out all the laws and regulations of how to conduct yourself in a vehicle. So I mean, it's something you learn, right? Growing up, because you're always traveling with your parent or whatever. Then all of a sudden, hey, you pick it up. Unless you just dumbfounded in the back, just doing nothing, just daydreaming.
Okay, so you learn to drive with your grandfather around the block and these sorts of bits and bobs. All right, so then what's the issue then with having to sit a test to confirm to the wider audience that you are capable of operating that vehicle?
That's none of their business. If you didn't finish. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that, because what your level of competency is might be different to, say, what I believe a level of competency is. So what you think is adequate, right? I may think it's inadequate, and vice versa.
What's funny? There's a bunch of people that have a driver license that are retards.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Albert. I do not disagree with that at all.
Doesn't you know? It's just a bandage. A driver license is a bandage.
Yeah, but also too with your registration, because you get insurance. With your we have attached to ours a third party insurance. So even if your car isn't insured, if you crash into someone or a pedestrian, right, that person, they're covered financially and medically. If we didn't have that, they may just be covered medically through our system, or they might be able to get their bones fixed or whatever, depending on what the injuries are. But if their injuries are serious enough that they are now going to be affected for the rest of their lives with some sort of disability, well, our third party insurance covers those costs as well. So that's a good thing.
I mean, the insurance parts I do understand, right?
Yeah.
I definitely do agree with. Okay, if it is a personal traveling motor car or vehicle, whatever, it should definitely have an insurance, just in case of some kind of has to be some kind of a
So what do you think happens then? You were talking about, like, what if somebody's swerving or crashing? Let's say we've got somebody, they're swerving, they're crashing all over the place, right? Private person, not using it for commerce, and they are really dangerous. What would you propose happens then?
Well, then they should be held accountable for what they're doing.
Right, but let's say they're still driving.
What do you mean? I mean, the police should actually stop that person because
I'm asking you.
What do you mean?
Because in my book, they would have their license taken away from them, and their privilege, the privilege to be able to drive a car would be removed from them.
Is that going to stop them? Okay,
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant about whether what happens. I'm just asking in your book, what do you think is the case?
But you see the issue here, right? That you're saying, oh, they should get the license removed. Once that guy gets released or wherever, or he's back home, and you think that's going to stop that person from getting another car and going somewhere else?
That's irrelevant. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking whether people are going to follow the laws. I'm just asking what you think should happen, because it seemed like you were saying, it should be the case that they should be safe to drive. And that is, if we don't see them driving unsafely. I'm saying, well, if you do see them driving unsafely, then what do you think should happen?
Well, they should be stopped and then taken away from that because they're not able to
taken what away?
Would that be a violation of their constitutional rights?
No, because you've noticed that they can't actually drive that vehicle, right, or operate that vehicle.
So now they don't have the constitutional right to travel.
Of course not. Not if they're going to be able to. Okay, the problem is if they cannot safely travel, right? As I say, if I'm going around shooting people, what's going to happen? Right, that person should be allowed to continue to travel, even though he's just going on or travel and start keep shooting people or hitting people with a freaking knife or whatever. It's the same thing as a weapon, right? I could carry my gun wherever I go. Now, as long as I
agree with you on all of this. Right? It's just that you do seem to agree with licensing. You just think it should happen after somebody makes a mistake rather than before.
No, not licensing. Because I could have my gun without a license. I can freely carry.
I'm talking about cars, though. The principle's the same. You're saying if they're safe, fine. If they're not, no.
Right, exactly. The same thing with like a gun, right? If I'm carrying my gun, open carry. Here in Texas, you can open carry freely without a license, as long as I'm not harming anybody with it. Right? If I'm not going around waving it around in the air and firing it off, and I should be free to carry my gun wherever I go. Same thing with a vehicle. If I'm going, if I'm going
agree
safely,
with limitations to that.
The point I'm making. Of course, there has to be a kind of, like I said, there's okay. Put it like this. This is what I agree on. Like, put it like this: if they're going to be able to operate a vehicle, there should be like, let's say, school or like how they have like driver's ed. This should be a requirement in school. Learning how to use the roadways, right?
Interferes with your constitutional right. I don't see why that's different.
Listen. Use the roadways like you were to. If you got to learn how to use a gun, same way. When you go to the army, you go. They teach you this, right? Now, if this should be something that they should be taught, right, in schools, how to travel, how to use, the laws of the highway, or the rules, that governs the highway speed limit, yada yada yada. Now, when they start violating those laws, meaning they're harming people with the vehicle, it's the same way. Hey, you're not operating safely. You need to either be arrested. Here's a fine. Yada yada yada. Whatever.
But what about like speed limits? If I come to the United States, should I be following the speed limit?
Of course. I mean, again, Texas. In Texas, is different. The speed limit is really are placeholders in a way, because if everybody's driving 90 miles an hour, you're gonna get stopped if you're going the speed limit, and if you're in the left lane.
Yeah, left lane.
Yeah.
I have read through that case of the last one you're talking about. Not even that one supports you. Worse, that one directly contradicts what you're saying right now. So of the case law you've presented, none of it supports what you're saying. To read by quote, financial responsibility statutes have been held to constitute a reasonable regulation of the public highways and a proper measure for protecting public safety, which comes directly after they were saying where a license to operate a vehicle upon the highways of the state is a privilege and not a property right, although the state may not deny this privilege to any of its citizens arbitrarily or capriciously. So they're saying directly the opposite of what you're saying. You do need a license to travel. It's just that it can't be taken off you for a shitty reason, but it can be taken off you, and it is a privilege to have one. So your own quote, the Rhode Island Supreme Court, Berberian versus Lucia, is the only one that gets close to mentioning what you're talking about whether you need a license at all to engage in this constitutional right of travel, and it directly says the opposite of what you're trying to say. That's why I really want you to be careful if it ever does get to go to court. Just get legal advice. I don't want you to fuck up your life. What's interesting is the quote that you presented for that is so close to the one where it immediately says underneath that, but you do need a license. The one I just read you. And as well, it also mentioned the thing about freedom. When it's talking about freedom, it mentions liberty from servitude, imprisonment, or restraint. Like, I think you're being sold a bit of a lie here, and this one could damage your life if you follow it too closely.
We're definitely over-governed, though, and over-taxed and over everything.
Sure.
That is a definite. But that's the system. And we've got to change that system. Yeah, the sovereign citizen, I don't think, is the way to change the system.
No, you've got to get inside it. You've got to accept that it's real, get inside it and change the laws. Just saying the laws aren't real will just get you slapped in prison.
Yeah, you Yeah, you can cause yourself a hell of a lot of grief at the end of it. Both yourself and your family have to deal with the results. It seems to be more of a thing in America, though, this sovereign citizenship than here in
Yeah,
Australia.
it's taking off
Like,
here a bit though.
well, there are pockets, there are pockets, of it, but we are slightly different riding. Like, we don't have it, the Constitution that we wave above our heads, telling everyone what our freedoms are and what our rights are. We don't have that system in place here, so it is slightly different. Even though we do have a constitution, it's not the same as the Constitution. Our constitution seems to be more in relation to what our politicians can do and what rights they do and don't have, can and can't do, not the people themselves. From the little I've looked into it, I don't know if you've ever looked into the Australian Constitution yourself.
No, not much. We looked it up the other day, and it was just pages and pages of how much they can get paid, which rights they have.
Pretty much.
It's not about protecting our rights at all.
Not at all. Yeah, no, there's no right to bear arms or freedom of speech or any of these other that the American Constitution has. Maybe there is. Maybe it's just hidden very, very deeply in those thousands of pages of gish gallop.
Right, I better take my girlfriend to dinner.
Enjoy. What do you got? Indian, Chinese, Sri Lankan, Japanese, or a good old Aussie pub meal?
I think we'll go Thai. She likes Thai.
Oh, well, you'll be in the good books then, won't you? Have a good night.
Will do. You too. See you all. Thanks for engaging in conversation, Elbow.
Same.
What I was saying. If it gets to court, strongly consider stopping listening to those guys and getting a lawyer.
Here's another one from the lawcornell.edu. This is not the Black's Law Dictionary. A driver has defined motor vehicle at Motor Carrier Act jurisdiction. Few numbers there. Is an individual who drives a motor vehicle and transportation which is within the meaning of the Motor Carrier Act, interstate or foreign commerce. As to what is considered transportation in the interstate or foreign commerce within the meaning of the Motor Carrier Act.